Chapter 246. Dragon Cloud City, in the doorway behind the first gatehouse. Countless fully armed Black Sand Region soldiers surrounded the two carriages and their attendants tightly. They looked at the uninvited guests who dared to barge into the gatehouse with hostile expressions. Thales sat in the carriage. His skin crawled as he looked at the densely packed enemies in front of him through the window. This is bad. This was the scene they faced on the other side of the gatehouse after they risked being attacked from both sides, charged through the rain of arrows, and risked everything to enter the gatehouse. Thales clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and suppressed the panic in his heart. Calm down. Calm down, Thales. It's not that bad. The image of Black Sword calmly searching for a way out and a chance of survival appeared before his eyes. He was completely suppressed by Asda. He also remembered King Nuvan's meticulous, interlocking strategies during the duel. Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to start thinking. The accident in front of the gatehouse, whether it was the appearance of Lisban or the Red Witch, had disrupted their plans. Shiles was supposed to bring him into Heroic Spirit Palace in the name of Lampard's ally, and not this chaotic situation. The accident happened too suddenly. They did not even have time to discuss their next step. Thales could only desperately think of a way out. The people inside and outside the carriage were still panting rapidly. Even the horses that pulled the carriages were panting. The carriage Thales was in had even broken a rope. We charged in, but... Outside the carriage, Cohen held the wheel with one hand and pressed his other hand against his abdomen. He panted in a disheveled manner. He looked at the hostile soldiers in front of him with an unpleasant expression. He said to Miranda, who was panting even more heavily than he was, "Sunset, goddess above, why do I feel that our choice was a little impulsive? At least they didn't turn us into porcupines when we were outside." While Miranda calmed her breathing, she narrowed her eyes and observed the situation around her. She then sized up the doorway and Heroic Spirit Palace, which was right outside the doorway. She felt anxious. "Hurry up and tidy yourself up." Cohen raised his head in pain and exhaled. In the carriage, Thales looked at Putre. "It seems like the way we came in was still too high profile, and there are so many people." The prince looked worriedly at the scene outside the carriage. As expected, they are suspicious. Whether it was the White Blade Guards or the other people from Constellation, none of them were part of Thales' original plan. Nicholas checked his disguise for the last time and said with a solemn expression, "We've already done this. Although we've put the rest of the people in danger, at least we don't have to face the Red Witch. We have no other choice." Putre shook his head. "Once the Red Witch learns of our movements, even if we have 100 backup plans, there's a high chance that they will fail. Why don't we think about what to do next, how to deal with these people outside?" Thales sighed. He felt like his head was about to explode. He turned to look at their good friend from Camus Union. Their original plan was, I guess. Marquis Shiles also saw the scene outside the carriage, but he was even calmer. He slowly adjusted his collar, which was crooked because of the carriage's galloping speed, as though the rain of arrows that brushed past his head was just a noble's polo. "At this moment, I suddenly became important, didn't I?" Thales furrowed his brows. Ever since they entered the gatehouse, Shiles had become calm and unruffled, which made Thales rather uneasy. Nicholas snorted softly. "Are we going to bet on this guy again?" Putre exhaled in resignation. "We can't just barge in, can we? The number of guards in this gatehouse is at least 10 times that of ours." Shiles spread his hands at him innocently, but his expression was completely different from when he was outside the gatehouse. He looked like a dealer who had just taken back his chips from the players in a casino. Thales took a deep breath. The accident just now had also put the Northlanders in danger. This made Nicholas' threat to Shiles seem a little weak and powerless. And now, they could probably only rely on Shiles. "I know that the way we invited you here is a little unpleasant, Sir Marquis," the prince said flatly, "but in street gambling, winner takes all often means that other players are squeezed out. The Archduke of Black Sand Region is no exception." Shiles' gaze flickered. Handing us over will not strengthen the fragile alliance between you and Lampard. Thales calmly thought about everything from the Marquis' point of view and thought about what he should do. But sending me to Lampard and the other archdukes, other than the so-called friendship formed between you and Lampard because of benefits, you will not lose anything. Thales narrowed his eyes. On the contrary, you may have an unexpected gain. Shile's eyes brightened. Is this a promise from the heir of Constellation's royal family? Thales shook his head firmly. Based on my experience, promises are very fragile, even if they are the suzerains of a land or the dukes of a country. But as you said, when doing business, we can't just look at numbers and profits, we also have to build our reputation and connections. Putre raised his eyebrows. Shiles narrowed his eyes and met Thales' gaze. Outside the carriage, a rebuke from Black Sand region could be heard. Someone had already knocked on their carriage door. The prince nodded. There was an unquestionable tone in his voice. Aside from Lampard, please use us as your backup. Shiles stared at the prince with great interest. The corners of his lips curled up, and the expression in his eyes kept changing. Finally, he nodded slightly. Thales exhaled. I will miss today's amazing show. The Marquis of Camus Union straightened his collar in the carriage, lifted his hat a little, and smiled politely at them. Then, he gave Thales a meaningful look. Whether it was Lampard or you, it was worth the price of the ticket. Thales' tone was very serious. Remember, all you need to do is to send me to Lampard and the other archdukes. However, the Marquis of Goodflow City only smiled at him, pushed open the carriage door, and walked down. Thales took a deep breath, exchanged a glance with Putre, and jumped down the carriage as well. Only Nicholas and Putre were left. He is a shameless bastard. Nicholas, who was still in the carriage, snorted coldly and stared at Shiles' back. He will not cooperate with us obediently. The vice diplomat of Constellation shook his head. Precisely because of this, he will not cooperate with Lampard obediently. Nicholas glanced at him. You don't seem to be worried about your prince at all, the Star Killer said coldly. Putre chuckled softly. When I first met him, Thales was just a precocious child who was a little clever. The vice diplomat revealed a thoughtful expression. He was sensitive, hesitant, timid, sloppy, and lacking in confidence. He was a far cry from his reputation from the National Conference. Nicholas furrowed his brows. Putre sighed as he stared at Thales' small back. But as we spent more time together, I had a feeling that the more encounters he had along the way, the stronger he became. Thales was constantly learning, adjusting, and adapting. Whether it was the vampires, the calamities, the fortress flower, the kingdom's wrath, or even King Nuven or Chapman Lampard, whether it was his friend or foe. Putre's eyes shone with a different light. I'm afraid they didn't realize what kind of effect their actions had on that child. The Star Killer was slightly stunned. He turned his head and tightened his grip on his scabbard, pursing his lips in disapproval. You talk a lot of nonsense. Outside the carriage, Thales followed behind Shiles and nodded slightly at the disguised Wuxia and the others. Thales was not very used to the sudden increase in light. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the entrance of the gatehouse in front of him. This was Thales' third visit to the first gatehouse in 2 days. He still remembered the scene when he first entered the first gatehouse. Surrounded by the diplomat group, he watched the gatehouse that separated Heroic Spirit Palace from Dragon Cloud City's outer city fall with anxiety, nervousness, and awkwardness. But this time, they were here too. Thales soon saw a familiar scene. The crude and magnificent Heroic Spirit Palace was less than 100 meters in front of them. The 10 gigantic pillars and 8 large furnaces were still standing there. But the palace guards and white blade guards that could be seen everywhere had disappeared without a trace. In their place were hundreds of Black Sand region soldiers. Their faces were filled with vigilance and ruthlessness. They were still dressed in the uniform of the patrol team, but the patrol team's standard sabers, which were used for small-scale conflicts, had long since been replaced by lethal weapons unique to large-scale battlefields such as spiked hammers, battle axes, straight sabers, and even crossbows. They seemed to have just ransacked the gatehouse's armory. Almost all the people on Thales' side held their breaths. A noble dressed in plate armor strode out from Black Sand Region's formation. He had a broad face and a protruding nose bridge. "Your Grace." Count Levon, Lampard's subordinate vassal, stared at the Marquis of Goodflow City, who stood in front of the crowd with a hostile expression. "Regarding your trespassing into the gatehouse, I need an explanation." The soldiers of Black Sand Region surrounded the group of people tightly. Their gazes were fierce. Almost all the people on Thales' side held their breaths. Shiles lowered his head and sighed softly. Everyone, including Thales, waited anxiously for his reaction. When Shiles raised his head again, the Marquis had already put on that kind and polite smile again. "My dear Count." Shiles nodded slightly. His smile was reserved and friendly. "I brought you a surprise." Count Levon narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Shiles and his attendants. "You appeared at the wrong time," Levon said thoughtfully. "Can't you call it a surprise, especially when you brought these people?" Even with their disguises, Count Levon noticed the White Blade Guard's strong physiques and agile movements. He could not help but have a strange expression appear on his face. Thales' heart immediately skipped a beat. However, Marquis Shiles smiled faintly and raised his hands confidently. "I heard that your prisoners in the gatehouse made a small mistake," he said softly to Levon, as if he was watching a good show. Levon's expression changed. He was a little uneasy. "Mistake? You misunderstood." With an expression that said, "I knew it," Shiles raised his index finger and pointed at Levon from afar. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Oh, by the looks of it, His Grace still doesn't know about your mistake?" Levon was immediately rendered speechless. Looking at Levon's expression, Shiles laughed out loud and made way for the boy behind him. "Let me introduce you. This is your Archduke's missing guest. He is also the Honorable Prince Thales Jadestar, the only heir to the throne of Constellation. Under my escort, he returned." Count Levon's expression froze on his face. Thales took a deep breath and walked forward slowly with an indignant look on his face. Shiles sighed. He looked as if he was trying his best to restrain himself but could not help but show off. He walked slowly to Count Levon and patted his shoulder. "Take it easy. This is a surprise that I managed to smuggle in right under the Prime Minister's nose." Shiles raised his eyebrows and waved at Merc, who was in front. "Look, if it weren't for this group of strong mercenaries that I hired from the western border of the desert, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to capture him." Levon's expression changed. The hostility in his eyes when he looked at the White Blade Guards and Constellations had diminished quite a bit. Mercenaries? Merc, who had put on makeup, had a high nose bridge and a tanned face. He flashed an exaggerated smile and nodded at Count Levon. "Some of us are from the city of faraway prayers. We are Northlanders." "Some of us are from other places, my lord," Merc said in a gruff voice. "We look for food in the desert. If you have any requests, we only need 6 gold coins to kill someone." The White Blade Guards flashed honest, silly smiles in unison. It gave Count Levon a shock. They're really good at acting. Thales rolled his eyes in his heart. As expected of the omnipotent White Blade Guards. Levon looked at these people, then at Thales, who was surrounded by them. He furrowed his eyebrows. Shiles still had a smile on his face. Everyone was waiting for Count Levon's decision. Finally, after thinking deeply for a while, Levon relaxed his eyebrows and waved at the soldiers behind him. "Everyone, return to your posts. Helson, Jason, both of your squads stay behind." Following his order, the densely packed Black Sand Region soldiers turned around with rustling footsteps and returned to the gatehouse through the stairs on both sides. Most of the people in the field immediately dispersed. Thales then breathed a sigh of relief. "On behalf of the Archduke, I would like to thank you for your help. Lord Tolja has already gone to apologize to the Archduke. If he sees your surprise, he will definitely be very pleased." Count Levon coughed unnaturally and cast a glance at Thales. Then, he nodded awkwardly at Shiles. I will convey your goodwill to the Archduke. Now, let me take over. You and your men can rest here. Shiles smiled and shook his head. He raised his right palm and stopped the Count from speaking. Oh, no. The Marquis' eyes brightened. This prince has just told me an extremely important piece of new information. I think I need to bring him to see the Archduke as soon as possible. Levon paused for a moment. The Archduke is busy. The Count of Black Sand Region frowned. You are not allowed to disturb him. Shiles threw away his smile and his expression became serious. Please believe me. The information on this prince is related to what the Archduke wants to do. Shiles' suddenly serious tone made Count Levon nervous. You can't imagine it. Count Levon stared at Shiles seriously. The latter also stared back at him solemnly. A second later, Count Levon sighed. All right, I can send someone to bring you to see the Archduke. I have to bring him there. Shiles shook his head and gestured at Thales with his chin. There are some things that can only come out of his mouth. Levon was a little puzzled. Is it very urgent? Shiles first shook his head, then nodded with a mysterious expression. It's very urgent. Levon met his gaze for a few seconds. I understand. The Count nodded. You can leave now. The Archduke is in Heroic Spirit Palace, near the Hall of Heroes. Shiles flashed a smile. Thank you. Thales felt as if a huge stone had finally been lifted from his heart. As long as he could see the Archdukes, he would at least have a chance. Wait, your men will stay here. While Levon commanded his small team, he nodded at Shiles without letting his guard down. Our men will escort you there. Shiles raised his eyebrows and pretended to casually glance at the people beside the fleet of carriages. Of course. The Marquis nodded nonchalantly. Thales' heart sank. He watched as the people around the two carriages were taken away by the soldiers of Black Sand Region. He also watched as a group of soldiers walked towards him and Shiles. The person in charge nodded politely. Very well. The prince took a deep breath. From now on, I'll be alone. But at this moment, a sonorous male voice came from the stairs leading to the gatehouse behind them. Please wait for a moment. Everyone turned their heads in unison. A strange middle-aged man, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had an ordinary face but had 8 braids at the back of his head, slowly walked down the stairs. Count Levon furrowed his brows and asked impatiently, "What's wrong, my dear civilian disciplinary officer?" He seemed to be very displeased with this new middle-aged man. In the crowd, Merk and Nicholas frowned at the same time and lowered their heads. They recognized the newcomer. The middle-aged man shook his head, completely unbothered by Levon's tone towards him. Mercenaries, right? The middle-aged man walked to the side of the two carriages and sized up the group of people. He flashed a reserved smile and his gaze stopped on Miranda. I didn't know that there were female mercenaries among you. Cohen and Raphael exchanged glances. Unease surged in their hearts. But Miranda was expressionless. She raised her head with her dark face, which had been crudely smeared with paint. I come from the land of thorns, my lord, the swordswoman replied in an uncouth manner, sticking her tongue out. There are female mercenaries everywhere. Cohen narrowed his eyes. Good acting. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly. I see. He nodded slightly, his 8 braids swaying slightly. May I see your sword? I'm very curious about how heavy the female mercenary's sword is. Miranda was slightly startled. Enough, Vlad, Count Levon said in annoyance. Perhaps the Archduke can tolerate your rudeness, but this place is. Please wait a moment, my lord. The man named Vlad turned his head and interrupted him loudly. There was a profound meaning in his words. You don't want to commit another grave mistake, do you? Levon instantly froze. Thales could not help but feel puzzled. What's wrong? This middle-aged man. If I remember correctly, he should be one of the underground forces of Dragon Cloud City that Cohen and the others mentioned. Vlad turned his head and smiled at Miranda again. May I? Miranda took the sword without a word and handed it to the man in front of her. Phew. Vlad tested the weight of the sword in his hand and could not help but sigh. It's really not light. Miranda smiled. I think so too. Vlad sighed and pulled out a section of the blade. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Child Vlad. The middle-aged man shook his head and lowered his head to size up the sword in his hand from various angles. 12 years ago, I was in charge of collecting taxes in 12 small villages in the suburbs of Cold Castle. Miranda furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Oh, Cold Castle, I know. She laughed gruffly. Are you from Constellation? Vlad smiled faintly. Beside them, Count Levon shook his head in disdain. Yes, in theory, we are employed by the tax department of Cold Castle. Vlad flipped the sword in his hand over and said calmly, the reason why they employ us is because they need us to argue with the tax collectors from Central Territory, who are of a higher rank, so that it will be easier for them to pay less taxes to the king. Miranda and Raphael, who had been paying attention to the conversation, were slightly startled. Why did he say all this? But we have never seen the lords of Cold Castle even once. Vlad sighed. They would only send their vassals, the idiots from the Sangris family, to audit the accounts and take away a huge amount of money from the tax items. Then, they would make us bear the blame, whether it was to the tax collectors at the top or to the villagers at the bottom. They have eyes and ears everywhere, and they are the in-laws of the suzerain's family. We have no way to complain, and can only swallow our anger year after year. That's why you came to Extet. Miranda shrugged and snorted nonchalantly. It's understandable. No. Vlad suddenly raised his head and raised his voice. Everyone was startled. You don't understand. Vlad sheathed the sword in his hand. His expression was gloomy. Finally, one year, Cold Castle sent a young master to collect taxes. He was of noble status, young and promising. We thought that things had changed. We no longer had to be bullied and bullied. The former tax collector of Constellation sighed softly. There was a nostalgic look in his eyes. I remember the name of that noble young master very clearly, Nolaner Arund. Miranda's expression did not change. But there was already a huge storm raging in her heart. Raphael and Cohen looked at each other. Their uneasiness grew. Thales looked around and felt that the situation was getting more and more out of hand. What's going on? He mentioned the Arund family to Miranda. Did he recognize something? Nolaner told us that Cold Castle finally discovered an abnormality in the tax items, Vlad said softly. He also said, at that moment, pain appeared in Vlad's eyes. He said that we, the petty tax collectors, have been sued by the Sangris family for embezzling taxes all year round, Vlad said in a mocking and hateful tone. We, the victims, have been sued. We embezzled taxes and filled our own pockets. Beside him, Count Levon frowned. He felt that something was not right. Vlad might be of lowly birth, but he had a malicious mind. But he was not a fool, nor was he a lunatic. On the contrary, he was very smart. Beside him, Marquis Shiles wanted to say something in embarrassment, but Count Levon raised his hand and stopped him. No matter how we begged, Vlad shook his head with great difficulty, as though. That year, the just Nuranor personally beheaded 8 of my colleagues, including my teacher, amidst the cheers of the villagers. 8 innocent people, Vlad said dejectedly. His expression immediately turned into one of hatred. I'll never forget Nolaner Arund, that stupid noble young master. I can't forget the feeling of kneeling before the execution platform. I can't forget the look of disdain everyone gave us. His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred, and his 8 braids swayed slightly. Go *CK the Arund family. Vlad gritted his teeth and let out a low, beast-like howl. Miranda took a deep breath and raised her head. I still remember the disgusting, righteous expression on that brat's face before the execution. There was coldness in Vlad's eyes. He imitated that person's tone and spoke in agony. In the name of the suzerain of Cold Castle, Duke Arund, you shall die under the blade of Soaring Eagle, to atone for your sins and restore justice. He only said it once, then beheaded one of them. Vlad said hatefully, I was the 9th person. I heard him repeat this sentence 8 times, and I also saw him brandishing this sword 8 times. Until Cold Castle sent an order to summon him back urgently. Miranda felt an endless chill run down her spine. She snatched her saber back. Her face was pale, and she frowned. Vlad did not stop her. He only sneered sarcastically. Of course. Vlad stared at the sword in her hand with a terrifying expression. I will never forget the style of this sword even when I die. His saber that shines with a cold light. He said coldly, Soaring Eagle, that belongs to Nolaner Arund. Is that so? Vlad said faintly. There was deep hatred and anger hidden in his eyes. This Lady Arund? Everyone on Thal's side felt their hearts tremble at the same time. The thing they were most worried about had finally happened. With a pale face, Shiles looked at the person in charge here, Count Levon. The Count sighed and glanced at the stiff Vlad with a complicated expression. They are not from Camus Union. Count Levon turned to Shiles and Thales with a hostile expression. They are people with ulterior motives. The Count waved his hand and coldly ordered his soldiers. Take them down. All of them. Chapter 247. Anti-Theft. At 6 in the morning, in the center of Shield District in Dragon Cloud City, the moon had already set in the west. The darkest hour of the day was about to arrive. The Hydra, Kilika, seemed to be very excited. The chilling sound of flesh and blood rubbing against each other could not help but make people think of the scene of a millstone grinding pork. It waved its limbs and tentacles in a frenzy, continuously releasing wave after wave of people to surround Nicholas and Gleeward. The 2 Supreme-class elites wielding legendary anti-mystic equipment fought with all their might in the crowd controlled by the mystic and advanced with all their might. With great willpower, the 2 of them endured the cries and screams of the citizens and killed their way through the crowd. With great difficulty, they got closer to the mystic. However, the girl with a bright smile only shook her head slightly. A huge tentacle reached out from behind and sent her 20 meters away. More people controlled by the mystic walked out of the gap in the tentacle, puzzled. They surrounded the 2 Supreme-class humans and involuntarily blocked the space left by the tentacle. Just a dozen meters away, under an inconspicuous low wall, Thales listened attentively to Black Sword's explanation with shock and astonishment. The power of eradication originates from the untapped potential in the human body. We use special methods, such as specific martial arts and sword styles, to guide it into usable power. Black Sword's words seemed to carry a faint sense of authority, causing people to unconsciously perk up their ears to listen. It can increase a person's ability, quality, or adaptability to certain situations, whether for a short or long period of time. He stared at Thales sternly and fiercely. The forms of existence of the power of eradication vary from person to person. There are many types of power of eradication. Some will form visible light, some will fuse with organs and tissues, some will even circulate day and night, some will be used on special parts, and some will permeate the entire body. Even if it's the same type of power of eradication, when used by different people, there are often great differences. Thales frowned. If there are great differences, how can I teach them? Black Sword seemed to have heard his thoughts. As the Hydra roared from its flesh, he said calmly, but they still have similarities that can be used as a reference. Most of the powers of eradication have a specific form and function at the moment of awakening. Black Sword exhaled. His muscles were trembling, as though he was doing his final warm-up. For example, the glory of the stars, which greatly increases nerve excitement and human endurance, the thawing of glaciers, which continuously increases one's resistance to pressure and senses, the Pegasus music, which maximizes one's resonance with the external environment, and the death of the sword, which instantly destroys the human body's self-protection mechanism. The people who awaken these powers of eradication will naturally form their personal biases and habits based on the specific forms of their powers of eradication, as well as how they use their abilities. When Thales blinked, Black Sword changed the topic. But the sin of Hell's River is different. Black Sword's expression turned cold. It is one of the least recorded powers of eradication. Based on my and some of my predecessors' experiences, it comes from the most unbelievable potential of life, Black Sword said slowly. Survival. Thales' heart clenched. He remembered what had happened in the birch forest. Serena had strangled him in midair. So, the existence of the sin of Hell's River is basically to prolong a dying life. Black Sword inhaled slowly and adjusted his breathing. It is a final struggle at all costs. He gave the prince a profound look. This is also the prerequisite for us to awaken the sin of Hell's River. It awakens at the moment of death, activating all the essence of life and exhausting all the possibilities of life. Because of this, it is different from most powers of eradication. The sin of Hell's River does not have a specific form. In other words, it can exist in any form, and exert its effects. Thales' pupils shrank. Any form of powers of eradication? Any other form of existence of the powers of eradication? He somewhat understood what Black Sword meant. That's right. Black Sword smiled and nodded. He looked at Kilika, who was in the distance. The sin of Hell's River. Black Sword narrowed his eyes and focused on the battle in the distance. It can be said to be an omnipotent power of eradication. As the two of them spoke, Nicholas and Gleeward were struggling to hold on. We can't go on like this. With a cold expression, Nicholas chopped off a woman's head with the severing soul's blade. Her terrified gaze before she died made the battle-hardened warrior's chest feel heavy. Then, he faced the next old man with a dazed expression. With the legendary anti-mystic equipment, we don't have to worry about protecting ourselves. Nicholas gently swung his slightly sore arm. He glanced at the corpses around them and could not help but frown. But in the end, we will be exhausted to death. The Star Killer glanced at Gleeward, who had a crazed expression and whose eyes were filled with rage. Or, will Gleeward have a mental breakdown after he kills enough people and reaches his limit? Gleeward roared and brandished his spear. The spearhead slashed through 3 people, but his left arm was scratched by a little girl who attacked him from behind. The civilians of Shield District who were scratched by the spear died under the effect of slaughter. Gleeward tried his best not to look at their expressions before they died, but his entire body was trembling violently. Do you have any way to break through? Gleeward gritted his teeth and took a step back. He was very agitated. Don't tell me that you're actually the kingdom's wrath. We can't break through. Nicholas stared at the girl standing in front of the Hydra and drew a blade. But we can make it so that she can't retreat. Gleeward's expression changed. In the next moment, the Star Killer's aura changed. 2 patches of red appeared on Nicholas' pale face. He retracted his arm and no longer attacked and killed the densely packed crowd in front of him. He stroked the severing soul's blade with his finger. In an instant, with a loud crack, the severing soul's blade, which had 2 curved sections, broke into 2 halves from the protruding part of the blade's spine. The blood mystic raised her eyebrows as she watched all of this. She instinctively felt that something was wrong, and the blood-red stripes on her face shuddered. The cut on the blade seemed to be very regular. The Star Killer held the broken blade in one hand and the remaining half of the severing soul's blade in the other. He revealed a mysterious smile. World break, begin, he said softly. In the next second, Nicholas moved. The power of eradication in his body began to tremble. He turned his body sideways and squeezed past the 3 civilians controlled by the mystic in front of him with unbelievable movements. As they screamed involuntarily, he tapped the ground lightly, stepped on their shoulders, and leaped into the air. If Ida was here, she would immediately recognize that this was the same movement Nicholas displayed when they first met. It was the kind of footwork that allowed him to weave through the crowd perfectly, yet it was impossible to dodge. Giza's expression changed slightly. Immediately, a few controlled civilians bent their knees and jumped like monsters, pouncing towards Nicholas in the air. But at that moment, Gleeward's Soul Slayer pike drew a circle in the air, which was rarely seen. Shik. Bearing the injuries on his shoulders and back from the encirclement, Gleeward roared and swept away all the civilians who tried to stop Nicholas, turning them into lifeless corpses. Nicholas leaped into the air without any obstruction. In that second, he cast a profound glance at Giza in the distance. Separated by dozens of densely packed people, the Star Killer shook his arm. The broken blade whistled through the air and went straight for the mystic's face. Giza's expression changed drastically. Amid the piercing sound of the wind, she cautiously extended 2 tentacles from her body, struck the ground, and pushed herself backwards. Thud. The blade stabbed into the ground, only a few meters away from the blood mystic. Nicholas' expression did not change. He descended from the air and used the broken blade to block an enemy who was about to ambush him from behind. Giza narrowed her eyes and stared at the broken blade on the ground. She did not say a word. However, just a second later, Nicholas swung the blade lightly. His eyes shone brilliantly, and he said coldly, "World break completed." The mystic's expression did not change. He did not even look puzzled. But at that moment, Nicholas suddenly roared with the greatest emotional fluctuation since the start of the battle, "Charge!" As if he had received a supreme order, Gleeward opened his mouth and brandished the trembling pike with a ferocious expression. He pierced through the 2 innocent enemies in front of him and charged forward with tears in his eyes. "Oh!" As Gleeward roared, Nicholas did not show any signs of weakness. The half-broken blade in his hand shone with a glint so bright that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. In an instant, he slit the neck of a wailing teenager and charged towards the mystic. There's only one chance. Break through. In the blood mystic's eyes, the 2 supreme-class mystic charged forward without caring about the cost, injuries, and defense. The dense crowd of dozens of people was crushed by their charge. Giza tilted slightly. More people walked out of the tentacles and surrounded the vanguard. But Nicholas and Gleeward did not stop charging. Both of them were covered in scratches and cuts, but they burst forth with their most ferocious forms and charged at the mystic. They were getting closer and closer to the mystic. In the end, Giza still closed her eyes. Soon, Kilika extended a giant tentacle from behind her, grabbed her waist, and swept her away. But an accident happened at that moment. The mystic on the tentacles was no more than 10 meters away when the severing soul's blade stabbed into the ground suddenly shone brightly. The broken blade shone with the most dazzling yellow light. The tentacles protecting Giza continued to drag her backward, but a yellow light that was identical to the one on the blade suddenly appeared behind Giza. Giza's expression changed. The tentacles were still retreating, but Giza seemed to be held back by an invisible hand from behind. She was forced to a stop in front of a barrier formed by the yellow light. No matter how hard the tentacles tried, they could not drag Giza out of the area of the yellow light. It was as if it had been stuck by something. Giza raised her head abruptly and looked at the broken blade of the severing soul's blade on the ground in front of her. "It's that broken blade. There's something wrong with it." Giza did not have much time to think, because in an instant, the 2 supreme-class elites broke through the dense crowd. Covered in blood, they charged fiercely towards the mystic, who could not retreat even an inch. 10 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, the 2 of them were getting closer to Giza. "Attack!" Nicholas roared and elbowed an enemy to his left. Then, he turned around and swung his blade decisively. As blood splattered, he cut down 3 or 4 people, protecting Gleeward at all costs. With tears still on his face and a heart full of anger, Gleeward swung the fatal Soul Slayer pike and stepped within 3 meters of the mystic. Then, he thrust the pike forward. The yellow light behind the blood mystic flashed faster and faster. It still obstructed her. She could not retreat or dodge. The tip of the pike approached the spot between Giza's eyes. Thud. At that critical moment, the body of the Soul Slayer Pike was once again gripped tightly by the veteran, Big Leatherbelt, who suddenly appeared beside Giza. The pike tip was only an inch away from Giza's face. But unlike before, this time, the air behind Giza was flashing with a strange light. She could not retreat even an inch. She could only be stuck between the Soul Slayer Pike and the light. She could not advance or retreat. It was extremely thrilling. Chief Gleeward. Big Leatherbelt held the Soul Slayer Pike with a face full of tears. "I'm sorry." Nicholas' figure flashed again. The broken sword flew, and metal clanked. Within a short period of time, Gleeward was completely protected. "It's nothing." Gleeward gritted his teeth and glared resentfully at Big Leatherbelt, who was forced to stand between the Mystic and the Soul Slayer Pike. "It's just another unlucky battle." The three of them were in a stalemate. The crowd surrounding the two seemed to have received some sort of order. They stopped abruptly. As the controlled people howled in fear, they all retreated. Only then did Nicholas get a chance to catch his breath. He took a step back and leaned his back against Gleeward, who was holding the Soul Slayer Pike against the Mystic. Giza lowered her head. Her lips moved slightly, and her voice rang in the ears of the two supreme-class individuals. "What is this?" the Mystic asked flatly. "The ability of the Severing Soul's Blade." Nicholas clutched his chest. He glanced at the blade on the ground, then at Big Leatherbelt, who was blocking the Soul Slayer Pike. His expression was unpleasant. With the separated blade as the center, it can temporarily isolate an area that is completely isolated from the outside world. Only in, no out. Nicholas exhaled a visible breath of hot air. Gleeward gritted his teeth. His eyes were full of hatred. "It's enough to trap you here, bam." Giza narrowed her eyes. The yellow light behind her was still firmly blocking her path of retreat, but she did not seem to care. She barely moved her lips as she said, "How rare." "It's another equipment I've never seen before. Come to think of it, it's funny. This ability has a terrible name." Nicholas' face twitched. In the end, he took a deep breath and said stiffly, "It's called, You Can't Escape." A cold wind blew. The Hydra tugged at Giza in vain, but the latter was tightly bound by the yellow light and could not move. "Humph," the Blood Mystic snorted coldly. "It sounds like the work of that B*TCH, Blood Spike." Chapter 248. Anti-Theft, Anti-Theft. It was night. "I'm still worried about that strange doctor staying together with His Highness." Beside the bonfire, Wuxia stared at another bonfire in the distance with a strange expression. There were only two figures, one big and one small, sitting around it. This was the third night since they came to Lampard's military camp. Ramon claimed that he wanted to examine Thale's injuries alone, and the strange thing was that the prince agreed to it. He's a prince. He can do whatever he wants. Putre smoked his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Beside him, Wuxia's expression darkened. "Also, relax. Ramon's fear of His Highness is not an act. Also, there are so many extension soldiers guarding the area. His Highness' safety is assured." Putre glanced at the hostile extension soldiers who were either on sentry duty or patrolling around. He then glanced at Ida, who was not far away, and said slowly, "Also, if Ramon is really an assassin, he had too many chances on the previous battlefield. Don't forget, he was the one who saved His Highness." Wuxia recalled what happened on the battlefield, and his heart skipped a beat. "Speaking of this, what happened to His Highness?" the young attendant said worriedly. At that time, even his breathing was. Putre looked at Wuxia, who had a doubtful expression on his face, and narrowed his eyes slightly. "You've been brooding over this matter?" the thin vice diplomat asked with interest. "It's not just this." Wuxia furrowed his brows. As he recalled solemnly, he voiced the doubts in his heart. "His Highness' physique is very good. In fact, it's better than I expected. No matter how serious his injuries are, the time it takes for him to recover is calculated in days. but this is even more suspicious, isn't it? Also, the psionic ability that His Highness said he learned from the Black Prophet. I can't ignore it. Wuxia lowered his head and glanced at the single-edged sword beside his hand. After all, that's the Secret Intelligence Department. Although His Highness, he's still just a child. It's not a good thing to be too close to the Secret Intelligence Department. Secret Intelligence Department. Humph, Putray raised his head and exhaled a cloud of smoke at the moon in the sky with a complicated expression. You think the Secret Intelligence Department is a scary place? The vice diplomat did not look at Wuxia. Wuxia pursed his lips and nodded. I've heard a lot of stories about that place. Some are ridiculous, some are bizarre, and some are unreasonable. The young attendant drew his sword, his voice filled with hesitation. But I have to admit, the mysteriousness of the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department and the reputation of the Black Prophet are frightening. I thought that with your age, you wouldn't have heard too much about the Black Prophet. Putray chuckled. After all, Murat has been in charge of the Secret Intelligence Department for more than 30 years. I even suspect that when the young 82nd was crowned, Murat was already working in the Secret Intelligence Department. Wuxia wiped his sword and shrugged. When I was training in the Tower of Eradication, I heard this joke. One incident happened to each of the 4 major intelligence agencies in the world. The Red Witch broke a teacup, the White High Priest burned an oil lamp, Lieutenant Qing wore an old robe, and the Black Prophet broke a pillowcase while sleeping. Guess, which incident had the most serious consequences? Putray took a puff of his tobacco and the corners of his lips curled up. The gray sword guards broke a scabbard. Wuxia and Putray chuckled together. Master Shao isn't as heartless and terrifying as the rumors say. It's just that as the Tower Master of the Tower of Eradication, he's more level-headed and prudent. Wuxia revealed a nostalgic expression and nodded. Besides, other than his beard, there's no place on him that's gray. Wuxia, as an attendant, it's good to be concerned about the prince you serve, but... After the joke, Putray slowly became serious. He looked at Wuxia Casso with a threatening gaze. Do you want to hear a piece of advice? Wuxia raised his eyebrows and showed an expression that he was all ears. Every Jade Star Prince is like a separate secret intelligence department. They all have a lot of secret treasuries, Putray said with a profound gaze. Just be concerned about what you should know, and that's enough. Wuxia frowned. Don't make life too difficult. Putray sighed. You have to know that the prince's lives alone are difficult enough. Especially, when their surname is Jade Star. Putray said quietly. The figure of the past appeared in his mind. Wuxia stared at the crackling fire with a complicated expression. Sir Putray, I still remember what you said that day in the birch tree forest. Wuxia flipped his weapon over and said quietly, were you once an attendant as well? Putray's pipe was no longer smoking. The vice diplomat spat out the cigarette holder and looked at Wuxia. The latter raised his eyes and asked him with a calm expression, then, which prince did you serve back then? Putray's gaze, which was focused on the fire, paused for a moment. A few seconds later, he said slowly, just like, your father. But I was more experienced and left the prince's side earlier. Wuxia stared straight at him. He stopped wiping his weapon without realizing it. Is that so, attendant? The young attendant's expression was complicated, but his gaze was profound. Then, do you have a family? Putray turned his head and gave Wuxia a profound look. How funny. He said quietly, Constellation's famous cunning fox, the leader and signatory of the Fortress Treaty, can't even handle his own family properly. But his gaze immediately darkened. How much better can I be? Listen, Wuxia. The vice diplomat stroked the slowly cooling pipe in his hand. His tone was heavier than usual. Gilbert is a competent and outstanding attendant. He is orderly, meticulous, and loyal to his ideals and goals from the beginning to the end. He has his own principles. Wuxia gently tightened his grip on the tip of his sword. Even if sometimes, those principles are so callous, the young attendant said faintly. Callous? Putray snorted softly. Sometimes, you have to make a choice, no matter how difficult it is. Before Wuxia could respond, a discordant voice interrupted their conversation out of nowhere. Good evening, Constellation's two esteemed guests. Viscount Kenvita, the Archduke of Black Sand Region's subordinate and his most trusted advisor, walked over from afar. He was dressed in a thick military uniform unique to Northland. I hope I did not disturb you. Kenvita smiled and sat down opposite Putre, whose gaze was contemplative, and Wuxia, whose expression was unpleasant. You did indeed disturb us. Wuxia stared at Kenvita with an unfriendly gaze. He flicked the sword in his hand lightly, and a clear, crisp sound rang. Very well, that means that I have attracted your attention. Kenvita nonchalantly took off his gloves and warmed himself by the fire. Why don't you stay in the tent? The weather is very cold, and this is Northland. We like the open wilderness, Putre replied coldly as he poured out the ashes from his pipe. His thin face flashed in the firelight. The scenery is beautiful, and the field of vision is wide. Do not worry. Kenvita chuckled softly, seeing through their thoughts. You are an extet, and extensions do not have the habit of eavesdropping on tent corners. He turned his head and looked at the Prince of Constellation and his doctor in the distance. The prince is very safe here. Kenvita narrowed his eyes. He is truly a special prince, isn't he? Otherwise, the Archduke would not have given such an evaluation. Wuxia snorted in disdain. Putre furrowed his brows. They are starting to pay attention to the prince. The child probably said something strange in Lampard's tent a few days ago. This is not a good sign. The vice diplomat pulled out his tobacco pouch, grabbed a handful of tobacco, and said flatly, looks like we will have to depart tomorrow. Wuxia raised his eyebrows. Kenvita's expression froze. He looked at Putre warily. You know about it? It's written all over your face, and the soldiers who go back and forth through the night. Besides. Putre nonchalantly picked up a burning branch from the fire and lit his pipe again. Isn't this the purpose of your visit? To convey your lord's will? There was silence. Kenvita stared at Putre seriously, as though he wanted to observe him again. Yes, the Viscount of Black Sand Region said calmly. We will depart tomorrow. I will lead a troop of 2,000 men, including 500 cavaliers and the Fire Knight, Lord Tolja. We will escort Prince Thale straight to Dragon Cloud City. On the way, we will not rest in any of the suzerain's castles or towns. At most, we will set up camp in the wild. 2,000 men, and detour around the castles. To ensure that no one will find an opportunity to plot against them? Putre chuckled softly. I am really worried for your lord. It seems that Lampard is also at his wit's end. He has no clue about the mastermind who is plotting against him. Kenvita's expression changed slightly. And here I thought that keeping promises and being absolutely loyal was the glorious and proud tradition of Northland, Putre said softly as he puffed out a cloud of smoke. But look at this military camp right now. There's the smell of conspiracies and schemes everywhere. Who else can you completely trust? Kenvita's expression gradually stiffened. Do you know what this is called? Putre snorted softly. Even a crooked beam will have a crooked shadow, whether it's King Nuvan or your lord. Kenvita grabbed a handful of snow from the ground, gently scattered it, and watched as it fell between his fingers. Do not comment on Northland's internal affairs, citizen of the Empire, the Viscount said coldly. At least on the land of Black Sand Region, accidents will not happen again. Wuxia sheathed his sword. He sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Accidents? That mystic gun trainer might have a different opinion. Putre put down his pipe and laughed. Let me give you a suggestion, Your Grace, clueless Viscount. Kenvita's gaze flickered. What do you know? Stop investigating Officer Hardy's connection with the archdukes and suzerains. Your efforts are destined to be in vain. Frowning, Putre tested the temperature of his pipe to make sure that it did not burn well. Why don't you look for his business offline and start investigating the discarded mystic guns sold on the black market? Kenvita looked puzzled. Black market? Ah, Northlanders who look down on mystic guns. Putre sneered. Compared to buying them directly from the Imperial Kingdom, the training of mystic guns is the most expensive. The completeness of the core and the freshness of the spare parts are inversely proportional to the soldier's proficiency in operating the mystic guns. Kenvita revealed a contemplative expression. Beside him, Wuxia was baffled. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's mystic gun troops are very proficient. Their aim during volleys is also very good. Putre glanced at Kenvita and flicked the metal rod of his pipe. Based on my experience, unless Archduke Lampard is willing to dismiss half of his knights and heavy cavaliers and allocate a large amount of gold coins every month to support the mystic gun training, he will definitely not be able to train such a troop within 3 years. Kenvita seemed to be deep in thought. He must find a sufficient source of income and maintain such a troop with a large amount of training. Only then can they be of use during critical moments. Fortunately, it's only 3 years, and there's only one training officer. Putre added a bit of tobacco and mocked. After 3 years, those troops would probably be able to carry out orders like turn around and attack the Archduke's location meticulously, wouldn't they? Kenvita ignored Putre's mockery. He continued to speak word by word, so, he must find a way to the black market. For example, he can use the mystic guns that have already been scrapped and should have been destroyed according to the agreement to exchange them for money, damaged parts, eternal oil, or even bribe the purchasing officers who go to the Imperial Kingdom to purchase mystic core cores. Putre shrugged and lit his pipe again. I guarantee that his contact in the black market knows him a lot better than that group of soldiers. Kenvita exhaled and immediately asked, why can't the mastermind and financial backer behind him directly provide him with financial support? Kenvita exhaled and immediately asked, if that's the case, all of you would have found clues about his dealings with other forces a long time ago. Why would you have to drag it out until now? Putre said disdainfully. Kenvita's face turned red. For the past few days, he had been so troubled by this matter that even his basic judgment was affected. Wuxia frowned. He did not quite understand the conversation between the two. There was silence. Lord Putre, the secret room provided you with information, Viscount Kenvita said slowly, having figured something out. I'm starting to believe their words. Oh. What an honor. With an intoxicated look on his face, Putre took a deep puff of his tobacco. What did the secret room say about me? They only have information about you before you left the palace, but it's already interesting enough. Kenvita's eyes shone with great interest. Putre Nemain, the weaver of the web within the palace walls, the mastermind who keeps his composure. Wuxia looked at Putre with a surprised and bewildered gaze. This guy, ha. Putre turned his head and smiled. The Red Witch's subordinates really think highly of me. Kenvita had a contemplative look on his face. No, instead, I think that it's time for their information to be updated. Viscount Kenvita curled up the corners of his lips and put on his gloves again. The people within the palace walls might be good at observing people's words and expressions and coming up with strategies. But some wisdom must be accumulated through experience and knowledge. Putre made 2 trilling sounds through his nose and puffed out a puff of smoke. By the way, Lord Putre Nemain, Constellation's former viscount, Kenvita stood up and smiled from ear to ear. Your decision to charge in the opposite direction on the battlefield was both brave and decisive. Very well. Putre cast a deep glance at Thales and Ramon in the distance. Compared to you, they like me more now. Chapter 249. Burglar. From the corner of his eyes, Serena shrieked and transformed into her terrifying true form. Where do you think you're going? Serena widened her black hole-like eyes. She spread her crimson bone wings, tore apart her cloak, and flapped them into the air. She roared hoarsely and rudely, mortal brat. However, Ralph's gaze was firm. He stepped on the violent wind and pounced towards the blood clansman. He wanted to hold this monster back. This was the boy's plan. Thales flew towards a big tree on the left. It was the birch tree that was broken during the sisterly war just now. On the ground next to it was an unconscious figure. Serena's expression suddenly changed. She realized what Thales was about to do. However, in the next moment, the sound of wind whistled behind the patricide. Serena instinctively turned around and clawed. Asterisk clang. Asterisk there was a violent sound of metal clashing. It was not Ralph who attacked. Instead, it was a steel cable held in Ralph's hand. Serena, who was caught off guard, furrowed her brows. The steel cable that suddenly attacked her was tightly entangled around her arm. Ah! Serena screamed wildly. She was dragged backwards by the steel cable that was carried by the violent wind. She tore at the steel cable, but it was futile as sparks flew everywhere. On the other end of the steel cable, Ralph flew in the air with his teeth clenched. His legs were below his knees. 2 pieces of crude steel prosthetics were already missing. The steel cable was the equipment Ralph used to fix his 2 prosthetics. It was extremely tough. I will never let you pass. The phantom wind follower's gaze was firm. Thales landed on the snowy ground with his hands tied behind his back. He rolled forward twice in a disheveled manner. The fluctuation dissipated. A wave of exhaustion swept over him. His entire body was sore. Some of his joints even felt as if they were being torn apart. Thales vaguely understood that this was because his current physical fitness could not keep up with the balance he made with the help of the wind. However, he still struggled. With his hands behind his back, he squirmed and crawled to the front of that person. That was the key to his plan. Katerina Corleone. The Night Queen who was on her last breath. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the prince bumped into Katerina's pretty face. He knocked the latter out of her coma and woke her up slightly. He stared at Katerina's unfocused gaze and spat out 2 words. Bite me. Katerina, whose limbs were all severed and only her torso was left, was heavily injured and unable to continue. She lifted her head with difficulty and glanced at him with a puzzled expression. The transmigrator said coldly, "Suck blood." However, the Night Queen, who had lost her confidence, shook her head helplessly and bitterly. "It's useless. My injuries are too severe. Hurry up and leave. Maybe we can escape." Katerina lowered her head as if she had resigned herself to her fate and closed her purple eyes. On the other side, Ralph was still using the tightrope to maintain a distance from Serena while struggling to deal with her. Thales scowled. This woman. A queen? At this moment, Ralph's pained groan came from afar. There was no time to waste. Thales made his decision. Didn't Serena say it? The boy, whose hands were tied behind his back, licked the tip of his tongue and furrowed his brows tightly. My blood. It's nutritious. The next moment, Thales closed his eyes, bit the tip of his tongue with his upper and lower teeth, and slammed his chin on the snow. He heard a small pft sound. Then, a wave of intense pain traveled from the tip of his tongue. Thales was in so much pain that tears came out. The feeling of biting his tongue, it hurt so much. But Thales still struggled to stand up with tears of grief. Without hesitation, he threw himself next to Katerina without hesitation. Then, under the shocked gaze of the Corleone family head, the Weeper, and the Night Queen, Katerina van Corleone, Thales fiercely kissed Katerina's lips. Katerina subconsciously wanted to struggle. Until Thales' eyes widened in anger and stuck the tip of his tongue, which was filled with blood, into her mouth. A second passed. Katerina's entire body trembled. This is the taste of this blood, ugh. Ralph's muffled groan was heard again. Thales furrowed his brows and stared at Katerina's incredulous gaze. This woman. Why is she so unreasonable? Her sister, Serena, was obviously intoxicated with excitement, savoring it carefully, and looking like she was about to attract fans. Could it be that she doesn't like, but he did not finish his thoughts. Because in the next moment, Katerina struggled with what was left of her body and revealed a frightening, thirsty, and bloodthirsty gaze. The purple-eyed blood clansman, who only had her torso left, suddenly turned around and pressed the 7-year-old child under her body. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the Night Queen lunged forward wildly. She bit Thale's mouth tightly, madly sucking his fresh blood. Pain. Thales felt a sharp pain coming from his tongue. Thales cried again from the pain. Ugh, he shook his head violently without any regard, forcing Katerina to let go of his mouth. Thales panted violently with tears streaming down his face. I was wrong. This is definitely crazier than her sister. Thales raised his head and furrowed his brows as he looked at Katerina, who was on top of him and had a fierce look on her face because she was disturbed from eating. In the next second, like an anxious lover, Thales anxiously stretched out his head and exposed the skin on his neck. He spoke to Katerina without any regard for anything else. Quick, neck. Faster. Katerina revealed a longing gaze. She lowered her head fiercely and used her teeth to tear open the collar on Thales' shoulders. Hey! You! Before Thales could finish speaking, Katerina bared her fangs furiously and fiercely bit down on his neck. She started sucking his blood. Pain, the feeling of being sucked, dizziness, numbness, and pleasure all assaulted Thales' mind in an instant. With tears of pain, Thales looked pitifully at Katerina, who was ravaging his body. Powerlessly and bitterly, he finished his sentence. Can I be gentler? Amidst the strong wind, Serena grabbed onto a tree and finally steadied herself. Damned bug. I've played long enough. In the next second, she raised her head ferociously, grabbed the steel rope fiercely and pulled it. It was a tremendous force that had been strengthened by the true form. Ralph, who was at the end of his tether, was dragged along by the tremendous force on the steel rope. He crashed into a birch tree beside him and fell powerlessly onto the snowy ground. Ralph climbed up with great difficulty, but after losing his prosthetic leg, he could only lean against the birch tree weakly. Ralph used his psionic ability to breathe in a mouthful of cold air again. He stretched out his arms and flung out 2 hidden blades. He soared into the air again and faced Serena head-on. They fought at close quarters. However, Ralph was easily grabbed by Serena's claws in the blink of an eye. She struck his first hidden blade at a tricky angle. The strength in Ralph's sword disappeared. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the blade, which was not as hard as the steel rope, shattered inch by inch. Serena's strength was ingenious. Ralph's body suddenly froze in midair. He had no choice but to first adjust the wind to reduce her strength. However, in an instant, Serena expressionlessly extended her long leg and stomped heavily on his other arm. Ralph grunted and flew backwards. His arms seemed to have been fractured. In the next moment, Serena's face was filled with savagery. She flapped her skeletal wings rapidly and accelerated in an instant, closing in on Ralph. Her sharp claws attacked swiftly. Asterisk clang. Asterisk she crushed Ralph's last hidden blade with her claws. I miscalculated. Disappointed, Ralph thought, I can't stop her at all. He remembered what the air mystic had told him a long time ago. I have seen quite a number of supreme-class people. Their fighting styles are basically. Asda said slowly at that time. They can control their attacks freely, meticulously, perfectly, and without any hesitation. The battles between supreme-class people seem boring and simple, fast and monotonous, but this kind of terrifying control between the millimeters is far from what those brats of the same rank who waste their energy or strength recklessly can imagine. As for your problem. If you encounter a supreme class. Asda's blue robe was so distinct that Ralph could still remember his indifferent and colorless face. If you don't get close to them, you can use your psionic abilities to fight for a while. But Asda immediately raised his head and revealed a thoughtful expression. There is only one exception. If you encounter Black Sword, Ralph recalled that Asda smiled lightly at that time. Remember to write your will beforehand. Recalling the past, Ralph sighed in his heart. Damn it, as expected, the supreme class and the same rank are not on the same level. I can't even stop him for a few minutes. The phantom wind follower gently closed his eyes. It ends here. At least the dead is paid off. But in the next moment, the sound of violent wind and the sound of hands clashing could be heard. Until the last sound. Asterisk splat. Asterisk Ralph opened his eyes in surprise. Damn it, Serena covered her left shoulder and flapped her wings. She screamed and retreated madly. Until she was a few meters away. A few seconds later. The patricide raised his head and looked at the person opposite him with a hateful gaze. That pure white true form blood clansman. My dear sister. The cold and elegant Caterina Corleone stood coldly in front of her. Her limbs were complete and powerful. Her wings could expand and contract at will. Her purple eyes were cold and fierce. It was as if she had never been injured. In the queen's left arm was Thales, who was groaning and gasping for breath. Serena looked at her younger sister ferociously and resentfully and let out an indignant roar. The Night Queen took a step forward and casually threw Serena's bloody left arm, which she had just torn off, onto the snowy ground. Her expression immediately turned fierce. The second round. Tower of Eradication, Sharp Blade Valley, Underground Secret Chamber. Xiao stroked his long white beard and walked in slowly. He lit the everlasting lamp in the corner of the room. It was a strange circular room. There were no objects at all. There were only thick stone walls. The stone walls were full of scratches of various colors. Some were deep, some were shallow, and their lengths varied. It was as if they were scratched randomly. Xiao turned around and looked at the other side of the room. It was a curled-up figure, trembling continuously in the corner of the room. Xiao looked at that person for a while and sighed slowly. It's getting worse? The figure shuddered continuously and only said after a long while, It's devouring me. Xiao's expression was solemn. Devouring? You mean, it's corroding your body? The figure trembled and raised its head to laugh bitterly. More than that. This power, it's as if it's going to happen to me. It's alive. Xiao frowned. What's going on? The figure continued to tremble, as if it had seen the deepest fear. It has its own consciousness. Like the devil in my heart, it's urging me, threatening me, scaring me, go and risk your life. Go and fight. Go and kill. I can't stop, until death greets me, or death will reject me again. I can't stop. Xiao closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. When he opened them again, his eyes were already red. Xiao, the respected Far East successor of the Tower of Eradication, slowly sat down cross-legged beside the figure. His eyes were filled with grief. Perhaps, this plan is wrong from the start. Even a genius like Crassus. How could we? Xiao's words were filled with pain and heaviness. Both of you. I shouldn't have let you go in the first place. However, the figure only laughed coldly. Impossible. Horace and I. Let's not talk about whether he could survive. He fought so many battles later on, killed so many people. If Horace was the one who went in the first place, can you imagine how he is now? The figure curled up even more. Xiao gripped his sword tightly. His heart was filled with regret and pain. He sighed for a long time. When the figure saw Xiao's expression, he tried his best to smile. Teacher, don't worry, I can hold on until I complete my mission. I can do it. Xiao extended his hand in anguish and placed it on the figure's shoulder. He could not help but say, You've worked hard, child. You've endured for more than 30 years, the sins that should not exist in the world. Chapter 250. In the West Corridor of Heroic Spirit Palace. Damn it, I almost stabbed you too. Waya panted as he pulled his single-edged sword out of the last enemy's corpse. He patted the wound on his left side, which seemed to have split open. How did they arrange this strange grouping? The corpse was flipped over. Cohen Caribbean crawled out from under it in a disheveled manner. His scalp went numb as he watched Wuxia pull his sword out from beside his ear. He rolled his eyes. I'm really sorry. I'm not as strong as Miranda or Raphael, and I'm not as good at fighting as the battle-hardened White Blade Guards, the police officer said perfunctorily. That's why I need your help. Attendant Wuxia Xianxia. Just now, Cohen and Wuxia had just escaped from the interception of a few Black Sand region elites. Alright, maybe I should be thankful. The attendant took a deep breath and said, at least I don't have to be grouped with Mute. That guy is very sensitive. If I stared at his throat for more than a second, he would notice it. That look in his eyes made it seem like I was the culprit who crushed his throat. Cohen stopped and looked at Wuxia in annoyance. Wuxia was stunned for a second before he shrugged awkwardly. Sorry, I forgot that you're the one in charge. Thank you for your understanding, Cohen replied angrily. Wuxia looked at the 3 corpses in front of him and rubbed his shoulders. He sighed and said, My lord, you guessed right. They send out small groups of elites to search separately. If His Highness was still with us, he would have probably been exposed by now. Then, he would have been dragged down by the endless harassment until he couldn't move an inch. Let's go quickly. Cohen panted as he listened to the faint sounds of fighting coming from the east. We're lucky this time. Their reinforcements received the signal, but they were misled by the other side. I don't know if it's the White Blade Guards or our people. They walked forward for about 10 seconds before they came to a fork in the road. Should we continue? Wuxia pointed in a direction and said with a frown, We've already. Cohen caught up with Wuxia's pace and overtook him without hesitation. We can only continue forward. We have to create space for the prince and the others. Wuxia glanced at Cohen and suddenly burst out laughing, then hurried to catch up. In the solemn atmosphere, the police officer rested his gaze on Happy's single-edged sword. He frowned slightly. You are Miss Chartier's student, but when you use a sword, you seem to be on Master Xiao's side. Wuxia nodded and frowned. I know. My teacher told me that my power of eradication is very special, and even my swordsmanship is affected by it. The police officer raised his eyebrows. Was it just special? The combat style of the Death of Sin faction is very dangerous. Most of the time, it looks like suicide, Cohen said calmly as he recalled the figure in white. But it is the branch with the highest achievements. Wuxia shook his head with a sullen expression. Many famous swordsmen or elites come from there. Cohen nodded slowly. Since you just graduated, how did you manage to become an attendant? Good family background or good swordsmanship? Wuxia shook his head and continued to walk forward. But the prince is still young. They need someone who can grow up with the prince and be his right-hand man in the future. Newbies who have just left the tower are clean and are the most suitable for this job. Wuxia shook his head and continued to walk forward. Otherwise, the Casso family is neither a local Redalian noble family with a long pedigree, nor is it a noble descendant of the empire like you Caribbean. For generations ago, we were just a small local squire. 100 years ago, we couldn't even be squires, let alone attendants. Cohen nodded in understanding. And because of this, Cohen said quietly, the king is at ease in letting you become attendants. So, what does it feel like to be born in one of the 13 distinguished families? Wuxia suddenly turned his head and asked. Not everyone has a family that has been passed down for 1,000 years. Cohen's expression froze. A family that has been passed down for 1,000 years? Cohen was stunned and then fell into deep thought. That dark and mysterious forbidden door, those ancient castles of various sizes, you have a lot, but you have even more burdens that you can't let go. Cohen's expression darkened slightly. That's the feeling. Wuxia looked at his expression and shrugged. The heir of a conferred count is willing to lower his status and become a small police officer in the capital. The attendant shook his head. This isn't common. What's this? Cohen thought disdainfully in his heart. When I was in Blade Fang's dune, I was still, I'm getting used to the Western dialect, arm wrestling with the orcs in the desert. My old man said that times are changing. It's not a bad thing to learn to adapt. Cohen shrugged. The era when Count Caribbean was directly appointed as the chief of intelligence is over. An heir of a conferred count becoming a police officer can be considered a form of training, to see how the kingdom operates. It's indeed not a bad thing. Wuxia shrugged. That's why we, Casso and Caribbean, have the chance to fight side by side here, right? Cohen chuckled. Remember to tell this story to your grandchildren. Exactly. Wuxia spread his hands and shook his head as he laughed. Your grandfather was once in Dragon Cloud City. He went on an adventure with the future conferred count of the kingdom, risking his life for the future supreme king. In the next moment, both of their expressions changed at the same time. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the two of them unsheathed their swords as quickly as they could. Their knees bent slightly, they widened their footsteps and looked nervously at the stairs opposite them. An armored figure appeared there. The Fire Knight, Tolja, slowly walked down the stairs step by step. He looked at them with a solemn expression. The police officer exhaled a long breath and lamented his luck. Wuxia narrowed his eyes, feeling anxious. Come on, big guy. I haven't forgotten that time in the prison cell. The police officer clenched his teeth and put on a sword stance. It's time to pay back the debt. In front of them, Tolja pressed his golden saber with an expressionless face. It's him again. Wuxia stared at Tolja nervously. He recalled the scene in the prison cell and said to Cohen solemnly, Are you sure you want to fight? Are you sure you want to fight? If we escape now, we might still have a chance to shake him off. There's no other choice. Cohen frowned. We'll do our best. Wuxia took a deep breath and raised his single-edged sword. He shook his head. All right then. Tolja curled up the corner of his lips and walked towards them slowly like a small hill. You've sent almost all of your men. Tolja listened to the sounds of fighting in his ears. His gaze was sharp as he said, You've even scattered your men and used interceptions to fight against our interceptions at all costs. I don't think you're trying to assassinate the Archduke. Where's the Star Killer? He asked in a low voice that was like thunder. Cohen and Thales frowned. Where's your prince? Cohen and Wuxia were both stunned. You seem to be very concerned about the prince. Wuxia snorted coldly. Tolja narrowed his eyes. I can feel it. The Fire Knight seemed very relaxed. The Fire Knight slowly unsheathed his saber, making Cohen and Thales even more nervous. Your men are very scattered. They're almost in a semicircle, and they're gradually approaching the Hall of Heroes. Cohen let out a deep breath. This is bad. What did this guy use to sense it? You're not here to break through, but to act as scouts and sentries, Tolja said coldly. To hide someone's position and conceal his intentions, isn't it? Cohen and Wuxia looked at each other and saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. Ken Vita thinks that the middle-aged lord and the Star Killer are the greatest threats. He waved his saber lightly. But ever since we met in the snow and I saw his gaze when he looked at Nicholas, I had a hunch, Tolja said solemnly, that seemingly harmless prince is the most dangerous. Where is your prince? Tolja's expression changed and he continued to interrogate, What are you planning to do? Cohen and Thales did not say a word. They were just anxiously thinking about what to do next. But in the next moment, Tolja took a step forward and brandished his saber to attack. The tensed Wuxia felt a jolt in his heart. He immediately drew his single-edged sword and went straight for Tolja's face. Cohen's expression changed. No! The police officer shouted angrily. He grabbed Wuxia's left arm forcefully and pulled him back. Wuxia's single-edged sword and Tolja's golden saber clashed in the air. The temperature in the air rose sharply. Asterisk sizzle. Asterisk the strange sizzling sound rang again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the clear sound of metal falling to the ground rang out. Wuxia was pulled back 5 whole steps by the police officer until he sat on the ground. But he had no time to worry about Cohen anymore. Wuxia stared at the single-edged sword in his hand in a daze. The front edge of the sword had been broken. The cut was smooth, and the blade was red and emitting a faint heat. It was as if it had been fused in an instant. The broken blade swayed continuously on the ground. Opposite them, Tolja snorted softly, as expected. He casually swung the golden saber in his hand, and strange sparks splashed in the air. Cohen and Waya watched as the Fire Knight raised his saber and stabbed it into the wall beside him without any resistance. He waved his arms slowly and the saber slashed across the wall. Sparks flew everywhere it went, and only charred marks were left. As the sizzling sound rang out, the air was filled with an unpleasant burnt smell. Ever since it lost its corresponding prey, the importance of this saber has been greatly reduced. Tolja pulled his saber out of the wall, as if he was pulling it out of water. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the two people on the ground. But it is still an effective weapon. Cohen supported Waya and stared in shock at the saber in Tolja's hand. He remembered the old book he read in his family's ancient castle. Cohen remembered Tolja's nickname again. This is just a warning. Tolja's expression was solemn. I respect your spirit, so, I promise, it will be over soon. How can it be? Waya muttered as he looked at the cut on his weapon. This is steel refined in the tower. He looked at Tolja's saber again, and was extremely shocked. What kind of weapon is that? It can actually cut through metal without any obstruction, without any effort? Cohen took a deep breath. A legendary anti-mystic equipment, Cohen answered solemnly, and stared at the golden saber used for horse battles. The Rising Sun Saber. It is said to be a blazing blade that can cut through everything. Cohen smelled the burnt smell in the air, felt the rising temperature, and gritted his teeth. It is also known as Hell's Breath. Waya was slightly stunned. Good knowledge. Tolja nodded approvingly and looked at his own weapon. The sharpest blade in the world has a temperature. The faces of the two from Constellation turned extremely ugly. What do we do now? Waya frowned. His saber, yes. Cohen clenched his teeth. He watched as Tolja raised the Rising Sun saber and slowly approached him. The police officer shook his head solemnly and awkwardly, as if he was talking to himself. Faced with a weapon that can cut through almost all weapons and armor, what should we do? In another room in Heroic Spirit Palace. Little Rascal leaned against the wall in a daze. Thales clenched his fists and said nothing. Footsteps were heard. The vice diplomat of Constellation came to their side. Little Rascal was slightly startled. She snapped out of her daze and looked at Thales as if asking for help. The prince nodded at her. Put-Ray looked at Thales in front of him and Little Rascal behind him, who was feeling uneasy because they had returned to Heroic Spirit Palace. He could not help but sigh. They have spread out and are in position. Put-Ray listened to the faint sounds of fighting around him and estimated the distance between them. Your Highness, it is time for you to make your move. Thales raised his head and looked at Put-Ray calmly. Will they survive? He asked bitterly. Put-Ray did not speak. He only stared at him in silence. A few seconds later, as you said, the vice diplomat sighed slightly. You know very well what the key to this chess game is. You have to place the strongest chess piece on the battlefield. If you win, Put-Ray said flatly, we will win. No matter the sacrifice. For a moment, Thales was actually speechless. He could only lower his head. Thales only felt a heavy weight in his heart. I'm sorry. This wasn't my plan. The atmosphere was very depressing. Little Rascal pursed her lips at the side. She was troubled. I know, Your Highness. Put-Ray shook his head. His expression was as usual. I know. We had no choice but to break into the gatehouse. That was an accident. Being discovered there was another accident. In the end, we had no choice but to do this. Put-Ray slowly crouched down. But one of the most fascinating things in life, the vice diplomat sighed softly, is that there are always accidents that interrupt the beautiful dreams we have planned. Put-Ray's gaze drifted away, as if he was reminiscing about the past. Accidents. I know. Thales took a deep breath and looked at the tiles on the floor, trying his best to expel all unnecessary emotions from his mind. But, listening to them, Putre lowered his eyelids and did not move. Putre, I'm sorry. Thales sighed. In the end, he gave up and continued, take care. At this moment. Your Highness. The vice diplomat suddenly cut Thales off. He let out a long sigh, as if he had made up his mind about something. Putre lowered his head and nodded slowly. Before I leave, I want you to know something. Please do not feel guilty for me. Thales frowned and looked at the vice diplomat. But Putre's face was hidden in the darkness. He could not see it clearly. For some reason, Thales felt that Putre was very abnormal at that moment. 12 years ago, I was at the border between Exted and Constellation, working with the Secret Intelligence Department to collect intelligence for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Putre's voice trembled slightly. That summer, I made a decision. Thales became more and more puzzled. A simple decision, a light suggestion, he said in a low voice. His voice was as light as a feather that had fallen into the air. I only needed to nod slightly, and that proposal regarding Extet would be sent back to the country. Thales suddenly thought of something. An inexplicable panic rose in him. 12 years ago. Extet, Putre paused for a moment, as if he could not continue. But that was a mistake, an unforgivable mistake. The vice diplomat panted slightly. The Northern Territory welcomed disaster. The flames of war burned, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses were everywhere. At that moment, Thales' heart trembled. He raised his head abruptly and looked at Putre in disbelief. What? King Niven's voice seemed to echo in his ears again. That was an assassin from Constellation. Thales stared at the thin man in front of him in a daze. Putre raised his head, trembling slightly as he did so. His face was filled with a deathly stillness and gloomy sorrow. I lied to myself countless times, told myself that it was not my fault, convinced myself that it was just an accident, an assassin's foolish mistake. I even learned to be indifferent, and told myself to forget the past. But it was useless. The vice diplomat's expression was gloomy, and his tone seemed to be filled with despair. The sins you have committed will eventually return to you. Whether you run away from it or not. Thales looked at the man's repentance, but his heart was blank. He did not know how he should react. So, Your Highness, when I heard you say that you wanted to stop the war, wanted to change, wanted to redeem the situation, wanted to do something, Putre's eyes were red, and his expression was mournful but serene. I am really relieved, he said softly, his smile bitter. Thales stared back at him in a daze. Putre took a deep breath and restrained his expression. His gaze flickered. Thales Jade Star. Hearing him call his name directly, Thales moved slightly. Putre stared at him quietly, his gaze firm. In the next second, Putre slowly pressed his right chest, nodded slowly, and spoke in a solemn tone. To work with you. I am honored. As soon as he finished speaking, Putre stood up decisively, turned around, and left. Thales was left in a daze. The second prince frowned. His breathing quickened, and his thoughts were in a mess. In the room, only Little Rascal's confused voice could be heard. A few minutes later. Outside the Hall of Heroes, the densely packed Black Sand region soldiers formed a tight defense line, vigilantly paying attention to everything around them. Even the inexplicable noises in the walls were not spared. Their actions even affected the people on the four archdukes' side, who kept looking at them. Viscount Kenvita listened to his subordinates' reports calmly, nodding from time to time. Finally, after one report, Kenvita's expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a second, then gestured to his deputy, turned around, and left resolutely. Accompanied by a team of soldiers, Kenvita walked through layers of tight defense lines, occasionally responding to his subordinates' salutes. Finally, he turned into a corridor. In this corridor, two teams of Black Sand region soldiers escorted a captive to Kenvita. Kenvita frowned. Meeting under such circumstances. The Viscount of the City of Halting Light said flatly, should I be surprised? A lord who walked right into a trap. Before Kenvita, the vice diplomat of Constellation, Lord Put-Ray-Nemain, had his arms cuffed. With a calm expression, he raised his head and looked at Kenvita. Chapter 251. Do you really know what you're doing? Merc pressed against the wall with one hand and held his sword with the other. He panted in pain. Between his ribs, there was a cut on his robe, and blood was seeping out. Believe me, father. In front of him, Croce shook off the blood on her sword with a cold expression. I know what I'm doing more than any other time in the past 20 years. Merc clenched his teeth and pressed on his wound, frowning. After all, he was old and no longer a white blade guard. His swordsmanship was rusty, his hands were sluggish, and his body was always half a beat slower. And he did not have a suitable weapon. Merc slowly moved away from the wall and sighed. He held the hilt of his sword and used the back of the sword to protect his forearm. He bent down and made a conservative counterattack. Your mother wouldn't want to see us fight. The swordswoman's expression changed. Croce's expression was complicated and subtle. She seemed to be smiling, and the hand holding her sword trembled slightly. It's good that you still remember her. Croce's voice was laced with anger. Of course, to her, her man, her husband, is everything. How can we do anything that's disadvantageous to you? As soon as she finished speaking, Croce stepped forward. Her long sword was like a venomous snake, mercilessly piercing through the air. Merc instinctively raised his hand and pushed the tip of the sword away from his head. I know I'm not a good father, and I know you're very competitive. But if this is revenge... Merc blocked the tip of Croce's sword and gritted his teeth. It's not worth it. Croce seemed to have heard the funniest joke. She snorted and said softly, don't be too arrogant, father. You're not that important. The next moment, Croce slashed down with her sword without hesitation, aiming for Merc's thigh. Merc took a step back with difficulty, only to receive another stab at his ribs. His face, thighs, ribs, and wrists. Croce's every attack seemed to have predicted the next attack point. She constantly adjusted Merc's movements for the effective prelude to the next attack, saving the time, moment, and angle of her sword. Merc knew that he had once again fallen into his opponent's rhythm. Unless there was an unexpected change of tactics, he would lose if he continued to defend. As expected, in the next second, Croce's sword cut through Merc's left shoulder. Blood gushed out. Merc rolled to avoid the next strike and retreated 5 steps away. He was in a sorry state. Croce nodded. What a pity. Originally, the next sword could have easily gone for the throat. Should I say, as expected of the former white blade guards? Then why? Merc's ferocious face was bathed in blood. He said angrily, why did you side with the traitors? Why did you betray your king and the creed of the Northlanders? Croce looked at her father coldly and shook her head in contempt. I have just been promoted to captain of the personal guards by his grace, she said softly. Of course, I have to be loyal, do my best, and fulfill my duty. Merc narrowed his eyes. The former king's administrator shook his head. Wake up. He sighed slowly, his eyes filled with disappointment as he looked at Croce. Do you think this is because he appreciates you? So, loyalty in return? Croce subconsciously tightened her grip on the sword. Lampard won't let a little girl be the leader of his personal guards for no reason, Merc said, enunciating each word clearly. I've been in the palace for too many years, and I understand them too well. What they value is not your ability, but your status and connections, be it me or the Tower of Eradication. Croce's pupils slowly shrank. Silence. Thank you for the reminder, father. Croce exhaled, gritted her teeth, and said indignantly, just like in the past. Merc frowned. In his hands, you are just a rare commodity that happens to be useful in an incident. A tool that can be used, a person that can be exploited for value, Merc continued. The so-called captain of the personal guards is just a fake bait. The swordswoman spread her legs, lowered her waist, and raised the sword to her chest solemnly. It was as if she was facing the most terrifying enemy. Don't sink any further, Croche. Merc shook his head sadly. Your mother would definitely not want to see. Don't mention her, Croche interrupted him firmly. You are not worthy. Merc's face darkened. But he immediately raised his head. What about Madame Adele? Croche's expression changed. Merc's voice was steady and calm, but there was a different kind of sadness in it. After your mother passed away, the madam brought you by her side, raised you, loved you, and treated you as her own. Croche lowered her head, hiding her face in the darkness. Her left hand slowly gripped the hilt of her sword. She funded and sent you to the Tower of Eradication, not so that you would bleed and die for some suzerain, Merc continued bleakly. You would become their tool without knowing it. Before he finished speaking, Croche suddenly rose and slashed with her sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Merc pressed his left hand on the back of his saber and blocked the sword. In front of him, the swordswoman had a crazed expression. She held the sword with both hands, and her strength was stronger than before. Adele? She is a good person. Croche gritted her teeth and stared at her father. But she can't even save herself. Merc, who was wrestling with his daughter, suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Merc also gritted his teeth, and his hands began to tremble. So, she sent you to the Tower of Eradication so that you can protect yourself. You don't have to rely on others, and you don't have to be controlled by others. You can live freely and happily, Merc said painfully. Away from the darkness and misfortune that she faced. Unexpectedly, when Croche heard this, she actually slowly inhaled a breath of air. At that moment, an expression of mockery and disdain appeared on her face. You have never changed, have you, Burn Merc? Croche said calmly and disappointedly, just like everyone else. Merc was slightly stunned. What? In the next moment, Croche suddenly activated her power of eradication, and her longsword suddenly loosened. Just as Merc felt that his saber had lost its resistance and could not be retracted, Croche's sword twisted around his saber and miraculously returned to its original position, going straight for his throat. But at that moment, a gleaming longsword appeared from behind Merc. It hit the spine of Croche's sword. Asterisk ding. Asterisk Merc only heard a light ring beside his ear. The tip of Croche's sword brushed past his left ear, and he felt a chill. The longsword did not stop. Instead, it continued to attack, going straight for Croche's wrist. Croche immediately withdrew her sword and took a few steps back to avoid the longsword's attack. The three of them distanced themselves from each other. Merc looked behind him in shock and bewilderment. You? He asked with difficulty. Croche's eyes were burning with anger as she stared at the new troublemaker. The newcomer twirled her sword and spoke softly. Let's go. Miranda Arun stood beside Merc with a solemn expression. You go and help the others. There aren't many enemies, but they are spread out and are trying to stop us. Miranda stared at Croche. Let me deal with her. Croche laughed coldly. Merc looked at his daughter and then at Miranda. He seemed to be struggling. Miranda interrupted him. You can't make up your mind, and you can't make an enemy out of your own daughter, she said flatly, her eyes fixed on Croche's face. Staying here will only make the situation worse. Then let me do it. Merc was stunned. He looked at his daughter, but Croche had no intention of paying attention to him. She only stared at Miranda. In the end, Merc sighed deeply and turned to leave. Merc's figure was getting further and further away. Miranda took a step forward. Croche also walked towards her. The two swordswomen looked at each other in silence. You've changed a lot. Both of you. Miranda broke the silence. She softly called her friend's nickname. Croche. Croche's expression changed slightly. You and Raphael. Croche quietly looked at her friend from the same generation. Not everyone is as unchanging as Cohen. After a long while, Croche finally smiled. Mira. Miranda shook her head. You're wrong. Cohen used to be very cheerful and optimistic, Miranda said flatly. But he was not as deliberate and exaggerated as he is now. Croce was stunned. Miranda continued in a low voice, he's also changed. He tries to hide and deny some things he doesn't want to face with that heartless smile of his. Miranda looked up. And you, Croce? The girl from the Arun family looked into her friend's eyes solemnly. What are you hiding and denying? Both of them stopped at the same time. If they took another step forward, they would be in attack range. Croce did not answer. Or let me ask you in a different way. Miranda's expression was calm. Why are you working for Lampard? Don't tell me about honor, loyalty, reward, and ambition. Before Croce could speak, Miranda shook her head decisively. From what I know, these things are not enough to make you betray your friends, your beliefs, and your pride as a Northlander. Croce looked at her old friend with a complicated expression. A few seconds later, the extension girl sneered. This is not the right way to ask a question. Miranda raised her eyebrows. She glanced at Croce's left wrist. It was bandaged with the wound she made. Her own abdomen, where Croce had injured her, was still aching faintly. Very well. Miranda chuckled. Then let's talk. In front of Croce, Miranda's expression turned solemn. She flung her long sword away, and a cold light shone in her eyes. Use the swordsman's method. A strange rustling sound was heard. Demon's flesh. Caslin frowned and looked at Raphael, who was struggling to get up from the ground. His gaze stopped on his arms, which were moving about in an uncontrollable manner. As the legends say, you recover so quickly. Raphael slowly exhaled and swung his arms. Are you ready for the next round? Caslin just looked at him quietly. It must be uncomfortable, child. After a while, the old man sighed. There is always a price to pay for sharing a body with limbs that don't belong to you. Raphael's expression changed. In the next moment, the young man suddenly moved. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a metallic sound was heard. The long sword was unsheathed. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to react. But Caslin did not touch his soul slayer pike at all. He let it lean against the wall and watched coldly as the tip of his enemy's sword got closer and closer to his face. In the next moment, the old man suddenly tilted his head and his body to one side, dodging the trajectory of the incoming sword. Raphael snorted coldly in his heart. In that moment, the power of eradication in his body and that thing were stimulated at the same time, and an unusual strength and speed burst forth. In an interval that normal people would not be able to detect, Raphael's muscles and bones groaned in pain as he endured an enormous amount of pressure. It was also at that moment that Raphael's body speed and strength were raised to the maximum, and he completed an impossible change of direction. The tip of his sword turned sharply. He wanted to kill Caslin in one fell swoop while he was dodging. This was the inspiration he got from Pegasus music. He wanted to force his enemy to dodge, then use his unique power of eradication and his physical advantage to forcefully change his direction in an instant when it was impossible to change his move, and kill his enemy unexpectedly. It was simple, direct, and usually very effective. But in the next second, Caslin moved his feet slightly with an expressionless face and kicked the Soul Slayer pike on the wall. The Soul Slayer pike shook and slid down. As it fell, it rotated slowly with 2/3 of the pike as its axis. Raphael's expression changed drastically. There was no other reason. The Soul Slayer pike's blade had fallen right in the path of his change of direction. Based on this trajectory, Raphael was inexplicably terrified. Before he could kill Caslin, he would be hit by the pike's blade because he could not stop his momentum. That was the Soul Slayer pike. In that instant, Raphael's power of eradication, which had already been activated, turned around again and forcefully collided with the thing in his body. Raphael took 2 painful steps forward and forcibly stopped his body from changing direction. Inertia tortured his bones, and Raphael almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The pike's blade sliced through his sleeve. But Caslin's fist was already in front of his chest. Raphael knew that this was a matter of life and death. The thing in his body cooperated like never before and released energy at all costs. His right hand swelled up with a strange buzzing sound. His blood vessels bulged, and he blocked Caslin's fist with all his might. Asterisk thud. Asterisk, but Raphael's expression changed again. Caslin's fist was as light as a feather and had no strength. As expected, in the next moment, Caslin's fist turned into a palm. He grabbed Raphael's sleeve and pushed him in his original direction. Raphael lost his balance and fell to one side. What shocked him was that Caslin had pushed him in the direction where the Soul Slayer pike had fallen. The tip of the pike was pointed at him. Raphael had no support and could not dodge the pike's blade. The ferocious tip of the Soul Slayer pike was getting closer and closer to his face. In that instant, Raphael decisively let go of the long sword in his left hand. The blood vessels in his left arm bulged and turned dark. He immediately pulled back his left hand and punched the Soul Slayer pike. Before the pike's blade could cut through the tip of his nose, he sent the infamous weapon flying. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Raphael fell to the ground and coughed out another mouthful of blood in pain. But he did not dare to stay. He rolled backward twice in a flustered manner to avoid Caslin's attack range. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the Soul Slayer pike fell to the ground and made a ringing sound. The sound of metal echoed in the corridor. Caslin sighed and shook his head. I saw your expression. You're probably suffering in pain every moment, feeling their rejection and denial of you. Drenched in cold sweat, Raphael gritted his teeth and felt the thing in his body rioting. His hands trembled incessantly and the pain pierced his heart. He stared at Caslin with his red eyes. His expression was one of disbelief. Impossible. This time, I don't even have the slightest chance. Is it really like what teacher said, Caslin Lamba, cannot be defeated head-on? You thought that you could control them. You thought that they were just insignificant embellishments to you, insignificant additions. But, they are like rebellions that will never be quelled, Caslin continued with a gloomy expression. When you become weak, when you begin to compromise, they will attack you en masse and devour you. Caslin raised his head and kicked the Soul Slayer pike on the ground. He thumped his chest twice and coughed. His voice was hoarse and sorrowful. I tried. Cough, cough. I know. When you abandon your pure self, compromise with reality, and accept things that don't belong to you. Caslin raised his head in pain. This is the consequence. Sooner or later, you will become an inhuman that even you can't recognize. The old man watched Raphael struggle and moan on the ground. He said sorrowfully, I apologize to you on behalf of Shao and the Tower of Eradication, child. Raphael's expression changed. Apologize to me? He clenched his teeth silently. You self-righteous old man. Raphael trembled and forced himself to raise his head. He was drenched in cold sweat, but he could not stop sneering. What does an ignorant person like you know? Caslin sighed and shook his head. I know Shao. He is a good person who always wants to bear the consequences of others' mistakes and make up for his mistakes. Caslin looked at his opponent dejectedly and coughed. But most of the time, the cruelest decisions are made by good people. Raphael stared at the old man in a daze. Don't worry. Caslin caught his breath. He pulled up the spearhead and approached Raphael step by step. His tone was apologetic. You won't have to suffer anymore. The old man raised the Soul Slayer pike and aimed it at Raphael on the ground. At that moment, asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk hurried footsteps came from behind Caslin. They were getting closer and closer. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk what followed was the sound of a sharp blade slicing through the air. Caslin's expression was calm. He turned around abruptly and swung his pike rapidly. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the pike hit the wall beside him, and shattered stones flew everywhere. Caslin frowned. He did not focus on the enemy. The ambusher had already raised his head and slid to his side, avoiding the Soul Slayer pike's sweeping radius. The old man, who had been through hundreds of battles, immediately turned solemn. He quickly retreated and avoided the two gleaming blades on the ground. After the enemy forced Caslin to retreat, he did not continue to attack. He half knelt on the ground and slowly stood up. Raphael saw the person's face clearly and widened his eyes. Caslin also saw the person. The old man's expression was complicated. His throat bobbed. The person swung the blade in his hand. I can tell that you haven't been on the battlefield many times, the person said to Raphael coldly. His blunt words made Raphael unhappy. You don't even know how to kill. Also, you're welcome. Raphael sighed. Trembling, he supported himself on the ground and stood up. Can't you talk nicely? The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department said unhappily. The person snorted and turned to face Caslin. Get lost, Baron Bone Boy. Raphael raised his eyebrows. Obviously, this guy has no intention of talking nicely. Star Killer, sorry Nicholas, the commander of the White Blade Guards who was supposed to be blocking the pursuers at the palace gate, stood proudly in front of Caslin. His eyes were full of anger and hatred. From now on, this is the internal affair of the White Blade Guards. Caslin and Nicholas looked at each other. One was complicated and subtle, while the other was cold and resentful. It was as if they wanted to see something in each other's eyes. Raphael picked up his long sword and frowned slightly. You can handle him alone? This guy is very difficult, that's enough. Nicholas snorted impatiently and interrupted him. A lousy old man in his 60s or 70s who will die at any moment. Under Raphael's strange expression, the Star Killer said disdainfully, those who would lose to him are probably idiots. In a corner of Dragon Cloud's palace, a short man wearing a cloak sneezed loudly while biting a drumstick. Listening to the other party's deliberate sarcasm, Raphael's frown deepened. Caslin watched their interaction and flashed a bitter smile. That guy. He's asking for a beating, as always. Raphael coughed. My guess is, he reminded Nicholas without batting an eyelid, and at the same time, struck back cleverly, before the young and valiant Archduke Paffert duel with the old and frail King Nuvan. That's what I thought too. Nicholas turned his head around. What followed was a murderous glare. All right then. Raphael raised his hands and took 2 steps back. He raised his eyebrows. You can continue chatting. I won't disturb you. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Only Caslin and Nicholas were left in the corridor. Faint sounds of fighting could be heard. Nicholas turned around silently and looked at Caslin. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but in the end, he shut it tightly. At the same time, Caslin also wanted to say something, but stopped. The two commanders of the White Blade Guards confronted each other in this strange and tense atmosphere. Finally, Nicholas clenched his teeth. Long time no see, the Star Killer was the first to speak. There was suppressed anger in his voice. With great difficulty, he called out a form of address that he had not used for many years. Boss. Nicholas ground his teeth. There was a complicated look in his eyes. For 20 years, only other people called him that. He had almost forgotten the time when he called others that. Boss. Caslin sighed and lowered his head. Yes. I was wondering when I would see you again, Caslin said gently. He also called out a form of address that he had not used for many years. You're late, Spiky. Nicholas' expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly. I was delayed for a while in front of the palace gate. Nicholas shook his head. His gaze on Caslin became increasingly hostile. Unfortunately, you can't punish me to run laps anymore. At that moment, Caslin stared at Nicholas in front of him. He was a little absent-minded. It was as if he had returned to the past. In front of the palace gate? The old man moved slightly. You blocked those soldiers, didn't you? You used the ability of the Severing Soul's blade. Caslin sighed slightly. There was a profound meaning in his words as he said, you know, you can't escape. Nicholas nodded slowly. Yes. The Star Killer's face was pale and his expression was cold. He also used the name of the Severing Soul's blade's ability to answer him. You can't escape. Nicholas took a step forward. His expression was as cold as ice. Ground Shaker, former captain of King Nuven's personal guards, former commander of the White Blade Guards. Sir Caslin Lampard. The two of them were silent for a second. A silent sorrow struck Caslin's heart. Spiky. Caslin heaved a long sigh. His expression was lonely and sorrowful. Are you here to question me? Nicholas stared at him coldly. He stared at his former commander. No. The Star Killer said briefly and forcefully, that is something that only His Majesty would do. Caslin furrowed his brows slightly. Don't worry, boss, Nicholas said coldly. There was a mixture of pain and hatred in his eyes. I'll send you to see him now. Thank you for your concern and understanding in the group. My fever has subsided, but I'm still coughing. I've been taking medicine for the past few days. Resume updating. Okay. Chapter 252. In the Hall of Heroes of Heroic Spirit Palace, the four archdukes looked at each other. He's in trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Watching Chapman Lampard walk out of the hall alone, Archduke Rockney furrowed his brows. It's probably Prime Minister Leespan. Archduke Trentida snorted softly. His hurried rubbing of his hands revealed his emotions. He exhaled harshly. That's not the problem right now. The Archduke of Reformation Tower's voice was as sharp and strange as ever. Trentida gestured at Lampard's retreating back with his chin. You know what I mean, how to choose. He looked at the other archdukes with a serious expression. Rockney sighed. His expression was full of doubt. Do you believe what he said? The constellations are already different? Rockney subconsciously clenched his fists. The archdukes did not speak. Only Archduke Alcius stood by the brazier and shook his head. I don't know, Kulgan. I really don't know. The bearded archduke looked worried. But I think there's one thing we all know. The three archdukes looked at him. Rabian Alcius raised his head and slowly walked up to them. At that moment, his heart was extremely heavy. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid's voice was filled with an inexplicable force. In the 10 years or so that we are in turmoil because of the king's death, Constellation's enlistment age population will return to its pre-war level. Whether it's farming or trade, they will recover their vitality. The archdukes moved slightly. In the past, it would just be another fight. But what Lampard said just now. Alcius shook his head slowly. His gaze was solemn. You all heard it. Trentida's eyes brightened. He snapped his fingers. So? Archduke Rockney's soft snort came from the side and interrupted them. I don't know if all of you have noticed. The lanky Archduke Rockney glanced at the other three archdukes. But it seems that after Lampard finished telling his story, all of you have forgotten Extet's pride and creed, and even the fact that he killed the king. He shook his head lightly. This isn't what we agreed on. Archduke Letko, who had not spoken for a long time, tapped the table lightly. Please believe me, Kulgan. Believe in my respect for Extet. The old Archduke raised his head. He spoke slowly but seriously, but if even 1% of what Chapman Lampard said is true, I am also not willing to take the risk. The three archdukes tensed up. Punishing Lampard is to maintain the balance and tacit understanding in Extet, and to ensure that the rights of our families are not infringed upon, Letko said flatly. But if there comes a day when Extet is no longer as strong as before, and foreign enemies can easily tear through our defenses and set foot on our territory, he slowly frowned, his hands clasped tighter and tighter. The family that we worked so hard to protect and maintain, the bloodline that we did our best to continue and glorify, the descendants and grandchildren that I've tried my best to cultivate, and the territories that I've tried my best to manage, and what will happen to them? All the archdukes fell silent. Tranquil snorted softly. Do you still expect the Constellations to be like their ancestors of the Empire, to retain our rights and identities, and to let us continue to rule this land as suzerains? Rachni did not speak. In any case, it won't be Alcius, Archduke Alcius added coldly. A few hundred years ago, Tormund almost killed us all. Then, he built Constellation on the Alcius family's land and corpses. There was another silence. But everyone knew that they had to make a decision. Let me put it this way, I'm starting to consider Lampard's suggestion. Tranquil turned around, spread his hands, raised his eyebrows, and said tentatively, but after I'm done thinking about it, just in case, I'm saying just in case. I don't want to find an excuse to deceive all of you and sneak out alone to reach an agreement with Lampard. That's why I'm saying this up front. He shook his head and looked at the other 3 archdukes. What do all of you say? Do you know what this decision means? Archduke Rachni's gaze became sharper and sharper. He said coldly, where do you place our common elected king? I don't know, but I'm certain that his soul and body are not together. Tranquil shrugged and frowned. Come on, all of you have to admit that Lampard's suggestion is very tempting. Rachni looked at him disdainfully. A part of the land or a part of Constellation? Tranquil blinked and smiled faintly. Both. Letko and Alcius pursed their lips tightly and did not answer. A few seconds later, Archduke Alcius raised his head. His expression was solemn. I participated in that war, and I've seen how the Constellations manage their cities. But I've never thought as much as Lampard did. Until now. His gaze swept across the others, his expression extremely solemn. And Prestige Orchid region and the Alcius family are too close to Constellation. Although it was not Tranquil, Alcius' hint was obvious enough. Rachni furrowed his brows tightly. Archduke Letko heaved a deep sigh. Very well, the old Archduke said tiredly. He turned to Rachni. I understand what you're thinking, but I think that Lampard's existence is still within our control. We can even delay dealing with him. But the threat of Constellation, the unruly Lampard or the increasingly powerful Constellation, Archduke Letko said slowly, who would we rather choose as our opponent? The 3 archdukes stared at Rachni with complicated gazes. Rachni stared at the Soul Slayer pike rack above the fireplace behind the long table. A few seconds later, Archduke Kulgan Rachni of the City of Faraway Prayers finally spoke slowly. He looked at the others with a sharp gaze. Before that, you have to know that no matter what, I will not choose Lampard as king. Rachni shook his head resolutely. Impossible. Very well. Tranquil heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. I won't either. The archdukes looked at each other, exchanging mysterious and subtle emotions. A few seconds later, they laughed in unison. But their laughter slowly died down. Lampard's footsteps could be heard slowly from outside the hall. It seems that your considerations have come to a conclusion. Chapman Lampard's voice rang in the hall. The 4 archdukes turned to the Archduke of Black Sand region. Lampard's footsteps were still steady, his posture was still vigorous, but the vicissitudes of life on his face had only deepened. Is there anything we should know? Archduke Letko narrowed his eyes. Lampard came before the long table, looked at his colleagues, and nodded slowly. Yes. Leespan exceeded my expectations. The Archduke of Black Sand region sighed. His men have already begun attacking the gatehouse. The Archduke's expressions tensed up. If it were before, this news would have been like a welcome rain from the sky. But now, so. Lampard's gaze became extremely sharp. We must make a decision now. He stared coldly at the 4 archdukes, but this time, his aura was unprecedentedly powerful and oppressive. Lampard clenched his teeth. Do you want to fight with me here, where both sides will suffer? Or do you want to forge a new foundation in Dragon Cloud City with me and save Extet? Silence. A suffocating silence that lasted much longer than usual. The Archduke's gazes met countless times in the air. Finally, Archduke Letko nodded slightly. Chapman. The old Archduke turned to Lampard, trembling. Wisdom and vigilance flashed in his eyes. First, you have to understand something. Lampard narrowed his eyes. The other Archduke stared coldly at Lampard. Archduke Letko stood up slowly and paced to the center of the hall. The old Archduke slowly extended his hand and raised his palms sideways in front of his chest. He said flatly, "This is for Extet." "Rogers, Letko," Archduke Letko said flatly. Lampard stared at Letko, and a ripple instantly appeared in his eyes. But his left hand pressed on the saber at his waist, and the ripple immediately turned into determination and cruelty. Of course. Chapman Lampard's expression was solemn as he strode forward. Chapman Lampard. The Archduke of Black Sand Region extended his right hand and clasped Archduke Letko's palm. His tone was unquestionable. For Extet. As the two archdukes' gazes met, their tightly clasped palms shook forcefully in the air. According to the ancient Northland etiquette, they formed an alliance with a palm oath. Archduke Tranquil raised his eyebrows slightly and walked between them. Porpheus Tranquil. For Dragon Cloud City, the others furrowed their brows. Tranquil smiled softly, blinked, and added, "and Extet." He pressed his palm against the two archdukes' tightly clasped hands. Lampard sneered. Alcius heaved a deep sigh and walked to the opposite side of Tranquil. His expression became extremely solemn. Rabian Alcius. For survival. Alcius nodded at the others briefly and decisively. He clasped his right palm and joined the three of them in the palm oath. The four archdukes clasped their palms tightly and looked at the only person left in the hall. Archduke Rockney pursed his lips and stared at the ground. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just as Tranquil began to worry, Archduke Rockney suddenly flung off his cloak, walked to Lampard's side, and looked at the Archduke of Black Sand Region. Lampard stared back at him without flinching. Rockney averted his gaze and glanced at the others. In the next second, the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers extended his hand without hesitation and clasped the four archdukes' palms. Kulgan Rockney. With a profound meaning, he spoke softly. For Northland. Black Sand Region, Defense City, Reformation Tower, Prestige Orchid Region, and the City of Faraway Prayers. The alliance between the 5 archdukes was thus completed. In a remote corridor on the upper floor of the Hall of Heroes, the soldiers of Black Sand Region guarded the perimeter tightly, leaving the empty space in the middle for their commander and captives. "You know, after that conversation in the snow, I've been paying attention to you, Mr. Vice Diplomat, Lord Nemain." Viscount Kenvita of Black Sand Region looked at the captive before him and sighed. "I also asked some friends to investigate you." Putre frowned slightly. "What did you find out?" Viscount Kenvita approached the bound Putre and smiled faintly. "Quite a lot." The Viscount of the City of Halting Light nodded slowly. "As Prince Midier's attendant, you are far more than what you seem on the surface." Putre narrowed his eyes. "For example?" "The people in the secret room don't really understand your system. They always treat you as Prince Midier's servant," Kenvita said with a light snort. "They don't care much about what happened in the Foreign Affairs Department after you left the palace. So, I focused on investigating your whereabouts after you left the palace during this period of time." Putre's expression changed a little. "Learden from 24 years ago." Kenvita said faintly. Putre frowned. But Kenvita continued. "Longchant City from 22 years ago, Steel City from 19 years ago, Chelan City from 15 years ago, Golden Passage from 14 years ago, Broken Dragon Fortress from 12 years ago, Crystal Jade City from 10 years ago, and the ruins from 5 years ago." Viscount Kenvita smiled as he listed the names of the places. He said happily, "You've been to so many places." Put-Ray stared at the Viscount before him with a solemn expression and sighed slightly. The Foreign Affairs Department has a lot of work, he said briefly. Kenvita shrugged. I'm afraid it's not just a lot of work. The Viscount walked behind him and shook his head. Do you need me to remind you? Put-Ray did not speak. Kenvita began to pace around him, and as he paced, he spoke. 24 years ago, the Hanbol royal family succession dispute. 22 years ago, and Lenzo's annexation rebellion. 19 years ago, the feud between the Holy Tree Court and the Hall of King Chronicles. 15 years ago, King Yao ascended to the throne. 14 years ago, the civil war of the Alliance of Freedom that engulfed the surrounding regions. There's no need to mention the bloody year. There's also the merfolk's attack on the ship 10 years ago, and the Desert War 5 years ago. Just like before, Kenvita said a few nouns. The Viscount stopped in front of Put-Ray and stopped his narration. He looked at Put-Ray's expression calmly. But Put-Ray only stared at him without saying a word. Lord Put-Ray Nemain, Prince Midier's eldest son's attendant, former second-class civil servant in the Foreign Affairs Department, former Viscount. Kenvita exhaled slowly and narrowed his eyes. It seems that wherever the war is, you will be there? Put-Ray frowned slightly. Is that so? I don't even remember. Or... Viscount Kenvita's gaze was strange, and he changed the topic. Kenvita curled up the corner of his lips. Wherever you go, there will be war? Put-Ray burst out laughing. You really have a sense of humor. The vice diplomat shook his head and could not help but laugh. Based on what you're saying, the current chaos in Dragon Cloud City is also because of my arrival? Kenvita's expression changed. What a watertight fellow. You don't look nervous? The Viscount's tone turned cold. Your Grace. Put-Ray arched an eyebrow. Should I be nervous? Kenvita sneered. He turned around and glanced at the decorations around him, taking in the rough and messy style of Heroic Spirit Palace at a glance. I know that you've split up your forces in an attempt to divert our attention and cover a crucial step in the complicated palace. Perhaps you're one of them. Put-Ray narrowed his eyes and nodded in all seriousness. And you responded very well, Viscount Kenvita, the vice diplomat said in resignation. You didn't easily mobilize us, nor did you rigidly defend the place. Instead, you correspondingly sent a small number of elites and used continuous harassment to hinder our approach. Kenvita turned around abruptly. His gaze was as sharp as an arrow as he stared at Put-Ray. Every path leading to the Hall of Heroes, including the top and bottom 6 floors, is heavily guarded. Kenvita's tone became cold and resolute. We know every secret passage in Heroic Spirit Palace. Even the windows and the observation tower are being watched. I know that you have a psionic who can fly. Believe me, our archers will leave a deep impression on him outside the window. Kenvita asserted coldly. It doesn't matter if it's Nicholas or anyone else, even if the kingdom's wrath is here, you won't be able to get close to the hall and harm the Archduke. Put-Ray met his eyes. There was a thought-provoking look in his eyes. Really? Kenvita furrowed his brows. Why? Why is he still so confident? Kenvita gritted his teeth and asked the biggest question in his heart. Why did you walk right into our trap? Put-Ray heaved a long sigh. Because I'm worried, the vice diplomat said flatly. I want to make a final confirmation, especially here. Kenvita thought of something. Confirm what? Put-Ray winked, a sly expression on his face. Confirm that you're not afraid of the cold and that you didn't transport firewood inside. Kenvita's expression changed. Put-Ray smiled faintly. In the next second, Kenvita's face became extremely pale. He turned around abruptly and asked one of his subordinates, have you checked the fireplace in the Hall of Heroes and the chimney leading to the top floor? Put-Ray raised his eyebrows. Oh, you're really quick to react. Kenvita's subordinate came before him and frowned. We've checked them all. To guard against assassins, there's a metal grid on every floor of the chimney in Heroic Spirit Palace. Normal people can't pass through at all. He shook his head. If they tried to sneak into the hall from there, they would have to break through at least 6 of the grids. Their movements would definitely be detected by us. At that moment, Kenvita felt as if he was struck by lightning. Grids, normal people, can't pass through? Kenvita turned to Putre with difficulty. His expression was unpleasant. That prince, that boy, where is he? In the Hall of Heroes, the 5 archdukes held each other's hands tightly. They looked into each other's eyes and nodded slightly. Very well. Lampard's gaze was firm as he looked at the other 4 archdukes. This is the first step in our sincere unity. It's time to explain the truth of the king's death to our prime minister. From today onwards, Extet will open a new chapter. The 4 archdukes' expressions froze. At that moment, thud. A strange sound suddenly came from the hall. Damn it, the rope isn't long enough. A childish voice rang. This is the last one. Go over. Ah. The 5 archdukes were slightly shocked. Clang. A strange sound of collision rang out. Before the 5 archdukes could react, on the other side of the long table, in the large fireplace under the rack of the Soul Slayer pike, a black, round ball suddenly fell. A large amount of dust was stirred up. The 5 archdukes turned their heads in unison and were stunned at the same time. Amidst the stirring dust, the small, charcoal-like ball stretched out its limbs and climbed up abruptly. As it coughed violently, the ball waved its hands desperately and jogged out of the fireplace's area of effect. Cough, cough, the ball threw itself at the edge of the long table and barely escaped the attack of the dust. The 5 archdukes were still holding each other's hands as they stared in shock at the small, swarthy ball. It stood up while cursing and pulled off a piece of black cloth from its black face, revealing the fair lower half of its face. It coughed a few more times before it carefully folded the black cloth and stuffed it into its black pocket. Ah, Merry Christmas. Bah, bah, bah. Hello. The ball raised its charcoal-like head and wiped away the charcoal-like blackness on its face. It flashed a mouthful of white teeth at them. My apologies, archdukes. The chimney is a little narrow. The 5 archdukes slowly let go of each other's hands and stared in disbelief at the small, uninvited guest. There was suppressed anger on Lampard's face. Alcius was extremely shocked, Trent Ida looked pensive, Letko furrowed his brows tightly, and Rocknee's gaze was cold. Do you mind if I join? The boy, whose face was covered in dust and was so black that the bottom could not be seen, flashed a smile at the 5 dumbfounded archdukes. As he wiped away the charcoal on his face, he imitated them and extended his right palm. Thales Jade Star. For Extet? Chapter 253. After listening to his subordinate's report, Viscount Kenvita took a deep breath. He turned his head and looked at Putre again. What is this? Kenvita asked coldly. Putre moved his eyebrows but did not speak. What exactly are you thinking? Kenvita's expression was unpleasant. He strode up to Putre. His height advantage of being half a head taller made him look mighty. You've done so much, but it's just to send a 7-year-old brat to meet the Archduke? Kenvita furrowed his eyebrows tightly. His gaze was as cold as a cold glare, sharp and cold. Putre exhaled slowly. He missed the pipe and tobacco in his arms very much. Unfortunately, his bound hands could only stare at the tobacco and sigh. The vice diplomat could only grind his teeth to quench his tobacco craving. Then, in your opinion, what should we do now? Putre raised his head and looked at his opponent without a hint of nervousness. Charge at all costs? Take the risk and carry out an assassination? Run all over the city to seek help? Think of a way to escape danger? Or try to make peace with you? He shrugged, as though it was just a casual conversation between old friends. Kenvita took a deep breath and relaxed his mind, suppressing his shock and anger at the accident. With thorough and meticulous planning and far-sighted vision, he climbed up the ranks as a lord, won his current position among the local vassals of Black Sand region, and became the Archduke's chief strategist. In the Archduke's plan, anyone could be flustered, angry, and crazy when they encountered an accident, just like a typical Northlander. Only he could not. He could not. For the great future in their hearts. The future that was free from heavy shackles and had infinite possibilities. When he thought of this, the coldness on Kenvita's face eased a little. Impossible, the word slowly came out of the Viscount's mouth. Putre raised his eyebrows slightly. Kenvita shook his head. You can't possibly pin your hopes on a child, this is not a romance novel. What kind of trick are you playing? What are you counting on? Viscount Kenvita snorted softly and a strange smile appeared on his face. Or is there something on that boy? A letter from King Kessel? A promise from an archduke? A powerful legendary anti-mystic equipment? A special alchemy ball? Or even an edict from Empress Helen? Or is he just a substitute to divert attention? Putre lowered one brow and glanced at him playfully. You do not seem to believe it. Kenvita shook his head slowly. Let me put it this way, Viscount, said the deputy, shrugging his shoulders. What is the game between us? Deploying troops in front of two armies? The political strategy of exchanging chips? Or even the simplest and most direct assassination? Kenvita stared into Putre's eyes, but he could only find endless profoundness and peace in them. Just like the most seasoned politicians, the most senior spies. The Viscount said softly, whatever it is, even if you send Nicholas or yourself over, it is still wiser than sending a child to the 5 archdukes. Putre seemed amused. He's no ordinary man. Kenvita took a step back and stared at Putre with his head tilted. Perhaps in your Renaissance palace, that child can act according to the script given by the king, cooperate with your performance, and earn the reputation of being a precocious person. Kenvita clicked his tongue softly. But here, facing the Northlanders, you will regret it. Putre raised his head and met Kenvita's teasing gaze. Perhaps in your eyes, the Star Killer's extraordinary skills allow him to charge into the enemy's formation and even turn the tide of the battle, and my strategies are also enough to make you flustered. But in fact, we all know very well in our hearts, the Constellatiate vice diplomat said slowly, the key to this game of chess has never been these edges and corners, nor the minor details. The battle that will decide the outcome of this battle has just begun. Very well. The Constellatiate deputy rubbed his fingers behind his back. He silently said in his heart, at least this Viscount was caught off guard by our actions. In other words, in terms of intelligence, Black Sand region has returned to the same starting point as us. They can no longer gain an irreversible advantage through prior preparations and covert actions. From this moment onwards. Putre closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. Thales Jade Star, you are about to face the fairest and cruelest duel. What will you do? Kenvita's expression darkened. He stared coldly at the Constellatiate. After a long while, he said airily, the decisive battle? And what leverage does that boy have? The Viscount said softly, you don't understand what kind of person the Archduke is, what kind of power he possesses, and where exactly he stands, overlooking the world from above. Kenvita narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, in the face of overwhelming power, all schemes are pale in comparison. Putre did not speak, but after he heard this, he stared at Kenvita with a strange gaze. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He slowly revealed a smile, then burst into continuous laughter. Viscount Kenvita's pupils shrank slightly. Putre's laughter continued. You're laughing, Kenvita said flatly, you don't agree? Putre's laughter lasted for a few seconds before he inhaled deeply. His muscles stopped twitching, and a strange expression appeared on his face. I thought that even if we're scheming for others, at our level, we would more or less have some understanding of it. He stared at Kenvita's expression and shook his head slightly. Overwhelming power? Putre sneered disapprovingly. Most people who say this are weaklings who know nothing about power, or pitiful people who pursue power but fail. Kenvita's expression slowly stiffened. Putre raised his eyebrows slightly and continued, precisely because they have never understood power, they can only use their poor imagination and self-deceiving assumptions to describe things they have never obtained. They endlessly exaggerate the omnipotence of power to fill the emptiness in their hearts and absolve themselves of their failures. Just like how weak mortals are used to describing gods that they have never seen before as omnipotent beings. Kenvita stared at him expressionlessly. However, only powerful people who truly possess power and have experienced it will know. Putre blinked and raised his head to look at the ceiling. So-called overwhelming power. Putre sighed slowly. There was a rare look of nostalgia and regret in his eyes. It has never existed. Kenvita was deep in thought. He did not move. A few seconds later, as expected of someone who once stayed in Dragon Kiss Academy, the Viscount said softly. Your eloquence in sophistry is really good. Putre smiled faintly. Thank you. He's just a child. Kenvita shook his head slowly and revealed a ruminating smile. With the Archduke around, he can't do anything. He's not just a child, Putre quickly replied. There was an infinite brilliance in the vice diplomat's eyes. He's Thales's Jade Star. Kenvita laughed in a mocking manner. That's the fairest battlefield. Whether it's the Imperial family or the Jade Star bloodline, they won't bring him any help. Putre snorted softly. Yes, the fairest battlefield. Putre narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. With Lesa Kenvita. Why do you follow the Archduke of Black Sand region? Kenvita was slightly startled. Is it because of the legitimate bloodline of the Lampard family? Is it because of Black Sand region's powerful foundation? Is it because of the Archduke's status? Or is it because you were coincidentally born in Black Sand region? Putre shook his head and closed his eyes. It's the same, Your Grace. A king is not respected by his bloodline. Putre took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. That child's greatest bargaining chip has never been his bloodline or birth. There was silence. Their gazes met like blades clashing. Kenvita furrowed his brows. Damn it. This guy, I can't get anything out of him. Kenvita quietly clenched his fists. How much do they actually know about our plans and methods? No, Kenvita suddenly thought of something. It's not like we don't know anything. At least, judging by his behavior, they don't care about the Archduke's power at all. But what's more terrifying is that they don't even care about their own power. Because, Kenvita's eyes brightened. He abruptly turned his head around and hurriedly said to his subordinate behind him, Send a message to His Grace. Putre frowned slightly. Their target is not us. Kenvita took a deep breath and tried his best to remain calm as he said, Instead, they are using the other Archduke's fear, to turn them into our enemies. Putre's expression changed slightly. Kenvita's subordinate received the order and left. What a deep impression. Putre raised his eyebrows slightly. There was an unconcealable surprise in his tone. Viscount Kenvita. Kenvita turned his head around and stared at his opponent with a solemn expression. The same goes for you. Lord Nemain. The 5 archdukes stared at him without blinking. Until he cleared away the black ash on his face so that his face could be seen clearly. Awkward. This was the only adjective Thales could find for this moment. Can someone explain it to me? Archduke Trentida whistled and looked at Thales with a subtle expression. He then turned to the other archdukes, as though he was seeking help. The story about a prince of Constellation who mysteriously crawled out of the fireplace in heroic Spirit Palace? As I said, Archduke Rockney tilted his head and snorted coldly at Lampard, surprises are never too late. Lampard stared expressionlessly at the disheveled Thales. His eyes were filled with endless chilliness that almost overflowed. Under the gazes of the 5 archdukes, Thales could not help but take a deep breath. He did not know if it was because of the chimney or because he was nervous. Calm down. Calm down, Thales. He clenched his fists. I'm already here. The final battlefield. He thought of all the people who went out to divert attention and create space for him. As long as I win, they can survive, as much as possible. Thales lifted his head with a heavy heart. His gaze swept past every archduke. First, I want to start a conversation. Believe me, if it wasn't for our Archduke Lampard using a large number of soldiers to seal off almost every path from the gatehouse to this place, and locking all of you in a small cage that is isolated from the outside world. Thales tried his best to control his voice to make it sound relaxed and cozy. At the same time, he tried his best to remind every archduke of their situation. Actually, I would prefer to meet all of you in the guest room, dressed neatly. Archduke Rockne narrowed his eyes and let out a lukewarm chuckle. Alcius looked at him with a solemn expression. I admire your courage, child, Rockne said softly, but you came to the wrong place. You broke into the Hall of Heroes, the place where the 5 archdukes of Extet hold a solemn meeting. His expression became stern. You violated the dignity of Northlanders. Thales' heart skipped a beat. The atmosphere is not quite right. He furrowed his brows and carefully recalled what little rascal, Nicholas, and Putre had told him. Violated dignity? Thales took a deep breath. Is it more serious than an Archduke of Extet killing the king and trampling on the joint ruling pledge? The 5 archdukes' expressions became solemn. They looked at each other. Be careful, child. Alcius snorted coldly and glared at him. Sometimes, saying the wrong thing can cost you your life. Thales chuckled softly and straightened his neck. The 5 archdukes' gazes were unbearable, especially when they came from Lampard and Rockne. I don't know if all of you are aware of this, but King Nuvan has unfortunately passed away. Thales clenched his fists with all his might to prevent himself from breathing too fast and causing his voice to tremble. But I was there, and I saw it with my own eyes, Thales said resolutely. Trent Ida heaved a long sigh. Thales carefully observed their expressions. The second prince gritted his teeth and threw out his next sentence. And the mastermind who mysteriously rushed over after that incident and manipulated the Calamity's invasion and the assassination of the king is standing among you, trying to convince you to cover up his crimes, clean up the mess, and collude with him in his evil deeds. Thales took a step forward and stared at Lampard with a solemn expression. Chapman Lampard, he said sternly, do all of you really want to be associated with this Kingslayer? Even if he broke your iron law? And become the most unstable factor among the archdukes? 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. To Thales' surprise, the archdukes only glanced at Lampard with strange expressions. As if they had encountered something funny. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Archduke Letko coughed loudly, then turned to Lampard with a frown. Is this part of your performance, Chapman? Lampard still had that unsmiling, cold expression on his face. No, this was an accident, he said coldly, his gaze never leaving Thales. Thales looked at Lampard anxiously and flashed a set of white teeth. What's wrong? No, Thales told himself, I have to take the initiative and test my opponent. Hey, Chapman, I went through a lot of trouble to get here. The second prince forced a smile and spoke as if he was meeting an old acquaintance. Aren't you going to buy me a drink, old friend? Thales raised his eyebrows. When you proposed to form an alliance with me in front of the fortress, didn't you still owe me a glass of rye wine? The 4 archdukes' gazes shifted to Lampard, either overtly or covertly. Lampard snorted coldly. Of course, I have prepared a wine glass for you, the Archduke of Black Sand Region said softly and calmly. Thales revealed a puzzled expression. The next moment, Lampard's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly raised his voice. Guards, 2 people are coming in. His voice faded away. Thales' expression froze. A question came from outside the hall, Archduke Letko? Do as Chapman says. The bald old Archduke exhaled and shook his head. He looked at Thales with a mocking gaze. Send one of our guests out. Thales's expression changed drastically. What's going on? I can't even initiate a conversation. Why isn't he playing by the rules? Wait. The second prince hurriedly raised his hands and said to the other 4 archdukes, at least listen to what I have to say about the King's Slayer, about how he wants to use Extet to strengthen himself. However, to his surprise, he was interrupted. Oh, the King's Slayer, Chapman Lampard. Trent Ida revealed a malicious smile. I heard that King Niven's death was a bit of a pity. Thank you, we got it. His Highness of Constellation. At that moment, Thales felt a chill in his heart. What's wrong? The archdukes, why? Thales breathed absent-mindedly. The other archdukes' expressions were subtle, as though they were not surprised at all. Alcius stared at him coldly, his gaze threatening. Archduke Letko stared blankly at the floor tiles, seemingly unconcerned. Trentida's smile was like poison, chilling to the core. Even Rockne, who spoke up for justice when they first met, was expressionless. Lampard was the only one who flashed him a terrifying sneer, like a gambler who had already won. The footsteps of the guards came from outside the hall. In that second, Thales gulped with a pale face. No, they shouldn't have reacted this way. In a flash, he suddenly understood. The words they said earlier, for Extet, were not ordinary words. The archdukes and Lampard have reached an agreement. What did Lampard say to the archdukes? Lure? Promise? Threat? Conspiracy? Even make them disregard the great crime of king slaying and disregard Extet's tradition and stability? Make them turn a blind eye to Lampard's actions of gathering troops to force the abdication, and choose to be in cahoots with a dangerous murderer? The footsteps outside the hall were getting closer. They were the people who came to escort him out. Thales looked at the archdukes in disbelief. They were still sneering faintly. It was as though the dumbfounded Thales was just a clown at that moment. At that moment, Thales, who was standing in the Hall of Heroes, suddenly realized how difficult the task he had to face was. This chapter is very tiring to write. I changed the draft 3 times. I'll correct the typos later. Chapter 254. Damn it. Sari bit the wooden piece in his mouth and felt his body shiver from the double torture of cold and pain. His consciousness was a little blurry, but he could still feel the pain of his arms and legs being tied to the wooden stake. His chest and abdominal muscles rubbed against the wooden stake, as if that could block out some of the cold. Snowflakes fell, and blood flowed down his back. The pain came in waves, and the burning sensation reminded Sari of his current injuries. But it was nothing. What Sari could not bear the most was the humiliation of being tied to the wooden stake and being watched by countless people. He could feel the gazes from the neat rows behind him, even though they were his companions. On the empty snowy ground, Isaiah, whose skin was fair and red, stood at the front of the line with an unpleasant expression. He glared at the wooden stake with the others. F*CK, Sissy, what are you looking at? Byrne and the young master soldier were huddled in the middle row. They whispered to each other and glanced at each other from time to time. Damn it, they must be having an affair, like F*king each other. Big Mouth Monty popped his head out from the left. He bared his yellow teeth and anxiously winked at Sari. Sari knew what Monty meant. He wanted him to admit defeat. But Sari's heart clenched. When he remembered what happened to him over the past few days, he could not help but clench his trembling fists. What a joke. Sari, who was on the verge of death, let his imagination run wild. He clenched the wooden piece under his teeth even harder. His dry tongue accidentally brushed past the wooden piece in his mouth. With a barely noticeable swish, he seemed to have tasted blood. You maggots, raise your heads and take a good look. At the back of the line, the deputy commander, Terend, nicknamed Inextinguishable Flame, carried his silver-black motionless bow on his back. He crossed his arms coldly and swept his sharp gaze over everyone in the line. Big Mouth Monty shuddered in the crowd and stood even straighter. Even though they were excellent veterans before they joined the guards, no one dared to disrespect Turen's orders. All of them looked stern as they stared at Sari, who was tied up. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk heavy footsteps could be heard as they slowly walked through the ranks and stopped not far from the wooden stakes. Everyone's gaze was focused on the newcomer, and there was no lack of respect and nervousness in their eyes. You still don't repent, do you? It was Iceberg's voice. Sori's heart leaped. He raised his head reluctantly and looked to the left. Iceberg, that was the nickname Monty the Big Mouth and the others had given the demon. The tall, strong warrior in his prime walked up to his side and turned his head to stare at him coldly. The man's head was covered in frost and snow, but it did not waver in the slightest. In his hand was a leather whip that was several meters long. It was abnormally dark red and was covered with barbs that were specially made. This is the first time that you have been sent to the front line as commanders to lead the conscripted soldiers into battle. Although I did not have much hope in the first place. But you, Spiky. Iceberg's gaze swept over Sori. His face was filled with disgust, and his voice rang coldly in the cold air. I only realized today that you are the worst, most disgusting, most bastard, and most cowardly military ruffian I've ever led in my 20 years. Shame is written all over him from head to toe. Asking you to be the commander of the conscripted soldiers? You're a disgrace to us. At that moment, anger and resentment surged in Sori's heart. Bah! Sori raised his head in anger and spat out the bloody wooden piece that had almost been bitten off from his mouth. Shame. Disgrace? Go to hell, Iceberg. You've always found me an eyesore. Sori held his head high and mocked with suppressed anger. Didn't you just want to find an excuse to beat me up again and chase me out of here? When he said that, there was an instant uproar in the formation. Then, countless whispers could be heard. Ah, chicks are so energetic. At the back of the formation on the left, Instructor Dominic smiled innocently and said, Don't worry, you'll have time to discuss later. How about running 20 more laps during the night training? As if someone had cut off the transmission of sound, the formation instantly fell silent. For a moment, only the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone's attention shifted back to Sori and Iceberg. Why? Iceberg's gaze became stern as he stared at Sori coldly. Do you have a problem with me? Sori stared at the bloody wooden piece on the ground. He clenched his teeth and frowned. Problem? Sori snorted coldly. Iceberg narrowed his eyes. Sori looked at Iceberg with an unfriendly expression. On the battlefield, you sent a group of elite crossbowmen to Monty. Isaiah is the vanguard of the light infantry in the front line. Carlos has his heavy swordsmen. Even Slow Shiva is on standby in the formation with heavy cavalry. Sori stared at Iceberg with an unfriendly expression. Iceberg snorted coldly. And I'm the strongest among the new recruits. I'm more outstanding than all of them. I'm the sharpest knife in the guards, the best soldier. Sori pressed his chin on the wooden stake and panted indignantly. He suddenly raised his voice. And the result? Iceberg stared at him coldly and slowly clenched his fists. In the next second, Sori raised his head abruptly and glared at Iceberg. Sori stared at Iceberg with a resentful expression. In the end, when the war was imminent, you assigned me the worst, most trashy team, the supply camp's transport team. Suppress me? Make me their commander? His face was filled with indignation. To be honest, Commander Lampard, I know you hate me, but I always thought that at least the White Blade Guards were fair and just. Iceberg stared at Sori without saying a word. His gaze was complicated. Under Turen's cold gaze and Dominic's unfriendly smile, no one dared to breathe loudly. They watched the scene in silence. After a while, Iceberg snorted coldly. So, as my best soldier, Iceberg's words seemed to contain a piece of ice that had been frozen for many years. When you were attacked, you used your subordinates as bait to die. You left them to fend for themselves while you hid in the dark to ambush the enemy. Sori clenched his teeth. What else could I do? What could I do with those pieces of trash who haven't even swung their swords a few times? Sori tugged at his bound limbs and sneered. Sacrificing the weak to bite the enemy and sending the elites to defeat the strong. Isn't this the classic Northland tactic? Relying on this tactic, I killed the orc leader and finally managed to protect the carriage. He did not want to be outdone and said, I won, it's that simple. Turen snorted coldly as he watched from the side. Iceberg's eyebrows twitched slowly, as though someone had cut his face with a knife. You still don't understand. Iceberg's voice sounded tired. Where did you make a mistake? Sori shook his head and snorted angrily. Mistake? If you ask me, the biggest mistake, he said through gritted teeth, is that you gave me a pile of useless trash and expected me to give in? Bah! Sori spat fiercely. How about it? I used the trash in my hands to create a miracle. He managed to repel 20 orcs. That's why you can only look for trouble and find fault with me. Sori fell on the wooden stake and snorted coldly. I've long seen through you, Castellan Lampard. That hypocritical noble face of yours that oppresses dissidents. At the back of the formation, Instructor Dominic put his hands behind his back and lowered his head to sigh. Listen. Iceberg ignored Sori's rude remarks, but his expression became more unpleasant. Because of your orders, only 4 of your men survived, and 1 was crippled. The rest refused to return to your command. Oh, that's just what I wanted. Sori exhaled, looking relieved. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't count on them for war. Iceberg's expression became colder and colder. His gaze was solemn. Is that your answer? This is a battlefield. Someone has to die, Sori said, then sneered and shook his head. Cowards who can't accept reality, or weaklings who can't keep up with their combat power, better leave as soon as possible. Iceberg did not speak again. His gaze was fixed on the snow-covered ground for a long time. Silence returned to the field. Only the howling of the cold wind could be heard. Then, Sori snorted coldly and spoke again. And let me tell you, Iceberg, no matter what you want to do to me, even if you put me in the worst troop and send me to die, I will survive. But he was interrupted. The biggest mistake you've made, Spiky. Iceberg, the strong and tall man, had a furious expression. He said resolutely and loudly, that's, Iceberg raised his head slowly. His hand that was holding the whip trembled, and his eyes were filled with rage. You shouldn't have spat out that piece of wood. Sori was slightly stunned. He looked at the piece of wood he spat out on the ground. In the next second, the 6-meter-long barbed whip in Iceberg's hand instantly moved. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the wind howled fiercely. The whip formed a terrifying circle in the air. Before Sori could react, a tearing pain suddenly exploded from his back. Asterisk slap. Asterisk an ear-piercing explosion sounded. Sori had an illusion that the skin on his back was torn open at that moment. He was in so much pain that he could not even think. F***CK. Sori hugged the wooden stake and trembled madly. He gritted his teeth so hard that blood seeped out from the gaps between his teeth, but he still could not help but let out a pained groan. Iceberg, my whole family is dead. All the muscles in his body were protesting. Even in the cold winter, his forehead could not stop sweating. Instructor Dominic's voice rang from behind the formation. The 19th whip. The hundreds of people in the formation watched this scene quietly with different expressions. Sori almost broke his teeth from clenching them so hard. But he still trembled and raised his head with difficulty, unwilling to show weakness to Iceberg. But the moment Sori raised his head, he was slightly stunned. Iceberg, who had always been cold and harsh, at that moment, his gaze was filled with deep pain and disappointment. Maybe I was wrong too. Very wrong. Iceberg's tone was sorrowful and tired. Maybe I shouldn't have had such high hopes for you from the start. Sorry, Nicholas, you idiot. Sori, who was lying on the wooden stake and panting, was stunned. At that moment, he saw Iceberg, who was in his prime, furrow his brows tightly. The muscles on his face trembled slightly in the cold wind, and his wrinkles were obvious. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk in the next second, Iceberg swung the whip in his hand again. The sound of the wind roared. But what attacked him was not the barbed whip in his memory. Instead, it was a black and ferocious spear blade. Dragon Cloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace. Nicholas, the Star Killer, narrowed his eyes slightly as he faced his enemy. The memories from more than 20 years ago floated away. The Soul Slayer pike pierced through the air and went straight for the Star Killer's eye. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sharp sound of metal colliding rang out. The severing soul's blade shot out from midair and brushed past the tip of the pike. The pike trembled slightly and missed Nicholas' forehead by a few millimeters. The sharp pike blade even cut off a part of his head. But the Star Killer did not even bat an eyelid. It was as if the pike that flashed past his eyes just now was not the infamous Soul Slayer pike, but just a piece of scrap metal. The moment the Soul Slayer pike missed, Nicholas, who had escaped death, stomped on his feet and rushed forward. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk his light armor and robes swept through the air, and the blade followed his footsteps as he dashed forward in a straight line. As the Star Killer dashed forward, the enemy's image slowly grew larger in his field of vision. At that moment, he only had eyes for the white-haired enemy. Iceberg. At that moment, a nameless rage burned in Nicholas' heart. Iceberg. Caslin Lampard calmly pulled back the pike shaft. He held 1/3 of the Soul Slayer pike in his right hand and dragged the pike shaft behind him. In an instant, it turned into a short pike, and he faced the oncoming Nicholas like he was holding a sword. The two of them drew closer and closer, and they were almost within arm's reach. Nicholas' blade flashed and went straight for Caslin's neck. Caslin's pike blade was also aimed straight for Nicholas' throat. The blade of the blade and the pike intersected in the air. Nicholas' severing soul's blade suddenly trembled and instantly sank in its predetermined trajectory. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a soft sound was heard, and the blade touched the pike lightly, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Caslin's expression changed. A huge force came from his Soul Slayer pike, and for a moment, he could not control the Soul Slayer pike. The pike blade swerved to the side and missed Nicholas' throat. However, the blade of the Star Killer's blade that had just parried the pike was like a piece of wood that had sunk into water. In just 1/10 of a second, it instantly floated and returned to its predetermined trajectory. It continued to slash at Caslin's neck. Caslin reacted in time and threw away the Soul Slayer pike. He had already extended his left hand to receive Nicholas' slashing wrist while he clenched his right fist and punched the other party's chest. But the moment Nicholas' wrist was about to be grabbed by Caslin, his expression turned cold, and the severing soul's blade changed direction again. In a few tenths of a second, the severing soul's blade miraculously turned and drew an arc in the air. Nicholas' wrist also moved to the back of Caslin's left hand. Caslin's fingers barely grazed his opponent's arm. The interception failed. The threat of the blade that went straight for Caslin's attack did not diminish because of this dodge. On the contrary, the blade changed direction and went straight for Caslin's face from a slash to a stab. Caslin's expression did not change. Even though his attack and defense had failed twice, even though the blade had already gone beyond the reach of his palm, even though if he was careless, he would be doomed eternally. Caslin reacted quickly and retrieved his right hand. He tried to punch the side of the severing soul's blade to intercept or deflect the attack. But just like the previous 2 times, Nicholas' blade changed direction again in the blink of an eye. The deflected Caslin's right fist went straight for Nicholas' forehead again. In the blink of an eye, Nicholas' blade traveled a distance of tens of centimeters, but it changed direction 7 or 8 times in an unbelievable manner. Caslin reacted in time almost every time, but he also missed almost every time. Nicholas was like a loach that swayed left and right, but could not be caught. The Star Killer continued to attack without any distractions. There was nothing else but the enemy and himself. In the span of a few breaths, the blade was already less than a few inches away from Caslin's forehead. Caslin and Nicholas both knew that the outcome of the battle was about to be revealed. In the next second, Caslin suddenly leaned forward with an unexpected force. Asterisk thud. Asterisk there was a frighteningly loud, dull sound. Nicholas and Caslin collided chest to chest. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk both of them grunted at the same time. They grabbed each other and rolled on the ground a few times. The sound of their limbs hitting the ground echoed back and forth. The Star Killer's body was obviously not as heavy as Caslin's, but the strange thing was that when they collided, both of them rolled towards Caslin. It was as if Caslin could not withstand the force. Asterisk clang. Asterisk during the fight, the severing soul's blade flew out of Nicholas' hand. The blade sank into the wall and was still swaying as it stuck in it. On the other side, the Soul Slayer pike fell to the ground with a clang. Finally, after the next dull sound, the two of them separated abruptly on the ground. They rolled a few times in opposite directions and stopped almost at the same time. Caslin pressed his hand against the floor and got up with one knee on the ground. Nicholas even exerted force in his abdomen and jumped up like a fish. From the beginning to the end, Nicholas had only slashed once in a few seconds. Caslin had also only tried to receive the slash. But only the two Supreme-class fighters knew how dangerous it was. No matter which part of the attack went wrong, both of them might have to pay an irreversible price in that short instant. For a moment, only the panting of the two warriors could be heard in the corridor. Caslin half knelt on the ground and pounded his chest in pain. Blood flowed down from his forehead. From the spot between his eyebrows to his ear, there was a hideous wound that kept oozing blood. Not bad, the old man said faintly. At least, you cut 3 inches of my scalp. At that moment, Nicholas seemed to have seen the past in a daze. It was more than 20 years ago. At that time, the commander stood on the snowy ground and said the same thing. Not bad. At that time, Caslin Lampard was terrifying, and almost invincible. At that time, Caslin moved his neck joints with a nonchalant expression. He curled his finger in disdain at Nicholas, who was still a white blade recruit and was panting on the ground. At least, you forced me to use both my hands. Nicholas clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Caslin's aged voice traveled into his ears. It dragged Nicholas' thoughts back to the present. That technique of instantaneous power is really terrifying. In the corridor, the old Caslin wiped away the blood on the side of his face. He touched the wound on his forehead and frowned as he stared at the bright red blood on his hand. That was really dangerous. The blade almost broke my bones and cut open my head. Nicholas only stared at him without saying a word. Almost. Your power of eradication is becoming more and more skillful. Caslin exhaled and pounded his chest with an unnatural expression. You still haven't found its source. Hearing this, the Star Killer's gaze was still terrifying. But he still spoke. Too busy, Nicholas said coldly. I can't be bothered to look for it. He seemed to be a man of few words. But only the Star Killer himself knew that after Caslin rammed into him just now, his chest was still in great pain. His lungs were in pain, and even breathing was painful. He could only use this period of time to continuously use his power of eradication to relieve the pain in his chest muscles and bones. Talking, to Nicholas, was undoubtedly an act that increased his burden. The abrasions left on him from rolling on the ground just now were also innumerable. Nicholas' right arm was also aching and slightly numb because he fought with Caslin for the severing soul's blade on the ground. If Caslin launched a sudden attack during this period of time, he would not be able to fight with his full strength. And in the face of Caslin, not being able to fight with his full strength meant, Nicholas shut his mouth and seized the time to relieve the pain in his chest and recover from his injuries. Caslin sighed. He remembered the miraculous blade that Nicholas had used to change directions multiple times in one move. Reserving strength and leeway when he attacked, using instantaneous changes to achieve an unexpected effect. This kind of situation happened the most when he was feigning an attack. But no one could use this technique to its fullest extent like Nicholas. Nicholas' unique power of eradication allowed him to store his strength in every node in his body. He could control every muscle and bone meticulously and perfectly, and change his posture, moves, and strength at any time during a battle. This was no longer as simple reflexes. The Star Killer's body was almost unhindered by inertia. Every slash he made, every step he took, from the beginning to the end, no matter if he succeeded or missed, he could always regain his strength and change directions at any time. A slash aimed at the throat could be instantly changed to the face, chest, arms, abdomen, and even be retracted to defend himself. What was even more terrifying was that as long as his body could bear the burden, this skill of using his strength could be superimposed many times. He could change directions again after changing directions. And as his strength and experience grew, the number of times he could superimpose his strength would only increase, and he would have more and more freedom. He could do whatever he wanted in a battle and perform endless changes. A simple and ordinary slash could change infinitely in an instant, and it brought with it a threat that enveloped his entire body. When Caslin thought of this, he shook his head emotionally. This is a power of eradication worthy of being listed in the history books. If it was in the Tower of Eradication, it would probably be classified as a miracle. Unfortunately, this power of eradication that was awakened on the battlefield was too random and accidental. It could not be summarized and passed down to the future generations. Just like that power. Caslin looked at his former subordinate, and nostalgia for the past surged in his heart. The old man was very familiar with this former subordinate of his, sorry Nicholas. He was a man who possessed supreme-class battle instincts when he was still in the first rank. He was the strongest soldier under him. And the best soldier. But it's all in the past. Now, as enemies, they were fighting to the death. When he thought of this, Caslin's gaze darkened. Even supreme-class fighters would find it hard to remain unfazed in the face of the Soul Slayer Pike's reputation of killing with one hit. One of my elven opponents lost here. The old man nodded faintly. But you did well. You didn't embarrass the White Blade Guards, Spiky. Nicholas shuddered slightly. His thoughts returned to the 38th century land more than 20 years ago. The image of that cold and merciless iceberg appeared before the Star Killer's eyes. He remembered the scene of him standing in the snow and lecturing the soldiers with a stern expression. When they faced the Glacier Orc's sixth wave of attack, the leader had said this. Spiky, don't embarrass the White Blade Guards. At that time, the commander of the Ground Shaker, who was in his prime and had a peerless majesty, this old man with a head full of silver hair and dull eyes, the two figures slowly overlapped. Nicholas finally calmed down from the intense pain in his chest. He adjusted his state of mind and slowly exhaled. His tone was complicated and his emotions could not be discerned. The Soul Slayer pike may be powerful, but it was forged based on a cavalry spear. It's too long, too heavy, too hard, the Star Killer said sternly. It's not difficult to deal with in a non-group battle. I remember that the person who taught you how to use long weapons was Dominic. Caslin laughed. If Dom heard what you said, I'm afraid he wouldn't be happy. Nicholas' expression darkened, then quickly darkened. Dominic. Bloodhammer, Dominic. That smiling old man, one of their instructors. That old man who loved to punish them by making them run laps and counting behind them. He always stood beside Caslin, who was in his prime, with a smile on his face. He brought some liveliness to the group of fierce and murderous White Blade Guards. If he's still alive, seeing this scene, seeing the current Caslin, Nicholas closed his eyes. Endless emotions surged in his chest, and he felt incredibly uncomfortable. He can't hear it anymore. The Star Killer's voice was hoarse. Don't you know? The veins on Caslin's fists tightened. 13 years ago, Dominic died in battle in White Mountain, Nicholas said softly. Blake, Laken, Saul, and Bauer also died there. Caslin did not speak. After that, old Seva was also injured and retired. He went to Camus Union and never came back. Caslin sighed slightly. Ah. The old man lowered his head expressionlessly. I heard from old Coleman about the Battle of Deep Valley. I heard that old Dom led his team and charged 100 meters into the enemy's group while covered in arrows. He only fell after the enemy was defeated. Nicholas trembled slightly, and his chest ached. Caslin's gaze was sorrowful. He sighed softly. That man still owes me money for a leather armor. The Star Killer clenched his fists tighter. He almost scratched his own palms. A nameless flame burned in his chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. As for the Soul Slayer pike, you know, the legendary anti-mystic equipment was never meant to be used in battles between humans. Caslin sighed. He seemed to be a little sentimental. It's just that humans have a talent. We're good at turning everything in the world into weapons to kill our own kind. At this moment, ring, three thin metal discs slid out of Nicholas' fingers and rolled a long distance away in an orderly manner. They rolled towards the old man. Caslin extended his hand and pressed down on the 3 discs. The metallic sound stopped. The old man slowly lifted one of the golden discs. What is this? He asked softly. Nicholas stared at his former superior expressionlessly. The Star Killer said flatly, Dominic. Caslin was slightly startled. The corridor was very quiet. Even the sounds of fighting around them seemed to have faded away. When he died, I was beside him. Nicholas' expression was gloomy. He lowered his voice and said quietly, Dom said he was very sorry. He had to use his pension to continue buying medicine for his grandson to treat his illness. So I'm afraid he won't be able to repay the money he owes everyone. There was a hint of sorrow in the Star Killer's words. Caslin tightened his grip on the gold coin. The old man's Adam's apple moved slightly. His gaze focused on the other 2 gold coins on the ground. You didn't have to do this. Caslin raised his head and looked at Nicholas. He said tiredly, Dom doesn't like people to repay his money on his behalf. Nicholas stared at the gold coin in Caslin's hand and knew what he wanted to say. His Majesty gives him his pension every year. Nicholas stared at Caslin with a complicated gaze. But Dominic's grandson died of illness a month ago. Caslin trembled slightly. I have his last month's pension in my hands. Nicholas raised his head slowly. A familiar image appeared in his mind. I still have his account book, so, it was a middle-aged warrior with a broad, plump body and a smile on his face. He carried a warhammer and counted the number of times he went around the recruits being punished. Dominic Stone. The Star Killer opened his mouth slowly. His tone was indifferent, but his voice was hoarse. This is the leather armor he owes you. Caslin lowered his head. The old man did not speak. He only shut his eyes deeply. He was silent for a long time. Only the rustling of the wind could be heard from the side of the corridor. Finally, Caslin opened his eyes slowly. His gaze was subtle and complicated. I'm very relieved, Spiky. Nicholas was stunned. Today, more than 20 years later. Caslin slowly revealed a smile. You're already an excellent commander of the White Blade Guards. Sorry, Nicholas. While there's no one around, I quietly updated. Don't shoot. The last update was on Sunday, right? Tomorrow is Monday, right? From Sunday to Monday. Spread his hands and closed his eyes, so I didn't stop updating. Bye, swordless with an innocent look. Chapter 255. In the Hall of Heroes, the ashen-faced boy stared in shock at the 5 indifferent archdukes. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. The 5 archdukes' gazes were still cold. Asterisk thud, thud, asterisk the footsteps outside the hall were getting closer. Thales breathed absent-mindedly. He felt his mouth go dry and his heart beat faster. At that moment, many people's figures flashed through Thale's mind. Nicholas, Putre, Merck, Cohen, Miranda, Raphael, Ralph, Waya, and Little Rascal. These people, no matter what the reason was, they believed in him and followed him to this point. No, wait. Thales clenched his fists. I can't fall here. Asterisk thud, thud, asterisk the footsteps of the guards outside the hall could be heard clearly. He could not fail. No. All right, this is just a small interlude. Archduke Lampard looked at Thale's expression and shook his head coldly. He turned to the others. We have more important matters to attend to. Thales made up his mind and looked up at the archdukes. Believe me, I don't want to do this either. In the next moment, the second prince pulled out JC's dagger without hesitation. The archdukes were startled and looked at each other. Lampard's expression grew colder. What? Trentidas shook his head, amused. Are you going to duel with us again? Young prince? Thales stared at the archdukes without saying a word. Two guards appeared at the entrance of the hall. Archduke Letko had already turned to them and was about to order Thales to be taken away. Thales turned around and stared resolutely at the brazier closest to him. He watched it burn on the triangular high-speed rail frame. Time, I need more time. The second prince took a deep breath. The sin of Hell's river obeyed his call and surged up his arm. At that moment, Thales felt his hand brimming with power. Jayla's action of throwing the sniper knife in Red Street Market appeared before his eyes. In the next second, the second prince swung his arm with a resolute expression and threw JC with all his might. The dagger shot towards the brazier with great force. The archduke's gazes froze at the same time. Asterisk clang, asterisk the dagger hit the brazier squarely. The crisp sound of metal echoed in the hall. All the archdukes watched Thales' actions in shock. The brazier was knocked askew by the dagger. It lost its balance and finally fell from the iron frame. Clang clang, clang, dong long. The sound of braziers falling to the ground could be heard continuously. The firewood and charcoal on it fell to the ground, and sparks flew everywhere. Archduke Alcius frowned. Hey, are you? But before he could finish speaking, he was surprised to see Thales cover his mouth with his palm and turn towards the door of the stone hall. Under the five archdukes' incredulous expressions, the second prince roared furiously in a hoarse voice, "Assassin! Protect the Grand Duke!" The archduke's expressions changed simultaneously. Clang, the sound of the brazier hitting the ground reverberated throughout the hall. It was so loud that it could be heard clearly from outside the hall. The moment they entered the hall, the two confused soldiers of Black Sand region looked at each other in astonishment. The next second. Clang! Clang! The sound of countless swords being unsheathed could be heard from outside the hall. Archduke Lampard's reaction was the fastest. Once he recovered from his shock, he immediately turned around and ordered the people outside the hall, "Steady." But before he could finish speaking, an uproar broke out outside the hall and drowned out his voice. Make way. Step back. Black Sand region. Stop them. Hold your positions. Two of you, follow me in. Your Grace, please answer me, hold the crossbow properly, don't panic. For a moment, there was a hubbub of orders, the sound of shoving, and even the sound of blades clashing and metal clashing could be heard from outside the hall. It was extremely chaotic. Thales panted. He grabbed his right arm with his left hand to relieve the soreness and cramping from overexertion. As the heir to the throne of Constellation, the prince said painfully, "Did you think that I, as the heir to the throne of Constellation, risked my life and paid a huge price to come here just to play a joke on you? I was prepared to sacrifice everything a long time ago." Thales raised his head and glared at Archduke Letko, who had an unpleasant expression on his face, without flinching. "I know what Lampard said to you that made you choose your current stance." Thales panted laboriously. He felt the pain in his arm getting worse. "But at least listen to what I have to say. Then, you will know the full picture of the situation. Then, you can make your decision wisely." Because we all know that your next move concerns the future of our two kingdoms, and even more so, the fate of all of you. At that moment, Lampard clenched his fists tightly. He looked at Thales with endless murderous intent. Alcius glared at Thales. The expression on his face was extremely terrifying. Trentida, on the other hand, showed an amused expression, as if he was meeting Thales for the first time. Rocknee's eyes lit up. Archduke Letko did not say a word. His eyebrows twitched and his nostrils flared. The chaos outside the hall continued. A warrior who looked like a white blade guard rushed into the hall with a sword in hand. He mercilessly swung his sword at the two Black Sand Region soldiers who had just entered. Clang! The Black Sand Region soldiers gritted their teeth and withstood the attack. The two of them looked at each other, hesitating whether to counterattack. Archduke Letko, we heard an unusual sound. The white blade guard raised his sword with a ferocious expression. I knew it. If the bastards from Black Sand Region tried to barge in, nothing would happen. At this moment, bang! A loud noise rang. In the chaos, Archduke Letko slammed his fist on the table, startling everyone. Northlanders, he roared furiously, extensions. Thales was stunned. He had never seen the old Archduke in such an awe-inspiring moment. It was as if the old man who had one foot in the grave was just an illusion. Archduke Letko was like an enraged elephant as he roared at the people outside the hall, if you're a warrior, hold your ground. Whether it's us or Chapman, we're not dead yet. A few seconds later, the sounds of argument outside the hall died down. The white blade guard was slightly stunned. He looked around the hall and saw the Archduke's current situation. Then, he sheathed his sword and retreated. On the other side, Lampard said coldly, Lord Justin, just take care of the people outside. I only need to take this child, Chapman. Archduke Letko turned his head and stared at Lampard with a stern gaze. His urging was very obvious. Not now. The Archduke of Black Sand Region frowned. I thought you've already made your choice, Lampard said with a hostile expression. Don't forget, he's the heir of Constellation. Letko's expression turned cold. Trentida raised his eyebrows. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Then you have even less to worry about, don't you? Archduke Rocknee, who had been silent all this while, raised his head. His gaze was sharp. In this game of chess, we already have their heir in our hands. We have the chips for victory in our hands. Foolproof. Thales moved slightly. I'm the bargaining chip of victory, ? In other words, these archdukes are indeed prepared to. The archdukes looked at the Archduke of Black Sand Region with complicated gazes. Lampard did not say a word. His gaze moved back and forth between Letko's stern expression and Rocknee's indifferent face. Your Grace, if there are any difficulties. The two Black Sand Region soldiers who were present sensed the strange atmosphere in the area. One of them glanced at the few archdukes, held the hilt of his sword, and said to Lampard with a cold expression, as long as you give the order, no matter who we are facing, we will not hesitate. The white blade guard who was confronting them snorted coldly. Archduke Rocknee glanced at Lampard in annoyance. Thales tried his best to suppress the throbbing of his heart. Very well. This situation means that both sides are still in a highly tense standoff. The alliance between Lampard and the Archdukes has just been formed. There's still a chance. Even if there's no chance, just like what Lampard did under Broken Dragon Fortress. Thales bit his tongue. His expression was firm. I have to create a chance too. Never give up. Never admit defeat. Just like how Serena taught him to be vigilant and suspicious in the failed alliance. Just like how Zayn Covendier taught him to be hypocritical and sanctimonious in the friendly trap. Just like how Nuvan Walton taught him to be decisive and cautious with his power as a king and his death. This is that man. Thales raised his head and stared resolutely at the Archduke of Black Sand Region, who had an uncertain expression on his face. This is the most valuable lesson he taught Thales in the bloody darkness, horror, and nightmares. Chapman Lampard. Silence. The chaos and noise outside the hall continued. After a few breaths, the Archduke of Black Sand region unclenched his fists. He exhaled slowly and put away the coldness on his face. "We're fine. You may leave first." Lampard looked at the two soldiers and nodded stiffly. Archduke Lampard turned his head again and roared towards the outside of the hall. "Those outside, have Wuxia defend his position and remain vigilant." Only then did Archduke Letko's expression soften. Rockne flashed a smile. "Lord Justin, please leave first too," the old Archduke said flatly. "As you can see, we have some things to discuss." Lord Justin of the White Blade Guards was momentarily stunned before he nodded slowly. He glanced at the charcoal-faced little boy who suddenly appeared. Suppressing the suspicions in his heart, he followed the soldiers of Black Sand region and walked out of the hall. 10 seconds later, the commotion outside the hall stopped. It was as if the atmosphere had returned to that tense moment. Thales watched all of this and slowly calmed his breathing. He could only feel cold sweat dripping down his back. As expected. Nicholas was right. Welcome to Northland. When faced with the tough Northlanders, you must act like an iron warrior to win their respect. In the next second, Archduke Letko sat down heavily on his seat. "You have 1 minute to finish what you want to say, bold troublemaker." The old duke stared at the Prince of Constellation with a frosty expression. "Otherwise, I don't mind personally escorting you out." Alcius glanced at the brazier and dagger on the ground and added coldly, "Then, I'll send you to the gallows with the crime you've dreamed of. For example, assassinating an archduke." The other 3 archdukes had different expressions. Thales swallowed hard. Out of habit, he forced a smile and took 3 deep breaths. It was as if a soft and pleasant voice was ringing in his ears again. "Just treat it as another game." The prince raised his head and faced the 5 archdukes. They were standing on both sides of the long table, facing each other in silence. On one side was an extremely thin and frail little boy with a ruined appearance. On the other side were 5 tall and mighty men dressed in extraordinary clothes. Assassinating an archduke? "I'm not surprised by your threat, Archduke Alcius." Alcius pursed one side of his lips. Thales could feel the blood in his body still surging, but he still spoke slowly in the calmest voice. "I know that Lampard will definitely suggest that you push the blame of the king's death on me and Constellation. Then, you will unite and conquer Constellation's land and wealth." The prince's voice echoed in the stone hall. "In the name of avenging King Nuvan, you will start a war to seize Constellation's land and wealth, isn't that right? Compared to this, the crime of assassinating an archduke is nothing." His voice faded away. Other than Lampard, the 4 archdukes had different reactions. Trent Ida looked at Letko with interest, but the old archduke only stared straight at Thales without saying a word. Rockne snorted and nudged Alcius beside him. Archduke Letko coughed. "Based on what I heard last time, Prince Thales, someone meticulously planned this assassination, and the Secret Intelligence Department is behind the calamity. No matter what, Constellation cannot absolve itself from the blame," the old archduke replied in a straightforward but polite manner. At this very moment, as the spokesperson of Constellation, Thales Jade Star. A strange light flashed in Archduke Letko's eyes. "You are the one responsible for His Majesty's death, there is no doubt about it." Thales frowned. The Archduke's words avoided the peculiarities and loopholes. It was ingenious and perfect. And judging by their attitude, a direct rebuttal would be ineffective. The charcoal residue on the ground burned out and slowly extinguished. "What should I do?" Thales forced himself to chuckle and glanced at each archduke. "We, Constellations, bribed the assassin's flower, who holds a deep grudge against the Jade Star family, to carry out the assassination." Archduke Rockne frowned. The prince continued, "And Lampard coincidentally brought his army into the city, captured the first gatehouse and heroic spirit palace, and met all of you here." Alcius stared at him coldly. "But all this is not important. The second prince of Constellation puffed out his chest and said seriously and cautiously, "My dear archdukes, I do not take you for fools. Therefore, please treat me with sincerity as well. Cast aside unnecessary words and hypocrisy, and place all your chips and conditions on the table." Thales gritted his teeth and said coldly, "After all, based on our statuses, everything that happens in this hall will not spread." Lampard showed an impatient expression. "Humph," the archdukes turned their heads and looked at each other. At least 2 pairs of eyes were filled with astonishment. "This is too interesting." With a contemptuous yet thought-provoking emotion, Tranquil shook his head and clicked his tongue. "A little boy wants to join the adults' chess game?" Thales was in a highly nervous state and did not pay attention to him. He had to find a breakthrough. Most importantly, how did Lampard convince them? Was it really as he thought? Thales took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "I want to know what Lampard said to all of you." Archduke Alcius crossed his arms and looked at Lampard, only to find that the latter's face was stiff. "What did he promise you?" Thales clenched his teeth. "Land? Wealth? Power? Future?" With every word Thales uttered, he carefully observed the Archduke's expressions. When he heard this, Tranquil narrowed his eyes and flashed a malicious smile. The prince clenched his fists and gulped. "Or," Thales frowned. "Those things that might threaten your survival?" At that moment, Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Chapman Lampard's gaze was like that of a predator. It was filled with aggression as it locked onto Thales' body. But compared to the discomfort in the military camp, the fear in Shield District, and the nervousness in the carriage, at this very moment, Thales felt extremely calm as he faced Lampard's gaze. He was like a scout who finally found the enemy's position on the eve of a battle between 2 armies. Watching Lampard's reaction, the blood in Thales' heart began to boil. He had a vague feeling that he had grasped the key. Compared to Lampard, the other archduke's expressions were also very interesting. "This is beyond the scope of our conversation," Tranquil said impatiently. "What do you think?" Thales recalled what Shiles and Little Rascal said, and he became even more certain of his suspicions. Now, he had to know how much Lampard had told them, what he had said, and to what extent did he have to go to make these archdukes reach an agreement with him. At this moment, Lampard's cold laughter came from the hall. "Your performance left a deep impression on me, young prince." The Archduke of Black Sand region was obviously smiling, but his face, which had always been unsmiling, did not let anyone feel that he was smiling. "But the adults' game is very cruel." Tranquil furrowed his brows slightly and exchanged glances with Alcius beside him. Thales was slightly startled. Lampard slowly paced to the side of the hall, blocking the firelight on one side. He left a long and dark shadow that covered Thales' expression. "But when you grow up a little, when you can command a country with a wave of your hand, you can question us again," the Archduke of Black Sand region said coldly. Hearing this, the Archduke's expressions suddenly froze. Thales furrowed his brows. Lampard is starting to retaliate. And the weapon he's using to retaliate is not his age, but... I look forward to it. I look forward to the day a few years later, a dozen years later, or a few decades later. Lampard turned his head around and his eyes shone with a dangerous light. "When you become a wise and wise king, what kind of interesting opponent will the constellation under your rule be?" The moment Lampard finished speaking, Thales felt that the other archduke's gazes had changed. "Just thinking about it makes me excited." Lampard looked down at him, turned to the other archdukes, and said coldly, "What do you think?" The temperature in the hall seemed to have dropped by half in an instant. The archdukes looked at each other, then at Thales in unison, as if sizing him up. But this time, their expressions were far less pleasant and relaxed than before. "Not good." Archduke Tranquil coughed softly. "Prince Thales, I admire your courage, but you haven't said anything meaningful. All you've done is to sow discord and frighten us. I even suspect that you're stalling for time." The Archduke of Reformation Tower lowered his head, making his gaze look even more sinister. Northlanders are not people who can be easily fooled. Tranquil looked at Letko. The latter's expression was solemn. He nodded slightly and turned towards the outside of the hall. I think we should stop here. Thales's heart skipped a beat. What did Lampard just say? Constellation? But Archduke Letko had already opened his mouth. Seeing that he had fallen into a bad situation because of a few words from Lampard, the second prince shuddered and spoke without a care for anything else. Wait. The archdukes paused for a moment. I don't know what my future will be like. Thales's breathing began to quicken. He could not help but furrow his eyebrows. His right arm had started to ache again. Chapman Lampard, but you're a terrifying opponent. There's no doubt about it. Lampard's gaze was ferocious. Thales gritted his teeth and stared at Trentida's smile and Letko's solemn expression. What kind of glib tongue did you use to convince the archdukes to accept your justification, to accept your regicide with a clear conscience, to turn a blind eye to your sin of disregarding Rikuru's joint ruling pledge, and to turn a blind eye to the internal threat you brought to Ekstedt? Thales gritted his teeth. The second prince's words made the archdukes frown. Thales adjusted his breathing. Feeling incredibly anxious, he could no longer care about probing Thales. He rudely revealed what he knew. Now I understand. They're not afraid of you, but the fact that you're trying to convince them. Sooner or later, Constellation will become. The Archduke's expressions changed. At this moment, enough. Thales paused. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat. The one who interrupted him was neither Lampard nor Trentida. It was Alcius. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid coldly said, Who do you think you are? You can stand here and sow discord among the archdukes without any qualms? Thales frowned. It looks like Prestige Orchid has become a staunch supporter of the Archduke of Black Sand region. This is bad. I haven't found the key breakthrough point, and I haven't figured out my opponent's trump card. I can't use that, General. Judging by the Archduke's expressions. If I act too early, it might even backfire. Sow discord? You're standing here now, advancing and retreating together for Ekstedt. You're as close as a family. Thales struggled to find a point to continue the conversation. He pointed at Lampard. But did that jackal who killed the leader think the same? Did you know that his plan to assassinate King Nuvan was to... He was cut off again. Here we go again. Archduke Trentida raised his head and pointed his chin at Thales, whose expression was distorted. He said in a strange tone, Prince Thales of Constellation, with what identity do you have to say these words here and cry out for King Nuvan's innocence? Don't make wild accusations anymore. Thales stopped talking. You're right. Even if we put aside the suspicion of assassinating the king, you're just a foreign prince. You shouldn't be here. Archduke Alcius sneered and shook his head at him with an unfriendly expression. He said coldly, Don't butt into our internal affairs. Not good. Not good at all. He had already opened the conversation and tried to make the archdukes talk to him as an equal, as if they were his opponents. Then, they would find the conditions Lampard gave them and launch a counterattack. But... Thales clenched his lips, feeling anxious. Lampard has turned things around and made use of my intentions. The archdukes really see me as a dangerous opponent in the future. Because we don't have enough bargaining chips, because the situation is terrible, and because of my special performance just now, Lampard provoked the archduke's hostility towards me with just a few words. Thales clenched his fists and looked at the three archdukes, Letko, Trentida, and Alcius, with a troubled expression. What should I do? Lampard sighed. With all due respect, Prime Minister Leesband still has a misunderstanding with us that needs to be resolved. He's already waiting for us at the gatehouse. The archdukes glanced at each other and nodded slightly. Archduke Letko nodded expressionlessly. It's time to let the guards in, or we'll personally send him out. Then, go and do what needs to be done for Ekstedt. At that moment, Thales felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. As he watched Archduke Letko slowly get up, his heart beat faster and faster. So many sacrifices, the future of two countries. Is it going to be decided here? What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, a familiar but terrifying voice rang in Thales's ears. I can help you. The second prince shuddered violently. That's, Thales's hair stood on end. Under the Archduke's strange gazes, his face was pale and he was drenched in cold sweat. The Archdukes did not seem to react to the voice, as if they did not hear it. The prince forcibly suppressed his desire to look around. Thales's heart beat vigorously, uncontrollably. It's him. It's him. He hasn't left yet. He hasn't left yet. As long as these people die here, the truth about Dragon Cloud City will be covered up. The pleasant male voice continued to travel to Thales's ears. It was filled with a deep temptation. Everything you worry about, the people you care about, will have an acceptable ending. But, the prince's breathing became increasingly rapid. Fear and hesitation appeared on his face. Thales clenched his fists tightly and stared at the ground. When the few archdukes who knew nothing saw Thales's expression, they looked at each other and could not help but laugh. It looks like he's just a child. Lampard did not even bother to hide his sneer. Do you want to go out yourself, or do you want us to send you out? Archduke Alcius asked coldly as he walked in front of the distracted Thales. Thales did not answer him. He only panted and trembled. In a place where the others could not notice, the voice traveled faintly into Thales's ears. The condition is that you give up everything and come with me. Come with me. At that moment, the absent-minded Thales suddenly remembered what High Priestess Holm had said to him in Bright Moon Temple. One day, you will face an important choice again, perhaps even a choice. At that time, you may recall what I said today. Be careful with your choice. Make up your mind quickly. I can't wait for you for long. The voice beside his ears urged him softly. The legendary anti-mystic equipment is right before your eyes. Thales raised his head with difficulty and stared at the 5 archdukes in front of him with an incredibly grave expression. Kill them all? Go with him? How, should I choose? How is it, Thales Jade Star? In the air, which no one noticed, the air mystic, Asda Sakern, who had left and returned, said faintly, do you want to accept your fate as a mystic, or end your future here? If you were Thales, what would you choose? Chapter 66 has been overhauled. Those who subscribe can go take a look. Chapter 256. Thales never thought that the nagging head ritual master's so-called time to make a decision would come so quickly. He knew that Asda would not give up so easily. But unexpectedly, this fanatical and indifferent mystic quietly appeared when he was at his most distressed and cornered. She descended as a savior and condescendingly proposed tempting conditions to him, causing him to sink into a struggle in his heart. Just like a shrewd and cunning businessman. Thales gulped in a daze and raised his head to look at the 5 archdukes who were staring at him with hostile gazes. With Asda's power. As long as they all die here, everything will be solved. Is that so? Countless people were fighting desperately on their respective battlefields, looking forward to his final results. Thales heard his heartbeat speed up, and cold sweat trickled down his face. If there's really no other way, then as long as I agree to Asda's conditions and follow him to become a mystic, not only that. Almost endless power, endless life, the door to a new world. Reaping without sowing, everyone will be happy, and this is the condition that everyone seems to dream of? Thales suddenly felt his mouth go dry. I just need to open my mouth, but, Thales' heart clenched. He subconsciously tightened his jaw and clenched his teeth together. Is there really no other way? So many people have sacrificed themselves and fought so hard, but I have to accept such a terrible and irresponsible ending? Facing the gazes of the 5 archdukes and thinking of the voice behind his ears, Thales opened his mouth with difficulty. At that moment, Thales remembered that sentence. Be careful of Asda. What appeared before his eyes was the young girl with blood-red stripes all over her face. It was her almost liberated gaze. Being a mystic is not a gift or a blessing. It's a curse and misfortune. Thales furrowed his brows unnaturally. Between hesitation and uncertainty, his Adam's apple bobbed. The archdukes were either puzzled, mocking, or disdainful as they stared at the dazed Thales, who was struggling internally. They watched his slightly trembling lips and tightly clenched fists. It was as if they were watching a comedy. At that moment, something unexpected happened to both Thales and the archdukes. When the place fell into a tense silence, a childish and weak voice cut into the tense conversation without warning. Perhaps he has no right to question you." Thales was shocked and raised his head. But you. The voice trembled uncontrollably. It was intermittent, as if it lacked confidence. "As Northlanders, as the great Archduke of Ekstedt, what right do you have?" The archdukes were stunned. They looked around in surprise, trying to find the source of the voice. Based on what? At the end of his sentence, the man's voice twitched. It seemed to carry a reckless courage as he suddenly raised his voice. Based on what? Based on what? Discussing His Majesty's misfortune here. With the sound of firewood breaking, everyone in the hall found the source of the sound. Under the astonished gazes of Thales and the archdukes, a frail and young girl covered in soot and dirt appeared in the fireplace. The bespectacled girl hugged her arms tightly, her face full of fear and cowering. However, after the girl saw Thales, she seemed to have made up her mind about something. She bit her lip hard and stepped on the broken firewood with trembling legs. She walked out of the fireplace unsteadily and stepped on the stone tiles of the Hall of Heroes. The second prince stared blankly at the girl covered in soot, not knowing how to react. Why would she, however, he immediately reacted and ran forward in 2 or 3 steps. He even forgot Asda's voice at the back of his mind. What kind of drama is this? Trent Ida looked at the girl in confusion, then at the archdukes. He spread his hands impatiently. First it was the boy, then the girl. Is no one taking care of the fireplace in Heroic Spirit Palace? Archduke Lampard furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He could not hide the shock on his face. Archduke Rockney sighed. Today is indeed special. The other 2 archdukes looked at each other in confusion. What happened? Thales grabbed Little Rascal's shoulder tightly, blocking the archduke's line of sight. He asked anxiously in a low voice, "Shouldn't you be taking refuge on the top floor? Why are you here? Where's Ralph?" Little Rascal stared at Thales, whose face was covered in soot. She was slightly stunned. After a few tenths of a second, she seemed to have found her backbone. Her breathing steadied, and she faced Thales' question with a wronged expression. "The enemy is at the top floor. Ralph went to lure them away. I could only climb down, and then I heard you." Little Rascal's voice grew weaker, like a child who had done something wrong. Thales' heart sank. No, this time, Little Rascal is also in danger. Thales turned around and subconsciously shielded Little Rascal behind him. He looked at the archdukes anxiously. "All right," Lampard interrupted them coldly. "Ignorant brat's performance is an insult to today's meeting." "Wait," Rockney interrupted Lampard. The Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up the girl behind the prince. "Who are you, little girl? Don't tell me he just happened to appear here?" Alceus glanced at the fireplace and snorted coldly. The constellations are really all-pervasive. How could they have crawled into such a narrow hole? Lampard noticed the Archduke's reaction and could not help but feel cold. The other Archdukes shot their gazes at him, full of vigilance and questioning. Thales' heart tightened and he gritted his teeth. What should I do? How should I answer? How should I answer to ensure that Little Rascal can escape and not fall into their hands? But he did not have to worry anymore. In the next second, the girl's shoulder trembled slightly. Then, unexpectedly, she broke free from his arm and revealed herself behind Thales. Under Thales' surprised gaze, Little Rascal raised her dusty face. In hesitation and fear, she spoke shakily. The Archduke's expressions became increasingly hostile. Lampard snorted coldly. Little rascal looked very nervous. Under the warning snort, she lowered her head and trembled slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she could not continue speaking. Thales sighed softly. He turned his head and was about to say something to divert attention. But little rascal's action was once again beyond his imagination. The frail girl stared at the stone tiles on the ground and gritted her teeth. At that moment, the trembling girl shut her eyes tightly, then abruptly opened them again, forcing the tears that had blurred her vision to flow out of the corners of her eyes. Little rascal slowly raised her head and imitated Thales by taking deep breaths. The fear and panic on her face had gradually faded. At that moment, the girl looked as if she had just put down a heavy burden and crossed a chasm. She held back her strength and looked up. Thales watched in surprise as little rascal reached her right hand into her pocket. He watched in surprise as she took out something without hesitation despite her trembling hand. The second prince shuddered slightly. The girl's crystal-clear gaze was forceful. She bit her lower lip hard and slowly raised her right hand, showing the thing in her pocket to everyone. The archdukes were shocked the moment they saw the thing. Their gazes were locked on the girl's right hand. Apart from Chapman Lampard, who had expected it, the archdukes cast shocked, probing, sizing up, or contemplating gazes at the girl at the same time. Thales watched the scene in disbelief. He looked at the girl, who was still trembling and crying, but still persisted in raising her right hand. He felt that something in the depths of little rascal's body, this little maid, this fragile girl, had changed. The girl choked and sniffed. She slowly said, "This is my..." At that moment, Archduke Lampard raised his head abruptly. He shot a murderous and chilling gaze at the girl. Little rascal pretended to be strong and met Chapman Lampard's gaze in the air. The unprepared girl shuddered. She seemed to have remembered something, and her words were stuck in her throat. Clink, little rascal's hand lost its balance for a moment. The thing fell to the ground with a clink. Under the pressure of the Archduke of Black Sand region, little rascal was like a kitten that was beaten back to its original form. She cried out in surprise, and even her glasses were shaken askew. "I think we don't have to waste any more time." Lampard let out a faint sneer. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. "Unless you want to explain to Prime Minister Li Span why we only appeared in a hurry after so many corpses were left behind?" But the other archdukes did not speak. They exchanged glances in silence. Staring at little rascal before him, Thales, who had been silent all this while, suddenly noticed a problem. After little rascal appeared, he had subconsciously thrown Asda's existence and the options he had given him to the back of his mind. But for some reason, Thales felt a lot more at ease at that moment. He no longer felt that inexplicable fear and hesitation when he was forced to make a choice. At that moment, Thales knew his answer. He lowered his eyes and flashed a bitter smile. "Thales. You've already made up your mind when you faced Giza, haven't you? Never again will you compromise your future." At this thought, the expressionless Thales suddenly stretched out his right hand. Slap. He grabbed the girl who was about to bend down to pick up the thing, preventing her from bending down. Little rascal came back to her senses in shock and looked at Thales. Thales slowly turned his head and gave her a reassuring smile. He reached out and straightened her glasses. Under the Archduke's solemn gazes, Lampard's murderous gaze, and little rascal's puzzled gaze, the second prince of Constellation, Thales Jade Star slowly bent down. He extended his arm and picked up the thing at the girl's feet. Thales straightened up and said slowly, "I guess you should be familiar with this thing. It's one of the proofs of King Nuven's power and status." The archdukes frowned and looked at each other. Looking at Thales, little rascal seemed to have returned to her normal self. She stared at him, not knowing what to do. Thales' gaze slowly became resolute. "Asda, who do you think you are? I don't believe that you're a portable system that exists to serve the host and will never harm the host. Or one of those portable grandpas that, can I help you become something? You want to control my fate and make me follow the path you've planned? Just like those people, Rick, Quide, Kessel, King Niven, and Lampard? F***CKU. The air mystic. Asda, you silly little thing. Thales sneered inwardly. At the same time, he solemnly raised the thing in his left hand and took Little Rascal's left hand in an indisputable manner. The Archduke's gazes slowly changed as they looked at them. Archduke Letko was expressionless, but he clenched his fists. As you can see, Thales raised his head and said solemnly, this lady is the current owner of this ring. Looking at the ring, Lampard subconsciously placed his hand on the sword at his waist. His expression was complicated. The second prince stared at the dumbfounded Little Rascal and grabbed her left palm without hesitation. Then, with utmost solemnity, Thales put on Little Rascal's left thumb, the ring that carried countless burdens of history and represented several emperors and kings, triumph. The Archduke stared at the black ring that they were all too familiar with. Habitual fear and vigilance appeared in their eyes. She's wearing the glasses once worn by the Queen of the Sky, Thales said softly as he adjusted Little Rascal's black-rimmed glasses. At the same time, he used his sleeve to wipe off a few stains on her face. And this lady herself has even spoken directly to Her Majesty Chlorosis. Archduke Alcius moved slightly. What? Little Rascal was stunned. Then, her pupils shrank and she subconsciously trembled. But Thales' gaze was firm. He suddenly tightened his grip on her left wrist. Little Rascal was slightly startled. Her existence, compared to me, compared to you, compared to anyone else in this city and this country, has more power and more right to question the truth behind the king's death and interrogate the conscience of all of you here. Thales enunciated each and every word in an extremely serious manner, as though this was the last time he would speak. She has more power and more right to question the truth behind the king's death and interrogate everyone's conscience. Archduke Rockney crossed his arms. His expression was solemn. The second prince stared into the girl's eyes with a serious expression. At that moment, Little Rascal felt the nervousness in her heart dissipate. Please allow me to introduce the bloodline of Rikaru the hero. The second prince took a deep breath and turned around. He raised Little Rascal's hand and the ring of triumph high above her head. Thales stood shoulder to shoulder with Little Rascal in the hall. Gritting his teeth, he said in a low voice, blood relative of Niven VII and Prince Soria, direct descendant of the Walton family, the rightful heir of Dragon Cloud City and Cloud Dragon Spear. Trent eyed and narrowed his eyes. His emotions were complicated. Thales turned his head and nodded slightly at Little Rascal. The girl stared back at Thales with her sparkling green eyes and nodded slowly. Little Rascal took a step forward and raised the ring of triumph on her left hand high. I am. The girl turned her head abruptly and forced herself to look straight into the five archduke's awe-inspiring eyes. She gritted her teeth as if she was going all out. I am Saroma. Out of the corner of her eye, Little Rascal caught a glimpse of the stone carving of the Cloud Dragon Spear above her head. She could not control the trembling in her voice, but she used her hoarse voice to cover up her panic and nervousness. The Archduke's expressions were subtle. Their emotions were complicated. Under each other's strange gazes, they did not make a sound. The girl took another step forward and left Thales' arm. She leaned her head forward and her face was contorted. She shouted with all her might, I am the granddaughter of Niven Walton, the common-elected king of Extet and the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. I am the only daughter of Prince Soria Walton and Adele Walton, the daughter of the Marquis of Vine City. Archduke Alcius lowered his head slightly. Archduke Rockney shook his head slightly. In the Hall of Heroes, under the stone carving of the Cloud Dragon Spear, the girl shut her eyes tightly in front of the five archdukes of Extet. Tears flowed from her eyes and fell to the ground, shattering into countless teardrops. Thales stood behind her and watched the girl's performance in silence. He had mixed feelings in his heart, and there was an indescribable stuffiness in his chest. The next moment, the girl clenched her fists tightly and shouted at the top of her lungs, the brand that would accompany her for the rest of her life. I am Saroma. Saroma Alexsoria Walton. Her voice echoed in the hall. Even a low commotion could be heard outside the hall. The Archduke's expressions were stiff. They did not say a word. Even Lampard's face was cold and motionless. After she finished shouting, the little girl panted a few times and swayed as if she was exhausted. Thales quickly caught up to her and supported her. The silence lasted for a few seconds. Only the girl's choking sobs and the Archduke's whispers could be heard in the hall. The girl looked as if she had just made the biggest decision of her life. Her teeth chattered and she sniffed silently. It's okay now. Thales patted her shoulder gently and comforted her in a low voice. Think about the scene when you faced the Queen of the Sky, and compare it to now. The girl's heart trembled. The image of the great dragon, which was dignified and elegant at the same time, flashed before her eyes. She took a deep breath and slowly but firmly raised her head. Just as Thales said, "Little rascal, no, from now on, Saroma Walton." Saroma left Thales' arm with a face full of indignation. I stand here, representing my bloodline, representing Dragon Cloud City, to question all of you. The girl, Saroma, fixed her gaze on the 5 archdukes. At that moment it was as if she no longer cared about their gazes and dignity. She also forgot the fear and cowardice that once followed her like a shadow. Archdukes of Ekstedt, you obviously uphold the sacred joint ruling pledge and protect this equally sacred land, Saroma said with a cold expression and a deep voice. But when the Kingslayer stands before you, the girl's gaze swept across the 4 archdukes, as if she was reading 4 thick books. Everyone, why do you protect the murderer? Her voice was very steady, and very cold. The archdukes frowned and turned in unison to Archduke Letko, who was the most qualified to speak. But the old archduke stared straight at the girl and did not say a word. Saroma gritted her teeth and took a step forward. She raised the ring and continued to speak. Why do you not distinguish right from wrong? Why do you distort the truth? Why do you conspire with evil? Why do you wallow in the secret chamber and darkness? Why do you disregard Northland's dignity and traditions? Why do you cast aside Ekstedt's justice and honor? The archduke stared at the girl in disbelief. Their gazes moved back and forth between her face and the ring of triumph. For a moment, no one refuted her. In the hall, the girl's voice became louder and louder. Her face became redder and redder, and her gaze became aggressive. Thales watched Saroma's performance in astonishment, just like a real inquisitor. How can you stand in heroic Spirit Palace, which has been passed down from generation to generation in the Walton family, and stand under the stone carving of the Cloud Dragon spear that will live and die with Ekstedt without batting an eyelid? The girl panted, cleared her throat, and continued to speak in a righteous and imposing manner. How can you defile and humiliate my grandfather, your king's glory and honor, with a clear conscience? Saroma stared at the archdukes in front of her coldly. All of you archdukes who should shoulder the glory of Northland with faith and protect Ekstedt with loyalty, answer me. She leaned forward and said loudly without hesitation, answer me. Her voice echoed in the hall. Saroma lowered her arms and panted rapidly. She looked at the archdukes, and there was a nervous expression on her face, as if she had stage fright. It was as if she, too, was surprised by her performance just now. Thales walked forward and pulled her back. The archdukes looked at each other with different expressions. After a long time, someone spoke. Archduke Letko looked at Saroma, sighed, and said slowly, being questioned by a little girl in such a manner. This is really awkward. What about now? Archduke Alcius said coldly to the old archduke, are we going to use force or soft tactics? Archduke Letko snorted softly. Behind him, Trentida leaned toward the frost-faced Lampard in dissatisfaction. I thought you already had her under control. Trentida gritted his teeth and cast a glance at Saroma, who was talking to Thales in a low voice. He whispered, and she should be very obedient and cooperative. Lampard did not answer him. He only stared at Thales. The bloodline of Dragon Cloud City doesn't seem very cooperative. Archduke Rockney was the one who answered him. The Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers seemed to enjoy watching Trent Ida make a fool of himself. He shook his head in disdain. It seems like it won't be that easy to get your new cultivated land, Porpheus. In front of the archdukes, Saroma lowered her head in a daze. She extended her right hand to the triumph on her left thumb. Her face was flushed, and she breathed in a daze. The moment she touched the ring and felt the metallic sensation from it, Saroma's expression changed, and she shrank abruptly. It was as if she had been scalded. Saroma turned her head away, as if she did not dare to look at the ring. But her left hand was immediately grabbed firmly. Saroma raised her head in a daze. Well done. Standing beside her, Thales gave the girl an encouraging smile. The redness on Saroma's face faded a little. Like a student who had been acknowledged, she nodded happily. By the way. The smiling Prince of Constellation suddenly changed the topic and raised his eyebrows. Where did you recite those lines from? Saroma, who had been extremely excited, froze a little like a student who had been caught doing something wrong. Her small face drooped and she blinked behind her glasses. She lost all the power of her impassioned speech just now and stared at Thales pitifully. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. His gaze was filled with the word Looking at the prince's expression, Saroma subconsciously shrank. A second later, she spoke weakly. Her chest rose and fell, and her small face was ghastly pale. The Drama of Elatos, Chapter 10, Death of the Black Knight. Saroma pursed her lips and said in an aggrieved tone, Elson Slade, Chief Judge of the Ancient Empire. This is the line to accuse the Black Knight, Yusuli Ander, of the murder of the Supreme Emperor. I changed it a little. Thales was slightly stunned, then he immediately broke into laughter. He subconsciously stretched out his hand and pinched Saroma's face. The girl stared at him in a daze, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, Lady Saroma, Archduke Letko's voice rang out, attracting the two children's attention. I offer my deepest condolences to the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City for the loss. The old Archduke slowly walked to the long table and sat down. His Majesty's misfortune is also Extet's misfortune. Saroma's face turned pale. But Thales smiled. The other archdukes looked at each other with different expressions. Only Lampard was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. But you are still too young to understand what happened. A strange light flashed in Archduke Letko's eyes. The bald Archduke spoke slowly with his unique, old, but honest voice. I suggest that you do not listen to the one-sided story of the enemy kingdom's prince, such as His Majesty being assassinated. Hearing this, Archduke Rockney snorted in a strange manner. Trent Ida immediately glared at him. Saroma bit her lower lip. I stood on the land of Dragon Cloud City and watched Nuvens. His Majesty's head fall to the ground with my own eyes. Recalling that terrifying scene, she tried her best to suppress her body from trembling. I watched the born king die from a despicable and clumsy assassination, child. Archduke Letko widened his eyes in anger and interrupted her. Lady Walton. I respect your grandfather. But please do not doubt our loyalty to Northland and Extet. The reason why we are standing here is precisely for Extet's future. Archduke Letko said coldly. In front of that future, in front of Extet, whether it is you or me, or even King Nuven, we are but a speck of dust in the desert. We are insignificant, even to the Walton family. Saroma froze and was momentarily speechless. Behind her, Thales sighed softly. Our decision was also very difficult. Archduke Trent Ida sighed and waved his hand in a seemingly pained manner. One day, you will understand, but not now. Rockney hugged his arms tightly. His expression was unpleasant. Of course, if you do not understand, Archduke Alcia said flatly with a hint of threat in his tone, we have no other choice but to reluctantly persuade you to cooperate. Lampard continued to stare at Thales without saying a word, as though Thales was his biggest threat. The hall was silent again. Cooperate? Saroma frowned. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. She was rather flustered and at a loss. But she tightened her arms slightly. Saroma looked at the prince strangely. Beside her, Thales quietly watched the girl's flushed cheeks. Saroma was a little embarrassed by his stare. Thales slowly exhaled. Enough, my lady. You have done well enough. In Saroma's eyes, the boy from Constellation flashed his brightest smile and gently shook his head. What happens next, leave it to me. Chapter 257. Be careful of his attack. Waya's voice traveled into his ears. Just hold him back. The blade slashed across Cohen's head, bringing with it a blazing heat. Remembering the weapon's ability, Cohen did not dare to block or counterattack. He could only frown, lower his body, and roll on the ground in pain to avoid the rising sun saber. This was the third time he had to dodge in such a pathetic manner. The smell of burnt hair entered his nose. Damn it. Cohen angrily tightened his grip on the load-bearer sword. He had never encountered such a depressing battle. Even when facing the gray mixed breeds in the desert who were more than 2.5 meters tall, the police dared to take a few hits at the risk of getting injured, creating opportunities for his companions to attack. But in the face of this, be careful. Before Cohen could finish his thoughts, the Fire Knight of Black Sand region, one of the 5 generals of Extet, Ramtolja's sturdy body swiftly and violently appeared in front of him. The police's pupils instantly contracted. How could he be so fast? The Fire Knight's solid punch landed on the hilt of Cohen's hastily raised sword. Thud. The latter's chest hurt from the impact. He lost his balance and his legs swayed again. Before he could be surprised by his opponent's frenzied attack, the heat of the rising sun saber assaulted Cohen's face again. Cohen was in a predicament where he had just regained his footing. He did not even have time to adjust his posture, let alone defend. Cohen shuddered. Cohen, who had experienced many battles, immediately understood. Remember, a battle is not a game where you switch hands and I switch hands. It is also not a turn-based boxing show to see who can take more hits. This was what his teacher had once told him. Every time you give up on attacking, counterattacking, or defending, and switch to retreating or dodging, you turn yourself into a wooden dummy. It also means that your opponent has an uninterrupted opportunity to attack. He can better control the rhythm, adjust his posture, and attack with ease. He can stack his attacks and attack with greater threat. Every step you take back is equivalent to the enemy taking 2 steps forward. In many cases, the outcome of a battle is decided in a single breath. Cohen gritted his teeth. That's right, you cannot switch hands in a battle. He was wary of the advantage of his opponent's weapon, so he only dodged his attacks. There was no need to think about defending or counterattacking. Therefore, Tolja's attacks were unhindered, and each slash was fiercer than the last. In the end, the police officer had lost his advantage. He could not fight back and was at the mercy of others. In a chess game, changing hands in a battle meant death. Cohen was filled with regret, but he could only watch as the rising sun saber drew closer. Hey! Seeing that Cohen was in danger, Waya roared angrily. He unsheathed his single-edged sword, which only had 2/3 of its original length left, and attacked Tolja's back. The edge of no return filled his right arm, releasing the purest killing intent amidst the stinging pain. Waya made up his mind to force Tolja to defend himself. In the nick of time, Cohen realized to his surprise that Tolja's forward body swayed slightly, and the rising sun saber no longer moved forward. A ruthless look flashed in the Fire Knight's eyes. The police officer felt a chill in his heart. Be careful. Cohen instantly understood the crux of the situation. He could no longer care about himself and shouted at Waya in exasperation, his target is. However, before Cohen could finish his sentence, Tolja's body suddenly spun. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. *Rip. This was the sound of Wuxia's broken sword cutting through the flesh on Tolja's upper left arm where the armor connected. In the face of Wuxia's attack, the Fire Knight had no intention of defending himself. As he turned, he calmly swung his left arm. Thud. Wuxia's eyes widened as he watched Tolja ignore the injury on his arm. His left hand passed through the shadow of his sword, and he grabbed Wuxia's neck. Tolja lifted Wuxia's feet off the ground. Bang. Wuxia only felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. He was forcefully pushed against the wall by Tolja. Clang. The remaining half of his single-edged sword fell to the ground powerlessly. Cohen watched in a daze as Tolja restrained Wuxia in an instant and pressed him against the wall. Knocked down twice by the same move? Tolja raised his bloody left arm and looked coldly at the prince's attendant who was struggling futilely. Still trying to hold me back? Do you know how to fight, noble young master? Wuxia desperately grabbed onto Tolja's iron-like left hand, bent his legs, and kicked the wall. His left leg pushed against the wall, and his right leg kicked out fiercely. Tolja tilted his body slightly. Thud. Wuxia's right leg hit Tolja's abdomen armor. But other than the trembling of his armor, the Fire Knight did not move an inch. Fighting, Tolja said coldly, as if he was talking to himself, is a game where one's life is at stake. Wuxia revealed a shocked expression. How could this be? Under Wuxia's indignant gaze, the Fire Knight raised the rising sun saber in his right hand. His tone was cold. Only those who walk back and forth between calmness and madness will be able to enjoy the fruits of victory in the end. The rising sun saber was aimed at Wuxia's chest, and once again, it emitted a shocking heat. Wuxia, who was powerless to struggle, felt the rising temperature, and his heart turned cold. The police officer roared in anger and struggled to get up from the ground, but he realized that it was too late. How many minutes have passed? Have we completely failed? The saber lunged forward and stabbed towards Wuxia's chest. At this moment, a palm suddenly appeared in front of Tolja. Tolja frowned slightly. Slap. The Fire Knight's weapon was caught by this palm. The rising sun saber cut the palm, and the palm connected with the hilt. A terrifying sizzling sound came from between the blade and the palm. His flesh was charred black, and there was even a spark of fire. I've caught you. A young and calm voice rang out, accompanied by slight panting. The rising sun saber, the Fire Knight. Cohen and Wuxia turned their heads in surprise. Raphael Lindbergh stood in front of Tolja, expressionlessly extending his charred right hand. Ignoring the threat of the scorching blade, he firmly grasped the hilt of the saber with all 5 fingers. He did not seem to notice the flames burning on his palm. When you lose the rising sun saber, Ram Tolja, Raphael's left hand pinched Tolja's saber-wielding wrist. With his 2 hands positioned in front of him and behind him, he firmly controlled the rising sun saber in front of him. He said softly, "Are you still the Fire Knight?" Tolja's pupils shrank. He stared at Raphael's right hand, which was scorched beyond recognition, but still firmly grasped the hilt and blade of the saber. No one was more surprised than him when they saw that charred hand. Even though it looked miserable, the rising sun saber's high temperature could even cast iron and melt gold. Tolja was shocked. There's something wrong with this guy's hand. Who exactly is he? No, what exactly is he? Raphael, who suddenly appeared, glanced at Cohen and said coldly to Tolja, "In a game where one's life is at stake, there's no difference whether one is in supreme class or ordinary class." In the next second, Cohen, who had a tacit understanding with him for many years, roared and exploded. The glory of the stars shone on his skin and blade as he attacked Tolja. Tolja exerted force with his right hand, but he realized that his right arm was still firmly under Raphael's control. The young man's arms let out a strange rustling sound and trembled continuously. It was extremely strange. The knight furrowed his brows. His right arm only moved a few inches before it was firmly held down by the young man with an ingenious angle and force. He could not move. No. The Fire Knight could not hide the shock in his heart. This kind of strength doesn't match his size at all. In the next breath, Tolja revealed a fierce expression. He turned his right wrist and tried to use the rising sun saber's sharpness to cut through everything to force Raphael to retreat. As he turned his wrist, the blade slashed out. However, Raphael, who was holding down the enemy's arm, only adjusted his body and instantly flashed to the side of the enemy's forearm, the blind spot of the rising sun saber. Only a piece of clothing was cut off by the blade and burned to ashes. Tolja felt a chill in his heart. *T. I can't move, I can't dodge. My weapon is restricted, I can't block. Is this the young man's strategy? As he thought, the Fire Knight felt a chill on his back. Behind him, Koan raised his saber, the load-bearer, with a resolute expression. The power of eradication filled his arms. Aiming at the back of Tolja's neck, the police officer roared and slashed diagonally with an astonishing momentum. *Rip. The blade cut through Tolja's neck. Fresh blood gushed out. This girl may be of the Walton family's blood, Lampard said coldly, but she's just a woman. She has no right to inherit the position of Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, much less stand here and question us. The Archduke of Black Sand region cast a terrifying gaze on Saroma, causing the girl to tremble slightly. She subconsciously touched triumph in her hand. Put away your unnecessary sympathy and habitual wariness, Archdukes, Lampard said flatly in an unquestionable tone. She's not one of us. This girl has no right to decide for Extet's future. Archduke Trentida shrugged slightly, as if in agreement. At this moment, under the Archduke's gazes, Thales let go of Saroma and slowly but decisively stepped forward. So you've finally said it, Archduke Lampard. Thales said softly, for Extet? Lampard's expression changed slightly. Thales clenched his fists secretly. Saroma used her identity to open an opening for him to break out of the situation. He had to seize the opportunity and force her step by step. He had to use the only bargaining chip he had left. Defeat them. Thales took a deep breath. His eyes were resolute. As Archdukes of Extet, you have to stand together in the face of a huge threat from Constellation, don't you? The moment his words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the hall changed. The people's breathing became chaotic. The way the Archdukes looked at him was also different. Archduke Rockney frowned slightly. What? Look. Lampard snorted coldly. He knows it better than we do. Archduke Letko came to his senses and coughed softly. I have to admit that our two countries have always been enemies, to everyone's surprise. At this moment, Thales interrupted Letko with a strange response. Yes. The Prince of Constellation said calmly, on this point, I absolutely agree with your point of view, Archduke Letko. For Extet's future to not be destroyed by Constellation, all of you should be united in pointing your spear at me and the country behind me. Even if this goes against the joint ruling pledge, even if this goes against your conscience. All of you have made the right choice, Thales said resolutely. The moment he said this, Archduke Rockney frowned slightly. Archduke Lampard's gaze froze in midair. The Archdukes looked at each other. Their gazes were a mixture of confusion and surprise. They seemed to be bewildered by Thales' words. Behind him, Saroma was slightly startled. She tugged at his sleeve. Thales ignored her. Instead, he looked straight at the only expressionless person in the hall, Archduke Letko of Defense City. The old Archduke's eyes flashed with a calm but complicated light. It was a perfect contrast to the pure coldness in Archduke Lampard's eyes. But have you ever thought about it? Thales slowly adjusted the speed of his speech and steadied his breathing and heartbeat. Have you ever thought about it? He knew that what he was about to say next was the key. What you're doing now is not ultimately benefiting your Extet, Archduke Letko, Thales said softly. He slowly turned to Rockne, Trentida, and Alcius. It's also not yours, or your extet, 4 archdukes. Archduke Letko narrowed his eyes slightly. Under the 4 archdukes' complicated gazes, Thales continued to speak. All of you are standing here, compromising, and fighting for everything, all for his extet. In the hall, the aged and boorish Archduke of Black Sand region widened his eyes abruptly. He fixed his gaze on Thales. It was as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. But Thales was oblivious to it. Thales took a step forward and looked at the Archduke of Black Sand region with an indifferent expression. It's extet that belongs to Chapman Lampard. It belongs to him alone. Lampard slowly clenched his fists. As he met Thales' gaze, boundless anger surged from the bottom of his heart. That boy. The biggest accident. The Prince of Constellation's gaze was calm as he said softly, for his own extet, Archduke Lampard has the most thorough understanding. He is willing to sacrifice everything. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the 4 archdukes. His tone was resolute. For example, from the beginning, he was prepared to sacrifice those who once swore to form an alliance with him, but were kept in the dark all along, allies. The Archduke's gazes froze at the same time. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Archduke Lampard's scabbard landed heavily on the ground. For a moment, it attracted many people's gazes. I've had enough. There was a barely noticeable hint of anger in Lampard's voice. Don't you think it's ridiculous? From the beginning until now, we, the Archdukes, have been standing here like fools and watching him perform? The Archdukes swept their gazes towards the Archduke of Black Sand region. Thales pursed his lips. He knew that the Archduke's attitudes would determine the direction of the war. Don't forget the heavy responsibility we bear, and the heavy future we still have. Lampard reminded the 4 archdukes in a warning and impatient tone, please remember, he is our enemy, and judging by his performance, he may be the most terrifying enemy. The archdukes did not speak. Thales felt Saroma's grip on him suddenly tighten due to her nervousness. Lampard looked at the silent archdukes and nodded. He turned his head. Guards, Thales' heart tightened. He looked at the archdukes, his heart burning with anxiety. Hurry up. Hurry up. At this moment, Chapman. A voice that was obviously old and muddy, but to Thales, sounded like the sound of nature. It interrupted Lampard just in time. Archduke Letko touched his bald head, closed his eyes, and slowly exhaled. Chapman, as an Archduke of Northland, your courage, strategy, and methods are rarely seen among your peers. I admire you very much, Archduke Letko said slowly. I think, even Whisperer Shalon III can't do better than you. Lampard did not speak. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. In the next moment, Archduke Letko opened his eyes, which had regained clarity from their muddy state, and looked at Thales. But why are you so afraid of him? Is it really just because he has Constellation behind him, or is it because he is talented and intelligent? Lampard was slightly startled. We are not blind, Chapman. The old Archduke sighed. The old Archduke sighed and said, from the moment this boy appeared until now, everything you have said, no matter what stance you have taken, has been to prevent him from speaking. Lampard turned to the old Archduke in disbelief, then looked at the others. But they all stared at Lampard coldly, not saying a word. At that moment, Thales' heart, which had been so nervous that it was about to jump out of his chest, returned to its original position. Is this child really so terrifying? Archduke Letko's voice was very soft, but it was enough to spread in the hall. Don't tell me he really only needs to say a few words to kill all 5 of us here? Thales raised his eyebrows slightly. In fact, Thales took a deep breath and recalled the option Asda gave him. He said quietly in his heart, you're right. Or. Archduke Letko curled up the corners of his mouth like an ordinary village elder. An ugly smile appeared on his wrinkled face, but his words were shocking. Will he really say something that will interest us? Lampard's face darkened. He had never felt that the archdukes before him were so stupid. If you want to hear what he has to say, you can wait until the day you slowly interrogate him in prison, the Archduke of Black Sand Region replied coldly. But we still have urgent matters to attend to. Don't forget that Dragon Cloud City is still in a mess. Don't forget Prime Minister Lisban, Archduke Letko interrupted him loudly. Prime Minister Lisban will understand. The old Archduke's gaze was stern and fierce. The problem is, Chapman, as an ally, why don't you understand our concerns? Lampard clenched his teeth. He looked at the calm Thales, then at Letko. What about all of you? The Archduke of Black Sand Region turned his head and looked at the others. Are you going to continue this madness? The person who answered him was Alcius. For 600 years, the Alcius family has always reminded our descendants. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid Region stared at Thales with a subtle gaze. Never underestimate any Jade Star, no matter how down, submissive, or weak he is. Thales put on an innocent and helpless expression. So, Alcius changed the topic. I'd rather hear him out before hanging him. I support you very much, Chapman. Trent Ida sighed softly behind Alcius. But compared to singing a different tune, I think, at this time, what we need is unity of opinion. At that moment, Lampard tightened his grip on his saber. His face was expressionless. He turned his head, only to find Archduke Rockney staring at him and flashing a malicious smile at Lampard. Go on, child. Archduke Letko did not pay any more attention to Lampard's reaction. In an unquestionable manner, he set the theme for the upcoming meeting. Especially the part about sacrificing an ally. Thales flashed a smile. He knew that from this moment onwards, the chess game had changed hands. The balance tilted again. Gently patting the back of Saroma's hand to comfort her, Thales turned around and nodded slightly at Archduke Letko. First of all, we need to understand a fact. The assassin Chapman Lampard bribed, Bennett Charlton, has been hiding on the cliff of the sky. Thales took a deep breath and recalled the conversation he overheard in the carriage. He enunciated each word clearly. From there, he planned to sneak into Heroic Spirit Palace and assassinate King Nuvan while the White Blade Guards were distracted. Lampard closed his eyes. For the first 3 seconds, the archdukes did not react. But soon, the 4 archdukes quickly looked at each other. They exchanged bewildered gazes. Yes, it was in Lampard's original plan. King Nuvan would mysteriously die here, in this heavily sealed Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales' voice was very calm, but it was filled with solemnity and sorrow. He would die beside the 4 of you archdukes. From tomorrow onwards, I want to resume daily updates. I'm serious. Swordless, with a serious expression on his face. Chapter 258. 2 of the braziers in the Hall of Heroes had been extinguished. But at this moment, no one in the stone hall cared about the temperature anymore. Lampard didn't just want to assassinate King Nuvan. Thales managed to regulate his breathing with much difficulty. The Prince of Constellation's voice rang softly. He also wanted to maximize King Nuvan's death to achieve his goal. The prince raised his head and looked at the 4 archdukes, who had strange expressions on their faces. You can imagine, King Nuvan had just executed one of the 5 archdukes in the name of revenge, and in the blink of an eye, he died beside the other 4. What would the situation be like? Archduke Letko clasped his hands together. His gaze was frozen. What would the situation be like? The old archduke looked at Lampard, his thoughts churning. In contrast, Lampard's gaze on Thales had returned to a deathly stillness, causing the latter to feel creeped out. Thales appeared unusually calm. He continued, I don't know Lampard's specific plans, but in his imagination, you would probably be the prime suspects. Unable to defend yourselves, you would be badly battered, and you would be in an unfamiliar Dragon Cloud city. The smart and capable Prime Minister Lisban would probably not be easy to deal with. The prince recalled the information and truth he had gathered bit by bit during the tense and thrilling escape from the assassination. He sighed softly. Next, with the secret room's help, Prime Minister Li Span and the 4 suspects of regicide will inevitably clash. They will force you to the opposite side of Dragon Cloud City. The hall fell into a subtle silence. The archdukes looked at Lampard in unison, thinking about Thale's words with different expressions. Thales walked to the long table. Under Archduke Rockney's displeased gaze, he jumped onto a chair and met Archduke Lekko's gaze. I just heard that even now, Prime Minister Li Span is besieging the gatehouse. Lampard turned his head away without saying a word, as if he was not the main character of the conversation. At first, I didn't understand why Lampard brought his army along when he assassinated the king. Thales took a deep breath and recalled the soldiers who disguised themselves as patrols. He also remembered his suspicions in the prison cell. Now, I believe that Lampard's army intervened in the conflict when things got out of hand and rescued the archdukes. Tranquil raised his head. Why? The Archduke of Reformation Tower asked solemnly, assuming what you said is true, why did Lampard do this? Thales froze for a moment. To convince you, he said expressionlessly. What? Archduke Tranquil exclaimed instinctively. All of you, who are suspected of regicide and are at loggerheads with the Prime Minister, will definitely accept Lampard's suggestion to protect yourselves. You will willingly and eagerly push the blame of the king's death onto Constellation and me. When he said this, Thale's expression darkened. All of you will volunteer to become Lampard's accomplices. You will attack Constellation with Lampard. Not only will you end King Nuven's threat, but you will also fulfill his long-cherished wish. Under Saroma's strange gaze, Thale sighed softly. This is Lampard's real plan. He used schemes and framing to tie his allies to his side. The Archduke's gazes kept moving back and forth between Lampard and Thales. The Archduke of Black Sand region remained motionless. His eyes grew calmer and calmer. Thales exhaled and leaned back against the chair in exhaustion. At the same time, he watched strangely as Archduke Rockney's expression became increasingly unpleasant. Did I provoke him? Archduke Alcius knocked on the square table with a solemn expression. His deep voice rang. If this was Chapman's original plan, why did he change his mind? Thales clenched his fists and recalled Putre's words. Contrary to Lampard's expectations, the assassination went awry, Thales replied calmly. King Nuven did not stay in Heroic Spirit Palace as he expected. Lampard had no choice but to expose himself and enter the city ahead of time to personally witness Nuven's death in Shield District. The prince raised his gaze. His grey eyes swept across each of the archdukes. He lost his leadership and control over the situation. He could no longer frame all of you. He could no longer use the situation and danger to force all of you to form an alliance with him. That's why this scene is happening now. Lampard had no choice but to take down the gatehouse and personally enter Heroic Spirit Palace to convince all of you to let go of the mystery surrounding Nuven's death and work together with him. Thales exhaled slowly. This is different from his previous plan of using the situation to coerce you. This time, he wants to use a reason that you cannot refuse to convince all of you to join his grand plan. His voice faded away. He left the silence in the hall. The Archduke's expressions were very interesting. Is this what you want to say? Archduke Lekko pondered for a while. Chapman originally intended to use some dishonorable means to pull us into his chariot? Lampard snorted coldly. Nonsense. The Archduke of Black Sand region's tone was full of disdain and indifference. And there are many suspicious points. Thales gritted his teeth. But Tranquil interrupted his rebuttal. Our Archduke of Black Sand region is very scheming. The Archduke of Reformation Tower smiled slightly. But so what? Even if he was originally prepared to scheme and frame us, it's too late now. Archduke Tranquil turned to the others and spread his hands gently. The Archduke turned his head slightly and looked at Thales. At that moment, Tranquil's eyes shone with a cold light. For Extet, we still have to do what we have to do. You can't change anything. Lampard's expression was still indifferent, but the Archduke of Black Sand region still turned his head and nodded slightly at Trent Ida. Thales was slightly startled. He observed the expressions of the archdukes and found that they seemed to be indifferent. Worried, Saroma came forward and tugged at the corner of his torn shirt. But Thales smiled. In front of the archdukes, the prince revealed a relieved smile. My dear archdukes. How did Chapman Lampard convince all of you? Thales swept his gaze over these powerful suzerains one by one and pursed his lips. What kind of irresistible reason did he give for all of you to cooperate obediently? The Archduke's expressions became a little unpleasant. It doesn't matter. Thales closed his eyes and sighed. Actually, I've already guessed some of it on my way here. Lampard's pupils froze slightly. Thales straightened his back and faced the Archduke sternly. Did he tell all of you that, compared to Lampard's disobedient actions, a more terrifying threat is rising in the country to the south? That even a country as strong as Extet cannot withstand it? At that moment, the archdukes more or less behaved a little unnaturally. It was as if they were not used to this coming from the Prince of Constellation's mouth. Lampard snorted softly. But Thales ignored the Archduke of Black Sand region. This is my turn. Thales clenched his fists lightly. Did he tell all of you that the country after the Empire is undergoing an unprecedented transformation? Thales' gaze became sharper and his voice slowly rose. Their entire country's power is converging into one in an unprecedented manner, becoming more and more efficient, and they can command it with ease? Saroma revealed an astonished expression. Did he tell all of you that Extet can only fight its way out by striking first, using war and violence to kill that threat in the cradle at all costs? Archduke Alcius and Trent Ida exchanged a glance. They were both astonished. Did he also tell all of you that if you don't do this, then the day will come when your territory will be seized, your clan will be destroyed, your bloodline will be severed, and everything you possess will be annihilated and cease to exist? Archduke Letko's eyebrows twitched. Veins popped up on his hands again. Thales took a deep breath and said his last sentence. Then did he also tell all of you that everything Chapman Lampard did, whether it was the coup d'état or the instigation of war, was because he was forced to make a choice, because he had no other choice, because he was willing to bear the burden of being tarnished, because he was courageous and ambitious, and because he sacrificed himself for the country? Once he finished speaking, Thales felt Lampard's gaze on him grow colder and colder. All right. Archduke Trent Ida sighed slightly. For these few words, you have indeed lived up to your reputation, boy. Archduke Rockney furrowed his brows. Who told you that? That's not important. But this is how he convinced all of you, right? Thales clenched his teeth and ignored the Archduke's strange expressions. You acknowledged his reason, agreed to cover up the truth of the king's death, were willing to go south with him to Constellation, and accepted his condition of gifting the ownerless Dragon Cloud City. Just for Extet? Just as the archdukes were in a state of shock and bewilderment, Thales raised his head abruptly and said through gritted teeth, "But don't you find it strange?" Thales stood up abruptly from his chair and placed his hands on the square table. His expression was solemn. If he could rely on himself to convince all of you, just like what he is doing now, then why did he have to go through so much trouble to scheme and frame all of you in the original plan, forcing all of you to go against Dragon Cloud City? The prince clenched his fists. Why didn't he swagger in and tell all of you, for the sake of Extet, so that everything you have will not be destroyed by the future Constellation? Please understand his difficulties and cooperate with his selfless act. Trent Ida raised his head and glanced at Lampard, who had stopped talking. He curled the corners of his lips. That's what he is doing now, isn't it? Thales stared at Lampard, watching as his hand pressed on the saber at his waist. I just said that he was forced to do this now. This is the backup plan, the prince said softly. Otherwise, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lampard would never use this reason to convince you. He did not intend to tell you about the threat of Constellation, nor did he intend to tell you about the drastic changes in that country. He did not intend to tell you about his true intentions either. Archduke Letko frowned slightly. True purpose? Thales rested his fist on the table and recalled what Shiles said. Lampard would rather you join his team because you are against Dragon Cloud City than because you sense the threat of Constellation and join forces with him. Why? Archduke Rockney said impatiently. Just say it. Northlanders hate to beat around the bush. Thales turned to him. Why? The Prince of Constellation narrowed his eyes. Because these are his heartfelt words. And because he is afraid. At that moment, Thales finally saw Lampard, who had been expressionless all this while, slowly raise his head. The Archduke of Black Sand Region looked at him. The coldness in his eyes turned into deathly stillness. Thales stared back at him without flinching and gritted his teeth. This is a battle between us. It is also the fairest battlefield. Are you ready, Lampard? And now, it is my counterattack. Afraid? Tranquil asked, puzzled. Thales nodded slowly and firmly. He is afraid that you will find something wrong with his words. Thales Jadestar took a deep breath. He is afraid that once you begin to think about it carefully, you will discover the cruel truth behind the reason Constellation is a threat. Truth? Archduke Rockney repeated with a murmur. In the next second, my fellow archdukes. Thales straightened his body and stepped on the chair. His expression was solemn. Once you accept Lampard's suggestion today and swallow Dragon Cloud City, dispatch troops to the south and invade Constellation. Archduke Letko sat up straight without realizing it. Rockney raised his chin. Trent Ida and Alcius' expressions were solemn. As for Lampard, his pair of deathly still eyes had not moved for a long time. But Thales had no time to care about his opponent. In the future, each of your families, territories, and archdukes. Thales clenched his teeth and swept his gaze across each archduke solemnly. He saw that their expressions were becoming more and more complicated and subtle. We'll be in an unstoppable storm. Disaster is upon us, and we will be doomed eternally. The wind from the sword attacked. It went straight for the back of the Fire Knight's neck. At that critical moment, Tolja, whose right hand was clamped down by Raphael, made a prompt decision. He resolutely released his left hand and Waya, who was struggling increasingly weakly. The Fire Knight swung his remaining left arm back. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a piercing sound rang out. Asterisk rip. Asterisk bright red appeared on Tolja's neck. Cohen's powerful and heavy sword hit Tolja's arm guard in the air. The tip of the sword cut the Fire Knight's neck and pierced his skin. Blood slowly flowed out of the knight's neck. He let out a low, muffled groan. A crack appeared on Tolja's arm guard from Cohen's sword. Blood seeped out of the crack. The police officer felt a chill in his heart. The other party still managed to fend off a fatal blow. Gamble with your life? You bunch of potted plants in a greenhouse. Tolja resisted the long sword on his left arm. Feeling the waves of pain in his arm, he ignored the blood on his neck and said in a low voice, "You are not worthy." Cohen held the longsword tightly and slashed down with force again. Tolja's arm guard groaned as it deformed. Raphael gritted his teeth. The strange muscles in his arm rapidly swelled up again. He held the enemy's right arm and weapon tightly in an attempt to create another opportunity for Cohen. Feeling his opponent's extraordinary strength, Tolja turned his eyes and shot a dagger-like glare at Raphael. Young masters. Tolja's expression was ferocious. His right arm was locked in a dead angle with Raphael, whose strength had suddenly increased, while his left arm withstood Cohen's power, which was mixed with the power of eradication. When your father was giving out rewards for your mother's bulging abdomen, I was shivering in the snow in the wild beside my mother's hardened corpse, struggling to get through another damn winter. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the power of eradication burned his entire body like flames. Tolja roared and turned his neck. He pulled back his arm guard and broke free from Cohen's long sword. Blood gushed out. The injured police officer lost his balance, and his legs wobbled. The next moment, Tolja let go of the Rising Sun saber in his right hand. The Rising Sun saber fell to the ground. The blade lost its heat and clanked as it bounced off the ground. Raphael watched as his opponent's weapon fell beside him. He was suddenly alarmed. This is bad. Sure enough, without the saber holding him back, Tolja no longer tried to wrestle with the ridiculously strong Raphael. Instead, he lowered his body and slammed his right shoulder into Raphael. Raphael felt his body sway. Then, his back trembled. Bang. Before Cohen could react, Raphael was slammed against the wall by the Fire Knight. Raphael's face turned pale. He coughed in pain, but he still held onto his opponent's right hand tightly. Tolja burned his power of eradication and held Raphael firmly against him. His gaze was terrifying. When all of you were crying in your luxurious swaddling clothes, I was bleeding all over and covered in cuts and bruises because of a mouthful of moldy bread in the dust of the countryside. Cohen's heart tightened. He thrust his long sword forward. With a fierce expression, Tolja turned sideways and dodged Cohen's sword aimed at his chest. Rip. Cohen's longsword cut through Tolja's shoulder armor. Shards flew out, and sparks flew as the blade scraped against the wall. But Tolja ignored the injury on his shoulder. He slammed Raphael, who was pinned against the wall, with his shoulder again. Bang. He slammed into Raphael's chest. Raphael groaned in pain and finally let go of his opponent's right arm. When all of you were leisurely reading and learning to read in the study room, Tolja retracted his right hand and said coldly, I dragged my scarred shoulders and transported the most smelly garbage and feces, learning to count from the crisp sound of copper coins. The Fire Knight turned around abruptly and grabbed Cohen's sword in midair. Clang. The blade and Tolja's iron glove produced a sharp friction. Blood flowed from between the knight's fingers. The police officer stared at the beast-like Fire Knight in shock. He wanted to withdraw his long sword. When you were learning how to wield a wooden sword in the manner, Tolja punched Raphael's abdomen with his right hand, causing him to lose consciousness and bend over. I was on the vast glacier, wrapped in my wounds and used the last of my strength to fight against wild beasts, my peers, the weather, the terrain, and all my enemies. The Fire Knight grabbed Cohen's sword and turned around to charge back. Cohen wanted to raise his arm to defend himself, but Tolja suddenly kicked his knee. Bang. The police officer's long sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. When you were having sex with girls at the banquet. Tolja stretched out his right hand and pried open his shattered shoulder armor and vambrace. The Fire Knight coldly flung away the burdens, including his robe, to reveal his exposed flesh. From his neck, shoulders, and arms, his body was covered in severe burn scars. His body was full of bumps and hollows. It was a horrifying sight. Tolja's expression was as cold as ice, and his gaze was like fire. He threw away Cohen's blood-stained longsword. He turned around and threw a punch. Bang. Raphael, who had just stood up and was ready to launch a sneak attack, was punched in the head by the Fire Knight and slammed into the wall again. I crawled out from under the burnt corpses, covered in burns and groaning in pain. I looked forward to seeing the sun rise the next day. Anxious and angry, Cohen gritted his teeth and got up. He roared and charged at his enemy, throwing a punch with shocking force. Bang. The fist hit the knight's cheek. The latter was stunned. But Tolja only roared and bent down, withstanding Cohen's charge. He did not care about the police officer's punch on his face. It was as if it was the most insignificant mosquito bite. It was formed by burning in a hell of blood and fire. He reached out with his hands and grabbed Cohen's arm with great experience. He pinned Cohen's legs and lifted Cohen's body onto his shoulders. This is the origin of the Fire Knight. The next second, Tolja, who had a crazed expression on his face, exerted force with his hands and turned around abruptly. He lifted the struggling Cohen into the air and slammed him hard onto the ground. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the tall police officer landed on his back and fell heavily to the ground. Cohen felt intense pain all over his body. He felt dizzy and all his strength left him. Risking your life? You little young masters will never understand. Tolja straightened his body and shook the side of his face that was slightly red. He spat out a bloody tooth without a care in the world. In order to stand in the same manner as you, I crawled all the way through mud and blood. I have already gambled with my life in the endless hell many times. Tolja was half naked. His eyes were filled with wounds and blood flowed all over his body. His expression was hideous and terrifying. The Fire Knight turned around coldly and looked at Raphael, who stood up again. Even if we are in supreme class, our lives are still far from yours. Raphael wiped the blood off his forehead. Enduring the waves of dizziness, he pulled out the broken longsword from his waist. You are a very terrifying warrior. The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department swung his sword forcefully. He glanced at the dying Cohen and frowned. As one of the 5 war generals, you live up to your reputation. Tolja turned his head and glanced at the rising sun saber on the ground. It was still some distance away from him. But with your skills, Raphael said in a low voice, why bother following Lampard and embarking on this path of no return? So that I can experience more hell? The Fire Knight snorted coldly. He kicked Cohen's long sword, load-bearer, grabbed it in his hand, and tested its weight and length. The next second, Tolja roared and rushed in front of him. Raphael's pupils froze. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the 2 swords clashed and Raphael blocked his opponent's horizontal slash. However, Tolja had no intention of competing with his opponent in swordsmanship. Like a real beast, he pressed his left arm against the back of the sword and pushed Raphael against the wall. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Raphael blocked the knight's sword and was slammed against the wall. His own longsword was even pressed against his chest. Tolja's expression was ferocious. He suddenly raised his left elbow, and the 2 longswords that were in a cross were spun into an X shape. The Fire Knight's left arm pressed against the upper part of the X, pressing against Raphael's throat so hard that he could not breathe. Tolja gritted his teeth and said, when all of you carried swords in glory around the world, I stood in front of a barren village, on a barren land that could not even grow weeds. I cried my heart out for the first property and the first title of nobility that I exchanged for 30 years of my youth and life. Raphael struggled in pain. He could not breathe, but Tolja continued to press against his sword in an unstoppable manner. His elbow pressed against Raphael's windpipe. The Fire Knight gritted his teeth. There was a mixture of pain and hope in his eyes. After going through all of this, I can stand here and face all of you prodigies. I can raise my weapon and compete against them. You ask me, why do I follow the Archduke? Asterisk bang. Asterisk the Fire Knight roared furiously and headbutt Raphael's forehead. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Raphael's long sword loosened and fell from his hand. The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department seemed to have lost consciousness. He slid down the wall weakly and was grabbed by the collar by Tolja. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the knight turned around and kneed Wuxia, who had just gotten up from the ground, so much so that he vomited blood and fell back. All of you don't understand. Tolja panted and swung the sword in his right hand out of habit. The load-bearer was obviously not the weapon he was used to using. He looked at Cohen, who was struggling on the ground, and said through gritted teeth, the Archduke of Black Sand Region, the Archduke, what he sees in his eyes is a long-term future. The Fire Knight took a deep breath, and a fascinated expression appeared on his face. An unprecedented new world. Over there, everyone can have their own future. Tolja panted heavily. He extended his left arm, grabbed Raphael's neck, and lifted him up. For the Archduke's ideals, and even more so for the future he promised. The Fire Knight licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, pulled the enemy closer to him, and looked straight into Raphael's eyes. No matter the price, I am willing to pay. The Fire Knight exhaled laboriously. Raphael only clenched his teeth tightly. His gaze was unfocused, and he looked powerlessly into his enemy's eyes. No matter what obstacles there are. Tolja raised Cohen's sword and stared at Raphael with a serious and zealous gaze. I must crush them. At that moment, the little girl from many years ago appeared before Raphael's eyes. Mira. He thought vaguely and closed his eyes. I'm sorry. In the next second, the Fire Knight thrust the sword in his hand without hesitation. Rip. The blade pierced Raphael's heart. It came out from his back. All that was left was blood all over the ground. And Cohen's heart-wrenching screams. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.